Yakuza 5 is a strange game. Since its release in 2012, it's been heralded as both RGG's greatest work to date, with one of the most epic main campaigns and most bombastic final boss fights, but at the same time, many people in the community consider it a bloated mess that irreparably derailed the series, in ways that are still felt to this day. Now, admittedly, most games in this franchise have a notable split in the opinions surrounding them, but Yakuza 5 is on a completely different level, by nature of how much this game strives to do and the complex history surrounding its release, which is why discourse on its proposed flaws quickly gets heated no matter which side of the debate you're on. With that in mind, chances are that a vocal portion of viewers will have clicked on this video and deduced that this would simply be an unjustified rant on Yakuza 5 without watching much of the analysis. And while that is understandable, this video is not what you might have expected it to be. I was very deliberate with my wording in the title, because while most people see the word mistake as a term with exclusively negative connotations, I myself don't see it in such a way. It's a term emblematic of actions that don't happen in the way we first envisioned them, but the aftermath of said actions can lead to outcomes even greater than those we first envisioned. The development cycles of the Yakuza series as a whole have led to a number of mistakes being made, and it is through those mistakes that RGG Studio have learned where their strengths lied, so that they could successfully reinvent themselves with each new entry time and time again. Yakuza 5 is no exception. In fact, in many ways, it is likely the most important title they've ever worked on. No matter how much I may prefer games like Judgment, Kurohyou, or Yakuza 0 over it, the undeniable fact is that Yakuza 5 has some of the highest highs this franchise had ever reached. When this game is at its best, the impact it carries makes for some of the finest moments you could hope to experience in gaming. But in order to reach those heights, the team at RGG took the hardest possible path, which also led to some of the lowest lows of the franchise that are rarely addressed in detail. Rest assured though, this is not a hate video. I spent well over 200 hours with this entry alone. I platinumed it, beaten multiple different versions of it, and I fully intend to return to it many times after this project is done, which is precisely why this video came to be in the first place. What we'll discuss today will not be the whole of Yakuza 5, as its gameplay and wealth of content are rarely the subject of severe criticism. The core of this video will instead be the single most divisive part of the game, that being its story. In any other case, it would seem unwarranted to label an entire game as a quote-unquote mistake, simply by nature of missteps committed by its narrative alone. But Yakuza isn't like most other game franchises. Even in a speedrun setting, half of a Yakuza 5 run specifically consists of skipping dialogue prompts, and it's not like such exchanges are simply there to artificially prolong an otherwise short experience. Plus, you could tell RGG put immeasurable amounts of effort into their stories since the very first entry, where they asked esteemed writer Seishu Hase to oversee the writing process and lend a helping hand. It's because of the importance and quality of these narratives that the series' gameplay choices could change so drastically to adorn them, as we'll see later on. So I'd argue that the value of a narrative in a Yakuza game is even comparable to the value of such an element in a game like Guns of the Patriots. But I digress. Throughout this video, we will aim to deconstruct the complete story of Yakuza 5, how it came about, what it did right, what it did wrong, and how it affected the trajectory of the franchise to be how it is today. It is because I adore this game that I'll approach it in a way that only a fan could, by not pulling any punches. So, if you're all ready, let's begin. Normally, a game's development cycle could make for a self-sufficient video, but in the context of Yakuza 5, it's one of the most important factors as to how, and more importantly why, this game's story would evolve as it did. While the team at RGG was hardly taking breaks in the early 2010s, releasing a total of 3 spin-offs in between Yakuza 4 and 5, the series' lead scriptwriter, Yokoyama Masayoshi, was only partaking in the writing of the mainline entries in that time frame. The man who is nowadays known as the head of RGG Studio has been a prominent figure in the team since the series' inception, but the prominence of his writing contributions in particular still grew considerably with time. Whether or not you're a fan of his writing style, it's clear that the narratives in these games have taken a drastic shift, starting with Kenzan and Yakuza 3. Coincidentally, the first games where Yokoyama was the main person in charge of writing the script. Personally, I think his style is incredibly unique and praiseworthy. By his own admission, he knows what the fans want to see, what characters can make for the most bombastic conflicts, and he moves heaven and earth to make this happen, sometimes even at the expense of the story's consistency. Now, that wouldn't be an issue if it merely applied to the bosses you fought before reaching the finale of a story, as the ending is frequently seen as the most important part of such a journey. But should you persist in an approach of hailing spectacle over narrative consistency all the way, the end results in the game's climax could drastically vary. From a character like Mine in Yakuza 3, to Munakata in Yakuza 4, and most notably, the final boss of Yakuza 5, perhaps being the most divisive of these three. Again, by his own admission, Yokoyama-san said how not even he knows who the final boss of the story will be until he reaches the final parts of the script, which makes for a journey of suspense for everyone involved. But unlike the endings of his stories, their beginnings have always been deliberate and clearly defined, which brings us to the statement that is the most important in measuring the success or failure of Yakuza 5's narrative as a whole. People tend to think that I've made the story with 5 protagonists simply because it's the 5th mainline entry, but initially, my only goal was to tell a story centered around Kiryu Kazuma. The other protagonists were a result of trying to tell such a story. While we should take into account that this is not a word-for-word translation of the statement that was shown, the core sentiment that was mirrored in the rest of this interview, and many others released at the time, was that in Yakuza 5, Yokoyama-san wanted to expand on Kiryu's aspirations, his dream, if you will. I want you to remember this sentiment as we later go in-depth on the game's narrative and characters, because it puts a lot of positives and negatives of the story into a unique perspective. First off, Yokoyama-san has indeed chosen a great starting point in Yakuza 5, seeing as Yakuza 4, even from a simple glance at its Japanese subtitle, was meant to be an introduction of new characters that could perhaps narratively succeed the Dragon of Dojima. While 4 certainly gave birth to some fan-favorite characters, however, none of them could really carry the series by themselves, and due to the way they were all implemented in the game, this ultimately led to Kiryu's part of the story feeling severely underdeveloped by comparison. So the idea of putting Kiryu back at the center in Yakuza 5, even starting the narrative with him, was great in concept. Now, the issue arises when you look at the execution of the game's narrative beyond that premise, and how Yakuza 5 also tackles 4 other protagonists with their own aspirations and personalities. The best way you could hope to unify them all, in a way that doesn't feel like merely touting about your game's scope, would be to give each protagonist relevance to Kiryu's life, and perhaps offer them a unifying theme, which is why all of the characters, except for the newcomer Shinada, had some form of history with Kiryu, and the theme that was chosen to unite them all was Yume. But therein lies the first issue. Yakuza 5 has been labeled as a story of many things by fans and critics alike, but I rarely, if ever, saw someone call it the story of Kiryu specifically, apart from the author of the story himself. To many, this is a story of dreams, a collective goal that anyone can relate to, which in turn makes every protagonist's individual path be as valuable as the rest, thereby indirectly taking the spotlight away from Kiryu and pointing it at a concept that justified the game's epic scope instead. A concept that, due to its very nature, could be used to theoretically write yourself out of any narrative corner, seeing as how people naturally make mistakes when emotion overtakes reason in the pursuit of one's dream. So because of the dissonance between the initial intent of the story and the final product, the ending we reach may not be one that would ultimately benefit the envisioned goal, and the progression we wind up with could strain believability in trying to support both of these differing approaches simultaneously. That aside, seeing as we'll cover the concept of Yume in detail later on, now would be the perfect time to address one more issue to fully preface the deep dive into 5's story. Debate on this game has always led to much vitriol within the community, partially due to its miracle release in the West, again we'll get there later, but also because, in the eyes of many, the narrative shortcomings here are more than made up for by the game's gameplay and denseness of content. It's true that Yakuza's development cycles have frequently been unforgiving, but the fact that a game as gigantic as Yakuza 5 could be created in roughly 2 years, all the while working on a brand new engine, is a testament to how amazing this team really is. And many of the features, like the brand new cities, the unique characters, and a wealth of content that has only been surpassed by Infinite Wealth, were a direct result of Yokoyama-san creating a narrative with such a grandiose scope. This is one of the reasons why many fans have a hard time separating the story of this game from its gameplay. But even still, as inseparable as these two aspects may seem to be, we can't judge them by the same merits. Flaws inherent to a narrative don't disappear due to the strengths of the gameplay or vice versa. And while we may enjoy the end product all the same, the ambition that the team exhibited here could have easily become their undoing. If RGG didn't find their limits in Yakuza 5, and instead continued to add more and more cities and characters for the hell of it, the series could have entirely collapsed shortly thereafter, cause you won't come out of such an ambitious development cycle, especially in the 7th console generation, without mistakes being made, and hopefully, lessons being learned. Whether or not you consider the story of Yakuza 5 to be bloated or too convoluted for its own good, the fact of the matter is that RGG hasn't pushed themselves in the same way after this game, and because of that, they learned how to maintain a feeling of grandiose scope in future entries without sacrificing consistency. Subsequent releases would only have a maximum of 2 playable protagonists, but would still feel like an ever-increasing escalation of excitement, like the one that defined Yakuza's narratives since the PS2 days. The pacing of the stories became more deliberate and natural, with the exception of Infinite Wealth, and the gameplay sequences that were featured largely felt tailor-made to embellish the core narrative, rather than being forced into the critical path because a pre-made plot point necessitated them. Don't get me wrong, the story of Yakuza 5 is far from being bad. As I've said, it has genuine strokes of brilliance that have yet to be surpassed in many ways. But the game wouldn't be as divisive as it is in the community if these moments of genius weren't coupled with an equal amount of blunders, many of which come from the sheer scale of it all. So, what are the main points of criticism aimed towards the story of this game? These include a bloated overall narrative, a poor narrative structure and inconsistent pacing, established characters acting out of character compared to their previous iterations, and using the theme of Yume as a narrative crutch. Whether or not you agree with these is up to you, but do well to remember them regardless, because we will now start to unravel Yakuza 5's story while testing the validity of these very statements. Unlike its mainline predecessor, Yakuza 5 opens up on a rather somber note, an unknown city at nighttime, where the atmosphere feels like the calm before the storm, particularly with the 2 groups of distinct Yakuza members staring each other down. Right off the bat, we can see that many things have changed since we last saw our beloved cast. Daigo is acting with confidence and in a deliberate manner as he concludes his negotiations with Chairman Madarame, a far cry from the frustrated, at times insecure character we've seen in Yakuza 4, where the Tojo clan was treading dangerously close to collapsing. But something still feels off. Despite trying his hardest to obscure his face, it's clear that the taxi driver Daigo approaches after this meeting is none other than Kiryu. Except he's acting in an unusually cold and distant manner, even more so than he normally tends to do. Even as Daigo indirectly explains how the Tojo clan and the Omi alliance could very well be on the precipice of a proper all-out war, Kiryu seems like he couldn't care less. If you'll recall, at the end of Yakuza 4, he made it very clear that he wouldn't run away from his responsibilities anymore, so one can only wonder what happened between these two to make Kiryu seemingly cut ties with the clan as a whole in the time between the 2 games. Even more than that, he seems to have severed ties with just about everyone in his old life, as we see from his reaction to Haruka being interviewed for the idol competition called the Princess League, with the implications behind said competition clearly troubling him. The first 2 chapters of Kiryu's part serve as the perfect tone setters, especially when coupled with the Japanese opening of the game, the song Bloody Moon by Gospels of Judas. As a whole, the introduction to Yakuza 5 drives home a sense of loneliness and remorse, the makings of a tragedy for the ages, and it portrays these themes near flawlessly, with Kiryu barely speaking a word as we're eased into this new setting. So let's focus on him first of all. The team really went far in showing how Kiryu is at his absolute lowest point in this game. Even though he still found people that genuinely cared for him, like his boss Nakajima, who should be protected at all costs, or Mayumi, who is very openly in love with and cares for Kiryu, he still finds it hard to genuinely open up to them, and prefers to spend his time sitting in silence in his apartment. Now, this portrayal of him is a lot more reminiscent of Kiryu's character during Yakuza 1 and 2, before he found a new meaning in life through raising the kids at his orphanage. And while the extent of his emotional distance in 5 may feel like character regression at first, we as observers can still see this as a believable turn of events. Remember that just in the span of the first game, Kiryu has lost his father figure, his brother, the love of his life, a longtime friend, and a person who idolized him and saw him as a mentor. A normal person would be crushed by the loss of just one person with such significance, but not only did the losses keep piling on over the years, but Kiryu wasn't even allowed the time to truly grieve them. His benevolent nature meant that he would always try and help other people in danger, as if to prevent them from suffering the same losses he himself had to live through. And even though he helped save countless individuals across Tokyo, Osaka, and Okinawa, many of these instances were the result of villains causing chaos just to lure Kiryu out. It's natural that the frequency of these occurrences would take a toll on him over time. And when you couple all of that stress with the nightmares Kiryu was still shown to have all the way back in Yakuza 2, haunted by the lives he simply couldn't save, it's almost as if he came to a breaking point where he had to wonder, what if he was the problem all along? While we've yet to see whether the reason for Kiryu's departure from his home is justified for the story of Yakuza 5 specifically, in the context of the series as a whole, it's not too hard to see why he would try to step away in general, making this introduction one of the finest in the series up to now. So, how does this version of Kiryu fit in the world of Yakuza 5? Well, putting aside the clear emotional turmoil he's faced with, his progression in accordance to the story's own pacing is amazing in this part of the game. The character that's been shown at his worst is now slowly being built back up, thanks to the new friends he met in Nagasugai. Nakajima and Mayumi in particular feel like a manifestation of the hope in Kiryu, the side of him that believes his current actions will be what is best for everyone involved in the long run. But naturally, things couldn't remain undisturbed for long, and despite Kiryu's reluctance on being involved in the Yakuza drama that is starting to unfold, he winds up being a part of it all the same. With Daigo's sudden disappearance, we're led to an encounter with 2 men from the Tojo clan, Morinaga and Aizawa. I won't go in depth on these characters this early on, but I will say that they played a perfect role in forcing Kiryu to accept something he is trying to forget. It doesn't matter how far he goes, his legacy will still remain with him. It doesn't matter that he assumed a new name and a new job. Deep down, he will always be a Yakuza. So between the hopeful side of him, the one encouraged by his newfound friends, now clashing with the reality of his life coming back to haunt him, we're starting to see Kiryu's internal conflict slowly manifest in a very literal, external manner. To his credit, he managed to evade this first attempt of being dragged back into the Tojo clan's mess, but it's a luxury he wouldn't have upon meeting the mysterious cop from Osaka. Again, this is a new character that will be explored later on, but for the purposes of his role right now, he basically shows Kiryu how refusing to intervene in resolving Daigo's disappearance could do some irreparable damage to everyone in Nagasugai. He may hate the fact that he could once again be the cause and solution to a Yakuza problem, but if Kiryu refuses, then his attempts at building this peaceful life for himself, and tangentially for his closest family, will truly be undone, and the depression he's been feeling for months would have been for nothing. Not only does this ramp up the overall tension, but it also leads to the introduction of one of the most outstanding characters in all of Yakuza, Watase Masaru, the Wakagashira of the Omi Alliance. Watase's role in the story is often overlooked, due to the way his character gets treated as the narrative evolves, but his interactions with Kiryu are some of the most important for the latter's character development, especially in a game like this. To contrast our hero's inner conflict and disdain, here we have a guy that seemingly has his life all figured out. An elegant demeanor, a respectful way of speaking, a person who values many of the same things that Kiryu does, but isn't burdened in the same way as Kiryu. Watase wants a very simple thing, an all-out war. The very thing the Tojo clan and the currently missing Daigo are striving to prevent. He admires Kiryu's strength, modesty, and brutal honesty, which makes Kiryu the perfect contender for the perfect conflict in Watase's eyes. A conflict that would permanently mark one's career in the underworld. Now, while this is hardly a new motive for this franchise to explore, its positioning in the story, and the character that conveys it in particular, are the best way for Kiryu to start accepting who he really is. Up to this point in the story, no one that he has spoken to could genuinely understand the weight of his role in the underworld, not even Daigo, considering his young age. But Watase fully well understands what it means to be a Yakuza of Kiryu's stature, which makes his words hit much harder. Watase genuinely wishes nothing but the best for both Kiryu and the Tojo, cause much like Ryuji before him, he knows these people don't just represent an establishment with a shiny name. They represent something far more important, a legacy, which winds up being a far more relevant theme for the story than you might have dreamed of. As their conversation progresses, Watase's demeanor starts resembling that of someone seeing their friend give up on life and wallow in despair. But instead of just sitting and tapping the person on the shoulder, he shouts back at Kiryu, telling him to snap out of it. Sure, Kiryu may have had the orphanage's best intentions in mind, but it will soon become apparent that no one wished for the current state of affairs. They all want to be together, as that would allow them to overcome any and all issues that life may have thrown at them. And as much as Kiryu may refuse to admit it here, his life as a Yakuza is what made him so benevolent and kind, in spite of all the violence that the underworld demanded. So for him to reject such a crucial part of his life, to reject his own legacy in a misguided effort to live on, he inevitably allows for all of those latent insecurities and issues to transpire, making all of his efforts of looking out for his loved ones be rendered null and void, because he's refusing to face the reality of his life. This martyr act of his isn't what's best for anyone involved. While the verbal confrontation with Watase may have reached a standstill, it becomes clear that the two of them have established a latent understanding with one another. It's just that they have different perspectives on the Yakuza life as a whole. This premise could have made Watase the single greatest final boss in the franchise if he actually wound up in such a role, but that part of the discussion is still a long way off. To fast forward in the story at hand, we later find out that Aoyama, Daigo's trusted secretary, might have had something to do with Daigo's sudden disappearance, as he not only attempted to off the Madarame patriarch, but he also seemingly proclaimed himself as the new chairman of the Tojo clan. So if all of the pent-up frustration Kiryu had been dealing with hadn't been indication enough that a breaking point would soon come to pass, we now have Aoyama to serve as the perfect hateable figure to vent all of that frustration out on. A literal good-for-nothing villain that only wants power and money. Now, apparently, despite all his talk back at the Yamagasa HQ, Aoyama wasn't actually the mastermind behind Daigo's disappearance, or the other Tojo-related missteps that would transpire, but this thankfully wouldn't take away from his hateable nature, which would serve its purpose pretty soon. However, this does make for an unfortunate sequence of narrative justifications that had to be relayed to us through Madarame, as if we were looking at Yakuza 3 during the chapter called The Plot. To drastically oversimplify the context behind the scenes, Daigo faked his own disappearance to figure out who the real traitor in the Tojo clan was. Madarame was in on the whole thing, and to top it all off, he apparently got his own daughter to look after Kiryu once he arrived in Fukuoka. This revelation does wonders in further showing how Daigo has really changed in the last 2 years, and is acting more and more like a proper chairman for a group as gigantic as the Tojo clan, in no small part thanks to Kiryu's interference during the finale of Yakuza 4. Furthermore, as a nice nod to what was attempted back in Yakuza 3, the addition of Daigo successfully looking after Kiryu in this new town is another nice touch, because normally it's Daigo that would need to be snapped back to his senses in times of indiscretion. It appears that now the roles are fully reversed, as nearly every person Kiryu met was somehow brought into contact with him due to Daigo's role in the overarching plot, something that would eventually allow for Kiryu to finally snap out of his self-pity and slowly accept himself for who he is. Now, while I was profuse with my praise of the story up to now, there's still an issue present here that needs to be addressed, and it's related to how the characters introduced in Part 1 of Yakuza 5 were utilized in the rest of the story. Mayumi, the girl who wound up falling in love with Kiryu in the midst of looking after him, is never mentioned again past this part. Madarame only shows up as glorified window dressing in the finale of the game by showing strength in numbers along with his family. And while it may not seem like that big of an issue right now, this is one of the reasons why people regard the story of Yakuza 5 as bloated, since the discarding of characters with prominent screen time in a given part of the story is something that repeats itself with each new city that is introduced. While the amount of attention given to them may lead you to think otherwise, the vast majority of the sidecast is merely used to serve as a lesson for Kiryu to learn, rather than having these individuals act as self-sufficient characters or impact the overall narrative in otherwise distinct ways. There are exceptions, of course, but for the most part, you'll have most of the characters either A. die off screen, B. only appear in a quick shot in a later cinematic, or C. just never be acknowledged or even mentioned again after the part that introduced them concludes. And when you repeat this for 4 individual parts of the narrative, all of which take place in completely different cities, it takes away from the weight these characters could or should carry. In the time it takes for the narrative to introduce all of the unique inhabitants of these new regions, you will have forgotten about the lessons your previously featured protagonists learned from their peers, because there's no post-credit scene showing you return to the cities where you started, so that everything could be brought full circle. Once you leave Nagasaki, it's business as usual in Kamurocho, and that's the way it will be until a certain bucket list segment in Infinite Wealth. Having said all of that, in the case of Kiryu's part of the story, I'm willing to let much of that slide, because the setup it allowed for makes up for the lack of depth with a remarkable kind of spectacle. Against Madarame's wishes, Kiryu doesn't help the Yahata family disband, but instead showcases a side of him we would have seen more prominently if he stayed as the Force chairman for longer than 5 minutes. He acts as a tactician. Kiryu indirectly gives Aoyama an invitation for an old-school Yakuza conflict that also serves as a cunning trap. He gives himself enough time to tie up any loose ends and warn his friends in Nagasaki of the dangers that would ensue, so that this Yakuza business can be dealt with once and for all, in an all-out manner. Even the build-up to this moment is genuinely perfect, but even still, it does not compare to the sheer excitement and spectacle that is the 1 versus 100 fight. This encounter could make for its own video, frankly, as it's dripping with ludonarrative depth, and when fans of Yakuza 5 refer to the highest highs of this game, this encounter is frequently one of them. Aoyama and Watase are standing by the sidelines as Kiryu proclaims that he alone would stop the Tojo clan's misguided plans. As insane as this sounds, no one would dare to interfere, either due to the legendary stature of the Dragon of Dojima, or in an equal manner, Watase's own legacy and influence. To this day, nothing has topped the raw nature of this fight. This is as Yakuza as a set piece could get, a type of scene you'd only hope to see in a classic Yakuza movie with the biggest names in Japanese cinema. While we did have moments akin to this fight in the franchise before, like with the Unnecesary hit in Yakuza 4, or later on in Yakuza 0's story in the 1980s, this was the first time you were fully in control of such action and thriving in the midst of it. All of the pent-up frustration and suppressed violent nature of the always benevolent Kiryu has finally reached the breaking point, and he destroys everything in his path. It's probably why so many people also regard this version of Kiryu as being the canonically strongest, cause he's less of a human here and more of a natural catastrophe wreaking havoc. It's flawless, and yet as satisfying as this fight was, the real payoff is what comes right after it. Kiryu openly admits that he will always be a Yakuza. Try as he might, he can't change that part of him, and all of the experiences in Fukuoka have allowed him to finally accept that. Aoyama is given a coward's death, as that's all he truly deserved, and in classic Ryuga Gotoku fashion, we have a last-minute reveal of a new villain, in this case being none other than Morinaga. one of the people we've bumped into several times during this part of the game. This reveal is great. We knew that a familiar person from the Tojo clan would likely be the traitor Daigo looked for, or that they'd at the very least be tied to said traitor. And the amount of time dedicated to Morinaga and Aizawa was indicative enough that they could be of great importance for the story moving forward. What's more, is that Morinaga apparently killed Aizawa to further the plans of the mysterious group, puppeteering all of these events from behind the scenes. And say what you will about Aizawa at this point in the story, but he didn't deserve to go out like this, which naturally angers Kiryu as well and leads him to getting shot. Thankfully, it's not a fatal injury, and Watase helps him stand his ground. Finally, to conclude this surprising reveal, Morinaga invites us to come to Tokyo and seek out the truth of this whole matter for ourselves. And as if all of that weren't enough, we are then introduced to a chilled out morning after type of conversation between Kiryu and the random Osaka cop who pushed us to intervene with this Tojo vs Omi business. It feels like a regular post-credit scene of sorts, except the sense of familiarity this part of the story had steadily built is then absolutely shattered, as Kiryu hears a radio transmission. The message that it carried was that Goro Majima was dead. You will notice how I've had very little, if any, genuine criticism towards part 1 of the story, and that's because it is arguably the best part of the game. It holds off the perfect amount of info to keep the player in suspense, while revealing enough for the story to flow naturally. And it ended off on the cliffhanger to end all cliffhangers. As far as the mission statement goes, Kiryu's part of the story was masterfully crafted, both gameplay-wise and at this point in the cycle, narrative-wise as well. So it pains me to say that the following segment is where things will take a rather ugly turn. Let's talk about part 2 of the game. Part 2 of Yakuza 5 is easily the least liked segment of the game, both in terms of gameplay and narrative. To properly explain why that's the case, this part of the video will need to be paced as bizarrely as the part of the story it is adapting. I hope you appreciate the meta nature of it all. Indeed, before even delving into the issues inherent to Saejima's characterization in the story, we first need to point out the issues that are inherent to Part 2's pacing as a whole, as they will become emblematic of the pacing issues that will hound Yakuza 5 in its entirety later on. So, let's start off with a quick comparison. During the events of Kiryu's part in the story, we had a predominantly steady escalation of events from beginning to end. We started with an unknown town and a depressed Kiryu, until we eventually concluded with a bombastic fight at the docks with adequate narrative stakes. The grand reveal of Majima's death even resembles a suspenseful ending you'd see in the first act of a traditional play, juxtaposing the peaceful period after the big conflict with a plot point to entice you for the arrival of the upcoming act. Then we are introduced to Saejima's part, which, unlike part 1, starts off with an oddly placed flashback sequence. Now, this new addition could actually work in part 2's favor, assuming it was integrated as part of the 4-chapter structure that each part of the game preceding the finale also technically follows. But instead, this flashback is treated as somewhat of a Chapter 0, as it is mainly there to justify Saejima being in prison during the beginning of Yakuza 5's events. And when Part 2's Chapter 1 actually starts, we're once again in a completely unknown environment, with brand new characters being introduced and drastically different goals being presented for this protagonist to pursue. So, in the end, it appears we're still trying to do the same kind of steady build-up like in Kiryu's part, just longer, meaning that the flashback was just a fake-out that would allow for a pacing mulligan later on, rather than something to help this part positively stand out in its own right. Look, in theory, emulating the structure of Kiryu's part almost wholesale would have been an understandable course of action, if the writers had also taken under consideration the role and place that the part that emulated it would have in the overarching story. But there's the catch. Kiryu's part being slow and methodical made sense both when it was observed on its own and as part of the greater whole, because it did serve as the very beginning of the overarching story. However, such a courtesy can't be extended to Saejima's part, due to the differing placement and the fact that its attempt at a methodical build-up takes significantly longer to materialize or pay off. Without even taking the flashback into account, you will have spent 2 out of the 4 main chapters with Saejima in prison, and 1 whole chapter in the mountains before eventually coming to Tsukimino, which is where the story violently rushes to reach a point where the events we've seen in prison could somehow connect to the greater scheme, forcibly tying all the protagonists together. For the amount of detail present in Part 2 to still be practical in telling a focused, grand story with multiple protagonists, Yakuza 5 would have to be reframed into a completely different style of narrative altogether, more specifically, an anthology-style narrative. If this game tried to tell 5 separate stories that happened independently from one another and merely shared a general theme, the amount of detail in each respective part and their leisure pacing would actually work to the benefit of making each part and major character arc feel believable and adequately developed. But that borders on said journeys being self-sufficient in concluding any lingering character motivations within the confines of the story section that introduced them. If you don't conclude these arcs, then there needs to be a damn good reason for them being left on the back burner for so long until the other parts play out. Think of it like a Chekhov's gun of sorts. If you gave a certain character ample screen time in the critical path, it would infer that said character would play a vital role in the story moving forward. So if the amount of attention isn't comparable to the weight of the role by the end, the character runs the risk of coming off as narrative bloat. For example, the amount of time dedicated to Saejima palling around with his cellmates makes sense within the confines of Part 2 alone. But when you realize the only thing these two do post Part 2 is show up at the finale to stop Baba's split-second attempt at self-erasure, it makes you wonder why all the excess time in prison wasn't used to more adequately flesh out characters that were integral to the central conflict, like for example, Baba himself. If we offer comparable amounts of screen time to each cast member, it means that the addition of any new side character, inconsequential as they may be to the overarching narrative, takes away from the time needed to establish the key players, leading to muddy reasoning and character motivations for everyone involved. With the way they're framed, the roles that much of the sidecast in Yakuza 5 plays could have been given to a single character for each respective protagonist to grow from, and little of value would have been lost. While the individual cities might not have felt as lived in the critical path, it would have been better to have one prominent side character per city with amazing character depth, as opposed to having several of them equate to having surface level depth at best. These games already have entire side stories constructed for nearly every playable protagonist, so there was no reason to have so many new characters present in the main story when a lesser number would have done the trick. And that's the thing, RGG still showed attempts at giving us one special character that could be used as a vehicle for a protagonist's major character arc. For example, Baba in Saejima's part. But that's only wound up magnifying the aforementioned issues with the general treatment of the supporting cast. Plus, even without taking the lack of concise characterization for someone like Baba into account, the arcs that most of Yakuza 5's protagonists go through, and the lessons they learned from this game, are largely do-overs of what we've seen before. With the exception of Shinada, every other protagonist had their respective story arcs largely concluded in the previous Yakuza games, so the only thing 5 could do, by comparison, was either repeat the previous arcs and development pound for pound, or outright create dissonance with the pre-established character writing, and nowhere is that more apparent than with Saejima. Putting aside the perceived quality of his narrative in 5, and the nature of his gameplay segments, the biggest issue behind his inclusion in the game is that it contradicts most of his growth in Yakuza 4. Yes, we need to address this most of all before actually talking about his part in 5's story. His character arc in 4 was fairly straightforward. He wanted to execute the Unnecesary hit so that the Sasai family would rise through the ranks of the Tojo clan. He thought he succeeded and was sent to prison. As it turned out though, he didn't actually kill anyone, as the guns he used were loaded with rubber bullets. This led to a sequence of events when he breaks out of prison after 25 years, readjusts to society, and learns the truth behind the Sasai family's downfall, and the reason behind Majima's absence in the Unnecesary hit. At the end of Yakuza 4, Saejima is welcomed back into the Tojo with his own family to look after, which would surely help the clan get back on their feet after almost collapsing during the events of 4. But as you already know, Saejima goes back to prison in Yakuza 5 when he has no logical reason to do so. I've gone more in depth on this matter in this particular video, but here's an abridged version of it so we're all up to speed. Legally speaking, Saejima is by all accounts a free man. He was originally imprisoned for 25 years for the crime of murder, but because of the documentation that was procured during the events of Yakuza 4, we have evidence that he was innocent of said crime, meaning that he can't return to prison on those grounds. You can argue that he still needs to go back due to the attempted hit on the Unnecesary, but when you take into account the fact that the statute of limitations has already passed, and that he served time in a government black site in the form of the Okinawa Penitentiary, this reasoning doesn't justify him returning to prison either. Okay, so he's legally in the clear, which means his justification for going back is now a moral question. Okay then, let's look at it from that perspective instead. The reasoning that is given for Saejima returning to prison is so that A. he can prevent potential backstabbing from Tojo clan members that could be angry at his sudden promotion in the ranks, and B. so that he can quote-unquote burn himself blacker than ever, that being in reference to him suddenly waxing poetic about burnt tripe. With reason A, we have the issue of Saejima simply going to prison to try and prevent something that could only theoretically happen. If you think that the event that was described is genuinely more likely to happen if Saejima was still in the clan between the events of Yakuza 4 and 5, then let's take a look at the Tojo clan's track record. Some notable backstabby activities within the clan included Nishiki's ascent to power in Yakuza 1, Shindo's MILF quest in Yakuza 2, Hamazaki's under-disabled business in Yakuza 3, Daigo selling out Majima in Yakuza 4, and the list goes on even after the events of Yakuza 5. What's the one thing that 95 of these backstabby events have in common? They all happened in the absence of various Yakuza protagonists. Kiryu's absence in particular was a linchpin for the majority of such events happening, either because he was in prison, shortly out of town, or taking care of his orphanage. What else did all of these backstabbings have in common? They were all resolved once a protagonist, or several of them, came back to the Tojo clan, even for a brief period of time. So to circle back to Saejima's reasoning, he wants to prevent backstabbings from someone within the Tojo clan who would specifically have a problem with him. But Saejima also admits that most of the new recruits in the clan are half-assed people who don't have the guts that the old guard has in the first place. Which begs the question, who among them would even try to openly sabotage or attack Saejima? In the time before his imprisonment, no one made a move, and as soon as he went to prison, for reasons undefined, the backstabbing seemingly commenced. Unlike the events of Yakuza 4, where Saejima's choice of action led to the makings of a personal tragedy, here, he's just being willfully ignorant so that the story has grounds to happen and involve him in the first place. As for reason B, the one regarding becoming burnt tripe, i.e. becoming a true Yakuza, you would think that Saejima spending 25 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, being repeatedly beaten by the warden, and realizing that his actions indirectly led to the collapse of the Sasai family and the death of his own sister would be enough to burn him as black as possible. But none of that apparently counts. He needs to spend an additional 3 years in prison for reasons that were clumsily contrived and, in turn, create a problem for the sake of it. This is character regression at best and one of the worst attempts at a page 1 rewrite at worst. So, now that we've covered all of this, iterative as it may have seemed, it's time to actually go over Saejima's story in Yakuza 5. We open up to a scene where Saejima is enjoying his last meal as a free man along his dear Kyodai, Majima. This interaction is genuinely endearing. Beyond the fact that it further explores their character dynamic, which was already an amazing addition to Yakuza 4's story, it also plays into a prominent theme in Yakuza 5 that is often overlooked: the theme of aging. The Yakuza life is a young man's game, and our boys here aren't as strong and driven as they used to be. This will further be explored with Majima specifically later on, but it plants the seeds for the exploration of underlying personal dilemmas for most of the cast quite well. After all of the protagonists besides Haruka are in their mid-30s to late 40s during this game's events, so it's nice to see these very human insecurities of getting older be portrayed through characters with such a notable legacy behind them. Saejima has also started speaking like a poet after the events of Yakuza 4, with the number of metaphors rivaling a progressive metal concept album. Though most of his examples do fit the problems surrounding the Tojo clan well. The newcomers are too green. They don't understand the weight of the roles they were given in the Japanese underworld and are just in it to make a quick buck. But people like Majima and Saejima can still set a proper example for them to hopefully mitigate that. This conversation even briefly cheers Majima up from his more depressed state that was explored during the quote-unquote PS3 trilogy in particular. Afterwards, Saejima says goodbye to his friends in Kamurocho before meeting up with Majima at the batting cages. And again, the theme of age is brought up, this time being a lot more direct. The usually eager to fight Mad Dog is now taking a backseat and letting his underlings do the fighting. While the idea of fighting the Majima family has already been explored in Yakuza 4, this time it carries more weight than just testing if Saejima quote-unquote still got it. We've heard during Kiryu's part how Majima apparently died, so the conversation he and Saejima share about leaving their stomping grounds without regrets is a lot more emotional. And the added dose of Majima projecting some of his own insecurities about getting weaker onto his Kyodai, while trying to make sure the latter can survive an extra few years in prison, is a great way to end this flashback, before finally starting chapter 1 with Saejima in prison. It turns out he's sharing a cell with 3 other inmates, and they seem to get along quite well. Unfortunately, while this dynamic between all of them further solidifies Saejima's more kind-hearted side, not all of the characters are explored enough to justify their persistent presence in the narrative. 2 of the 3 really only serve as exit strategy tools for the inevitable prison break, at least before the finale, and to serve as occasional info dumps on the prison itself, plus the final cellmate. Speaking of that cellmate, I'm legally obligated to at least once refer to him by his full name, which is...
It's him!
Baba serves a fairly odd and disjointed purpose in this narrative. Initially, we're led to believe that he's a reflection of Saejima's own ambitions and the consequences they led to, as Baba is imprisoned for a murder that would have solidified his family's rise through the ranks. Seeing the number of similarities, Saejima assumes this type of mentor/guardian role towards Baba, akin to what we've seen with Kido in Yakuza 4. In fact, much of what I've just described is a slightly rearranged copy of that game's narrative, and that's evidently the biggest issue with the prison segment. It retreads the same ground, but with less emotional impact. From Saejima making alliances with his cellmates that humanize him, to being tortured by a hateable figure with no features beyond having a punchable face, to refusing to leave the prison until a sudden narrative reveal makes him spring into action, and obviously adding another Yakuza member into the whole mix. It's all been done before, except it was a lot quicker and more to the point in Yakuza 4, as that game's prison segment only took up 1 chapter. So what do we do during Yakuza 5's prison chapters that makes them so different? Well, there's the so-called image training segments, and let me just say, for a game that's so hellbent on using the word Yume in nearly every occasion that vaguely fits it, the fact that this exercise wasn't labeled as a dream game was probably the biggest missed opportunity of this entire entry, especially since you have to deal with this oddity twice. Now, putting aside the meme nature of these segments, this is the type of stuff you would only expect from a random sub-story involving the inner fighter machines, and not something forced into the critical path of a story with 5 protagonists. It serves no narrative purpose beyond getting the cellmates to stay motivated for when they get out of prison. But really, the conversation they shared after the first image training serves that purpose well enough on its own, so they could have cut the second instance altogether. Having to repeat it only diminishes the value of the post-chat that the cellmates had about their personal aspirations and goals. Anyway, after this, we have the whole conspiracy of Baba apparently stabbing one of Kugihara's friends, and if you don't remember the name Kugihara, I envy you thoroughly. The majority of the back and forth that you do during this attempt at an investigative segment is horrendously drawn out, even when you take Baba's heel turn from the end of the part into account, because the only thing this segment succinctly allows for is Saejima beating up this Majima concept art looking wannabe to a pulp, so that we can have our sentence extended and our request for a parole denied. And you know what happens at the end of it all? We go through yet another prison break segment, before Saejima once again goes back to prison at the start of Yakuza 6, so that his absence for the majority of that game would once again be justified. The fact that we'll essentially be right back where we started by the end of this only brings the nature of Saejima's inclusion even further into question, because with the amount of narrative and gameplay repetition, RGG could have easily just sent him to China like they did in Dead Souls, and it would have been a better course of action for his overall development. But we'll put a pin in that for the time, because now we have to deal with a different problem. Saejima learns that he has been expelled from the Tojo clan via a conversation with Kosaka, and soon after, finds out that Majima is dead through a newspaper article. The biggest sticking point about this turn of events is that Saejima's behavior regarding Majima's death is incredibly inconsistent from scene to scene. He starts off being visibly angered at the prospect of his sworn brother dying, but later just switches out to saying, if he died, it was because he was too weak, and constantly keeps flip-flopping between these two extremes, which takes so much away from the bonding moments we've seen at the beginning of this part. Apparently, the Kitakata family from Sapporo was involved with the hit, which means we now have a conveniently timed reason to break out of prison. And since Baba was also conveniently part of the Kitakata family at some point, it gives him a reason to tag along with us. Frankly, we can skip the entirety of the events between this revelation and the duo's eventual arrival at Sapporo, as those only include another round of image training, the prison break itself, and spending time in the mountains so that we can forcefully be introduced to the hunting minigame. All of this lasts a chapter and a half, mind you. As much fun as you may have with these specific gameplay segments on their own, they kill any semblance of pacing that this part of the story may have had at one point, especially when the other side stories were introduced in much more natural ways and didn't overstay their welcome, whether we're talking about Kiryu's driving missions, Haruka's idle jobs, or Shinada's batting minigame. Also, can I just say how weird it is that Saejima of all people is given a hunting minigame? For years, he was plagued by nightmares about killing the people of the Unnecesary, and even if he didn't end their lives himself, his actions still allowed for Katsuragi to pull the trigger. You'd think that the inclusion of a hunting minigame would be used to explore Saejima coming to terms with the trauma of taking a life, and the weight that carries post-Yakuza 4. But no, it's all introduced in such a tone-deaf way with no semblance of emotional struggle. But I'll leave that be for now. After all of the meandering has been dealt with, we finally reach Chapter 4, and get to see Sapporo without the headache-inducing Yume filter from before. Just like in Yakuza 4, Saejima's a wanted man, which naturally makes traversal a lot more cumbersome due to the added policemen patrolling. And while I know how much people love raging out over Tsukimino as a whole, I'll refrain from retreading old ground here. The only thing to note is that the high alert nature of this chapter is a good addition from a lewd narrative perspective, and the main thing dragging it down is that it had to be preceded by the chapter in the mountains, making everything now feel obscenely drawn out. Once you avoid all of the policemen, we have some more downtime at Baba's hideout, and the conversation that ensues, coupled with the dilapidated state of the bar, is another great nod to the concept of time quickly passing us by. Unfortunately, this moment doesn't last for long, and that much-needed one-on-one interaction fleshing these two out is cut short for the sake of another estranged fetch quest. This time, we're aiming to find some Kitakata family members through a secret casino, or through a contrived course of action that would grant us access to said casino. And once we finally gain access, finding some Kitakata family guys literally spilling all of the necessary info about their patriarch's whereabouts, Saejima decides to interrupt them mid-info dump. As a result, we now have to fight them straight away, an act that will coincidentally lead to this family tailing us for the rest of the chapter, leading to even more padding. It would have been one thing if Saejima just failed to be stealthy while obtaining intel, but the fact that he actively causes more trouble for himself while in the midst of enemy territory makes the ever-increasing length of this part all the more infuriating. But at least we learned of a way to speak to the man in charge. The Kitakata Patriarch will be attending the opening ceremony of the Sapporo Snow Festival, which leads to one of the most random transitions for an act of disappearance, cause of course we abducted the mayor by dragging him into a manhole. This part of the story may be all over the place, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me laugh sincerely in moments like this or the Santa Long battle. Anyway, once we're underground, we get another example of Saejima being way too trusting with the person he just met, which is essentially par for the course for him by now. He met the guy whom we generally believe was to blame for Majima's death, asking Saejima to join him alone so that he can reveal Majima's last words to him. Now look, Baba did tell us that Kitakata is apparently a good guy, but even when you're built like Saejima, you don't accept an invitation from a guy you've just kidnapped to go to a secluded place, especially when your new quote-unquote best Kyodai ever for this game explicitly tells you that this could be a trap. Though ultimately, all of this is just an awfully convenient setup that would later allow Baba to distance himself from the conversation, and use the excuse of area surveillance to shoot Kitakata after a mandatory info dump, which will just raise more questions than it will answer in the end. We learn from the info dump that someone is banking on the Tojo clan forming equal alliances across Japan, so that they could take advantage of them, and this should be a big reveal for us. Another piece to add to the bigger puzzle behind Yakuza 5's overall narrative, but because of the way it was presented, and more importantly, cut off, it loses out on the intended impact, as this reveal is undermined by a different form of plot twist right after. As I've said a second ago, Baba was the one who shot Kitakata after surveying the area, and all things considered, this plot twist was genuinely unexpected on a first playthrough. Saejima has this tendency to bring out the positives in most of the people he meets, which included Hamazaki and Kido in Yakuza 4, so the fact that someone fully took advantage of his now overblown trusting persona was a great call. Baba lied about his reasons for being in prison. He was in league with Kugihara to prevent Saejima from getting a parole. He even says it was him and his group of accomplices that are to blame for Majima's death, meaning that Saejima's sworn brother was just used as a pawn to get the necessary pieces for some grand plan in the right place at the right time. But instead of reacting in any meaningful way to any of this, Saejima just stands there, still listening, even encouraging Baba to shoot him while he's held at gunpoint. No tears, no profound speech about trusting the wrong people, just standing there with a default disgruntled protagonist look. And once he eventually speaks up, he just says that Baba is his Kyodai. You will likely disagree with the following statements I will make, but Yakuza 5 turned Saejima into a walking, talking example of the "I can fix him" meme. As much as the course of action preceding this fight desperately tries to portray him as some level-minded, enlightened person that doesn't believe in violence or grudges, this exchange instead renders Saejima to be a bumbling buffoon. The reason why he winds up fighting Baba is so that Baba could find a reason to keep on living. But why? Why would you suddenly feel the need to give someone like this a chance? The only reason why they were prison mates was so that Baba could manipulate him. He may have been conflicted about shooting Saejima here, but he still went with every other order that was given to him by his superiors, which included Saejima being physically tortured in prison by Kugihara. Why should this guy be given the benefit of the doubt on all of this, but not your actual sworn brother, whom you've already tried throwing under the bus, claiming that he brought his death onto himself? Most recently, while Baba was still praising Kitakata as a good guy earlier. Look, Saejima has always had a trusting side, but he was never a complete idiot, at least prior to Yakuza 5. This game is so hell-bent on sanding down any edges that he had left from Yakuza 4 and turning him into a big teddy bear that the community would feel safe with. But the attempt at evolving him into that archetype isn't the real issue. It's the way the writers decided to go about it. Because what we're left with here is barely a believable character. Saejima is reduced to a walking trope we'd seen several times in the franchise, all for the sake of making sure the story of this game went down the author's intended path, even if it made little to no sense for the character involved to go along with it. After the boss fight, Saejima lets Baba go, and like an even bigger buffoon than before, picks up the pistol that laid on the ground to further incriminate himself once the Osaka police officer from Kiryu's part drops by to arrest us. At the end of it all, Saejima's part in Yakuza 5 just tries to replicate the impact that the ending of Part 1 had, by trying to give us another grand reveal, as this time, we're told that it was actually the Tojo clan that killed Majima. It is also reiterated that Morinaga is most likely the traitor within the clan, and that he is likely colluding with Baba behind the scenes, a reveal that will hold increasingly less value as the story progresses. So, with all of that in mind, what was the point of this part? We introduced so many new characters yet barely learned anything new that would make the overall time investment feel warranted. As far as Saejima's personal character development goes, you could have left him out of 5 as a whole, and nothing of value would have been lost, as arguably, the only thing he adds to this game is allowing for some attempts at character development for Majima, but that's a story for much later in the video. In summary, Saejima didn't need to be a protagonist here. Putting aside the pacing of his part as a whole, most of the narrative that concerns him is thematically a one-for-one retread of his story from Yakuza 4, except now he is written to be even more trusting, to the point where he is portrayed as a buffoon that anyone can fool with ease. Again, maybe it's all just an attempt at making him feel even more redeemable in the eyes of the community, considering the weight of his actions in the previous game. But these attempts took away so much from the uniqueness that Saejima's character originally had. The trope of a mean-looking guy that's actually a teddy bear on the inside has been done to death in this series, and as pleasant as it may have been the first time around, after a while, it just turns into a blatant cliché that stands out all the more here due to the series' generally high standard for writing believable characters. Having a character that maintained the premise of a dark Yakuza, a force of nature that only cares about the end results, was something we initially only had with the version of Majima from Yakuza 1, before his underlying character depth was steadily explored with the subsequent titles, and we finally saw his true nature in Yakuza 0. Saejima too had the makings of that dark Yakuza approach in Yakuza 4, and with the legacy he had as a legendary hitman, it could have made for an even darker life story than Majima's. But even though they already humanized him in the previous game to varying degrees of success, the writers just kept pushing in the safe direction until nearly nothing that made him interesting before was left. Regardless of your personal preference towards this character, it's clear that the Saejima from Yakuza 5 onwards is its own entity, that mainly exists due to excessive rewrites mandated by the Sentry. And what about the impact of his part in 5 on the overarching story of the game? Well, while it might have been intended as a brief cooldown period after the action of Kiryu's part, it sadly overstayed its welcome and derailed the pacing that was originally rather succinct. Is this still a story about Kiryu and his aspirations? That remains to be seen once we reach the finale. Until then, let's move on to our next protagonist. Part 3 of Yakuza 5 starts off on an interesting note. It shows us what happened before the conversation that Kiryu and Haruka had in the flashback from part 1 of the story. Kiryu is approached by a lady who wants to take Haruka under her wing and turn her into an outstanding idol. The only catch being that Kiryu basically has to cut all ties with his family at the orphanage, most notably Haruka herself. With the way the scene is framed, it genuinely feels like it's meant to emulate the experience of one's parents getting a divorce and having a long discussion on who would get the kids. And with Haruka listening in on them, it feels very impactful. Now, people have vastly differing opinions on the character that is Mirei Park, the lady leading this scene. But my thoughts on her will have to wait, as regardless of anyone's perception of her intentions or the proposed quality of writing here, the way she communicates her desires and tries to manipulate Kiryu nonetheless comes off as incredibly sloppy. The fact remains that the two of them had a conversation, and that Kiryu wound up leaving as she wanted afterwards. But depending on how effective or believable her arguments in this scene actually were, this could retroactively do damage to Kiryu's character that was so well portrayed in part 1 of the game. Bear in mind, this scene wouldn't have been so problematic had the writers not shown us the conversation to the extent that they did. But because of all the arguments Park had, being laid out very clearly, it brings the validity of the actions that would transpire into question. Park's reasoning for getting Haruka to go with her included Haruka being a diamond in the rough, making Haruka's quote-unquote dream come true, and with regards to the addendum of keeping Kiryu away from his daughter, her last argument was trying to circumvent the danger of newfound fans learning the truth behind Haruka's dark history. All of this relies on the idea that Kiryu is the one thing holding everyone at the orphanage back, which Park aims to make up for with financial stability for the kids. Now, let's look at these assumptions one by one. Haruka being a diamond in the rough is a valid point, as we've already had a guy working in show business point the same thing out back in Yakuza 2. The fact that Park aims to use her as a pawn through which she could vicariously live to make up for her own dreams failing even adds some deceitful nuance to it all, and amplifies the stress of the encounter further, which is a good call. But then we get to the second of Park's statements, making Haruka's dream come true. First of all, there is a number of signs showing that Haruka doesn't want to be an idol. We see this in her being visibly happy once Kiryu initially rejects Park's advances. Furthermore, we're shown that Haruka doesn't even know what her proverbial dream would be at this point in her life, and someone could argue that this would, in theory, mean that Haruka may want to be an idol deep down, but that she hasn't reached that conclusion for herself yet. But there's a glaring flaw in that logic. Again, going back to Yakuza 2, Haruka clearly shows that she isn't interested in such a life, and is angered that Kiryu would ever consider this without even asking her. You could say that personal aspirations change over time, which is true. But then Haruka herself should have had a long conversation with Kiryu and expressed that she would want to try being an idol this time round. But even in the flashback scene between them at the beach, at no point does she say that she wants to be an idol, nor that she wants Kiryu to leave. And if someone were to say that she couldn't bring herself to tell Kiryu that him leaving would be what's best, such intent could have been communicated in so many ways that didn't include her explicitly saying how both she and the kids want Kiryu to stay. Park's final argument regarding overzealous fans digging deep into an idol's history is a solid one in theory, until you realize that the only reason Haruka's history could even be unveiled would come from the act of her becoming an idol in the first place. With the connections Park has in place, it's clear that Haruka was gonna make it to the Princess League regardless, which would have made her a point of interest for the public, more specifically, the paparazzi, like the ones who hounded her in Yakuza 6. Haruka revealing that Kiryu is her father wasn't the only thing that would draw attention to her and cause the problems in the following game. From the moment she entered the competition, taking into account the effect she was shown to have on people all throughout the series, you could have anticipated that she would be a darling of the public and that her life would be heavily dug into because of it. So Haruka being upfront about her past just speeds up the process that would have naturally occurred. You can't buy off every single paparazzi in the world after all. And info regarding an individual's relatives isn't that hard to find, as we've seen in the series with Kiryu's family constantly being threatened. So Park literally shoots herself in the foot with the idea of protecting Haruka's privacy, because it's only put into danger due to Park's own insistence on entering into the idol lifestyle. And to what end? So that the other kids could be financially taken care of? Okay, this could be valid motivation for Kiryu accepting the deal, considering how he mentions that the orphanage is strapped for cash right before leaving. But then, if you'll recall, we've had a similar moment in Yakuza 3, where Haruka herself thought that they were strapped for cash, which was proven to be false, and the question of the orphanage's financial stability wasn't mentioned again until this very moment, which is awfully convenient. And with Kiryu throwing out reason after reason as to why this ordeal would supposedly be a good idea, many of which lack brevity, with even Haruka calling him out for outright lying about his desires for leaving the orphanage, the line he says about them being strapped for cash now comes off as but another throwaway line to justify his feelings of self-pity. They're all risking the status quo for something that, at this point, is just a chance, not a guarantee of financial stability. Park literally says that she will stop supporting the orphanage if Haruka loses in the Princess League, in an exchange that happens early on in Chapter 1. And this is something that should have been evident from the moment she was introduced. At that point, she was just a stranger pretending to know what everyone wants or needs in life upon just meeting them. So for this conversation to actually be the thing that pushes Kiryu over the edge and give in to his self-doubt, in spite of all signs pointing towards it all being a blatant mistake, makes his act of self-sacrifice lose much of its initial meaning, because he has no reason to take what she says at face value. It's not like she gave them some money in advance, nor did Kiryu and Park know each other from way back in the day. All you have to go by here is the word of a heartless businesswoman you've basically just met. This is why this cutscene is so problematic. It's true that Kiryu's past can be a problem for the kids moving forward, but the way this was utilized to try and justify Haruka's idol career is riddled with holes that could have been circumvented in so many ways, as was described here. Again, if they were so adamant on making her an idol, they could have had Haruka herself say that this was her dream, or that she felt a responsibility to take care of her family just like Kiryu does, instead of simply having her do it because that's what she believes other people would want from her. You could have shown an argument between Haruka and Kiryu over the future she could lead, resulting Kiryu stepping away and wallowing in despair, as was shown in Part 1. You could have had him questioning his role in life after his kids seemingly didn't need him anymore. Any of these suggestions would have made their impact of reconnecting in the finale feel that much more meaningful. But instead, we're writing Kiryu to be a fool here, just so that the story could happen. And the reason it comes off in such a way is due to the amount of detail that was shown within this exchange, contradicting the believability and logic of the outcome. There are times where an omission of details is actually good for a story in the long run, and this, unlike many other moments in Yakuza 5, was genuinely a sequence that would have benefited from it. Are the pieces to a great narrative setup there? Yes, but they're utilized incredibly poorly. Ultimately, it's the aftermath of this exchange that has Haruka trying her best to make the most out of an otherwise grim situation. Though this doesn't explain why she wouldn't even remotely resent the person who indirectly took her father figure away from her. And for anyone saying that that way of acting would have been ridiculous for who Haruka really is, just remember the scenes with Hamazaki in Yakuza 4 or Mine in Yakuza 3. In Yakuza 5, she's just written to be innocent to a fault, and those are the cards that we've been dealt. Will this setup make for a poignant message about the importance of family and the horrors of the idol industry? Yes, but it shouldn't have come as a result of convenience-induced character inconsistencies. Now, once we're introduced to the actual Part 3 of the story, even its narrative alone feels greatly distinct from Kiryu's and Saejima's parts of the game. We've seen the ins and outs of the Japanese nightlife through partaking in cabaret activities, but we haven't seen the nature of the idol industry being presented so up close and personal. We have people treating Haruka as an object of desire, not a person. We even see Park herself seemingly treat everyone around her as disposable, including the very dance instructor and talent whose success she is dependent on. The writers really hammer home the idea of Park not caring about anything but the business side of things, which at first makes her a great antagonistic figure for the players to detest. Though one could argue that with the way her character evolves later on, perhaps the writers went a bit too far in painting her as a quote-unquote villain here, hence why so much of the community still hates her on principle. Personally, I feel that Park's framing here is still adequate. If nothing else, then to keep Haruka motivated throughout the chapter and steadily build tension for the remainder of Part 3's story. Having said that, it's not like this part of the story would have lacked tension to begin with. Between attending the handshake events, constantly practicing, and Haruka being tripped up by her rivals to make her look bad ahead of the Princess League dance-offs, Yakuza 5 really does a great job at portraying just how discomforting the idol lifestyle can actually be. The fact that Haruka can remain so goal-driven in spite of all of that says a lot about the weight of her conviction, to the point where you can't help but feel proud of the similarities she shares with Kiryu's benevolent character, even when the two are this far apart. Haruka even invites her aforementioned rivals, the duo called T-Set, to come visit her in Okinawa down the line. Now, as you may have expected, once the time for the first round of the competition comes around, Haruka wipes the floor with T-Set, and it is after this point that the story will take a bit of an unexpected turn, with a unique new character dynamic to explore. So, this feels like the right time to talk about Mirei Park's overall character writing in more detail. Much like many characters we're initially meant to see as villains in the series, Park herself is a victim of circumstances beyond her control. She was abused by her biological parents and stated how she didn't know what it felt like to be loved until she saw the love given to the idols shown on TV. It was through her becoming enamored with that apparent outpouring of positive emotions that she ironically wound up idolizing the idol lifestyle itself and personally sought it out. Now, at this point, we don't know what exactly happened with her attempts of becoming an idol, but we can at least infer that she knew how dark it could all wind up being. And if she was aware of the industry's reality, you'd think that she wouldn't wish that onto a person she truly cared for. But this is where things get interesting. See, there's a moment where Park talks to Horie after the first round of the Princess League, where she reprimands him for letting Haruka get tripped up by T-Set before the dance-off. Her anger wasn't specifically caused by Haruka leaving a bad impression on a person of interest, but rather, it's because Park wanted to hide the dark side of the idol lifestyle from Haruka, so that she might actually enjoy it in retrospect. Most players can definitely label this as a fool's errand, or see it as Park deluding herself how maybe the lifestyle would be kind to someone who wasn't as unlucky as she was. But the fact that she's at least trying to protect that youthful innocence that Haruka exhibits, something that no doubt reminds Park of her own aspirations, goes a long way in slowly distancing her from being a quote-unquote failed parental figure we're led to believe in. You know, the type that wants their kids to be great at sports because the parents themselves could never do it, and so they push their kids too far just so that goal is still reached. Here, Park is already shown to prioritize Haruka's well-being in some capacity, even though she tells everyone around her that succeeding in the competition is the most important thing of all. While none of this excuses putting Haruka in danger by exposing her to this lifestyle in the first place, at the very least, this slowly adds nuance to her initially one-note character. We're even shown moments of what can either be interpreted as self-hatred or perhaps a show of boundless tenacity, seen in how she's outright provoking Ogita into hitting her during their altercation. Even without the added context of her past as an idol, she comes off as a person that will genuinely do anything to fulfill her goal and make her vision of the world a reality, even if she has to suffer immensely to see it through. If there is even the slightest chance that Haruka could truly subvert the horrors of the idol lifestyle, then sticking by someone as strong-willed as Park would likely be your best bet at achieving it. And now that we've covered all of this, we finally reach an incredibly important moment for Haruka's own development. On the surface, this scene just has Park doing Haruka's makeup for her, so that she can leave a better impression on an important person for the Princess League. But then, you remember something. Haruka spent most of her formative years without her mother. You'll recall how Yumi tragically died during the events of the original Yakuza. And while we've seen how that death has weighed on, for example, Kiryu, through the flashbacks in Yakuza 2, we haven't really seen Haruka process her mother's passing after the first game. Even though she was rather young at that point, losing a parent is bound to affect you. So seeing her bond with Park over something like learning to do makeup, while it is a very on-the-nose thing to associate with the concept of femininity, it does serve as an interesting way of getting Haruka to communicate what it's been like to grow up without a maternal figure. Now, don't get me wrong, Kiryu is a sweetheart, and the amount of care he has shown in raising both Haruka and all the other kids at the orphanage is genuinely heartwarming, especially when you remember that he himself was an orphan. But the experience you have when you're being raised by a single person versus being raised by two or more is bound to be different. There are things that Haruka simply hasn't experienced in her life up to now, so the fact she gets to experience them now, despite the horrible circumstances surrounding the idol lifestyle, is at the very least making the most of the situation, like it was alluded to before. Which then led to a bunch of your usual idol activities, so the moments of narrative development, which are spliced in between them, make it feel like you yourself are currently doing an aimless 9-to-5 job, and once your proverbial shift is done, you're rewarded with some meaningful conversations with the people around you, coupled with some deserved downtime. Dare I say, it actually makes me feel immersed in what being an idol would really feel like. And considering the amount of discomfort I've felt while playing through things like the handshake event, or seeing the hints at the perverse extremes some of Haruka's fans could go to in trying to show adoration for her, I'd say RGG did a horrifyingly good job at getting the point across. Essentially, the lack of combat in the Haruka-centric chapters didn't faze me at all, nor did it lead to this part feeling like a visual novel of sorts. It was just replacing the excitement from fighting bosses, for example, with the dread from seeing the dark side of the idol world. One intense emotion being exchanged for another, which I really didn't expect when I first played through Yakuza 5, but admire nonetheless. Anyway, we eventually wind up at a spot in the story where Haruka has the idea of buying a gift for Park, in the form of a brooch, only to be met by her two bitter rivals. As if you didn't hate them before, T-Set really goes out of their way to talk smack on Park, and even Haruka herself. Now, the way they are put in place once Park actually shows up is immensely satisfying, don't get me wrong. But seeing Haruka's reaction towards their bullying here is an example of something I wanted to address for a really long time. You'll recall how I mentioned back during Saejima's part, how this game felt like he was doing a page 1 rewrite to his pre-existing character. Well, I believe a similar thing was done with Haruka, but much earlier on in the series. So, allow me to take a minute and talk about a certain missed opportunity. Once I realized just how messed up the idol industry could be, I couldn't help but wonder how Haruka would have adapted to the events of this game had she acted more in line with how her character used to be. To be more precise, I'm referring to her original portrayal as a street-smart kid back during the events of Yakuza 1. She spent much of her time in one of the most dangerous districts in all of Japan, which, weirdly enough, led to her picking up on a bizarre set of skills from her experiences there. For example, learning how to read people and be good at gambling games, as was shown during the rounds of Chohan that were played. Then, that was the time she put Kiryu and Date in an awkward spot by asking them about soul plans. Apparently, she knew about them already, but wanted to have a laugh with the grown-ups as they tried their hardest to tone down such a concept for a kid. And then there was the moment where she quickly came up with an excuse about Kiryu being her dad, so that the police officer that interrupted their search for Yumi would finally back off. There's a bunch of moments like that show Haruka to be fairly perceptive and adept at reading social cues, even at such a young age. This is a side of her character that was even shown in Yakuza 2, though to a lesser extent. But then you get to Yakuza 3 and things take an unfortunate turn. She's suddenly relegated to acting like someone who is easily fooled and winds up partaking in a shady business while trying to make money for her family. I've seen people say that this was completely in tune with her original characterization, as she clearly cares for the kids at the orphanage, and only helps these crooks out of a perceived necessity. But there's a number of problems with that notion. First off, the fact that she seems none the wiser that the envelope she's handing out holds something illegal in nature. That's literally how she's framed when talking about the business with these two schmucks. The fact that she even has to ask if what she's doing is illegal when scams like this were shown to be a dime a dozen in Kamurocho, especially in Yakuza 1, is proof of that. There's a difference between having a gut feeling you're doing something wrong, therefore hiding it or questioning if it's a good idea, versus knowing full well what you're doing is wrong and deciding to do it regardless. The choice of words in these scenes and the way this problem evolves makes it seem like this was all a case of the former premise. It's like Haruka was just scammed without realizing it, while trying to do something good for her family. And if you happen to look at it from that perspective, you could say, well, she's finally acting like a kid her age. And you know what? Fair point. But remember that this is supposed to be the same kid that figured out a dealer was cheating at a dice game a few years back. Even if you disagree with the reading of the situation, it's evident how the version of Haruka from Yakuza 3 onwards barely has any of that early cheekiness, or being one step ahead of people thanks to what she experienced in Kamurocho. She's just a regular kid now. Granted, this means that her story in Yakuza 5 can now be seen as the struggle of an average person trying to remain as they are in the midst of an environment that was known to ruin people. But imagine if her old behavioral patterns were still here. If Haruka was toying around with T-Set and having all of their attempted pranks fire back at them, thanks to her having grown up in a place like Kamurocho. Haruka could have been the one to put these two twats in their place, as opposed to having Park help her out of these arguments. To clarify, this is not something that Yakuza 5 is to blame for, but it is something that I wanted to point out, because it would have made this part of the story even more impactful than it is, by calling back to the character's roots. Anyway, let's get back to Park humiliating whiny idols. The point she raises about T-Set's insecurity, and how she's calling them out with such precision is obviously a joy to behold. Yet the scenes that came afterwards were somehow even better by comparison. Seeing Park's reaction to Haruka's gift, seeing the two of them at the arcade together, most of all, the scene of them seeing a mom and her daughter happily walk around Sotenbori only for these two to follow in their lead. It's moments like these that make everything that preceded this point almost feel like it didn't matter in the long run. I may have said this before, but that's one of the things that this game does best. Even if the build-up is shaky, hell, even if it's downright horrible, the moments that come from said build-ups can really hit that perfect spot emotionally, and stay well ingrained in your memory. It's an approach that was present in both some key points of the narrative, as well as many of the boss fights. So even if I may call out the numerous times when this game's execution may have stumbled, you gotta give it credit when it successfully sticks the landing. I'd argue that for many people who played this game, seeing Haruka and Park bonding, coupled with the reveal of Park's backstory, really made up for the antagonistic role that was placed on her early on, especially with how her backstory relates to a certain fan-favorite character. At this point, Majima's life was still quite a mystery to us, and after the weight of the reveals we've seen in Yakuza 4, and how he wound up losing his eye, I really didn't expect the writers to follow that up with a story that was equally tragic, but for different reasons. Apparently, Park and Majima were married at one point. They were even expecting a baby together, and what would come about from that reveal would for some people irreparably change their view on both of these characters. The fact that Park decided to abort the baby, and that Majima wound up lashing out by hitting her, are really dark topics to discuss, even for a series like this that's hardly a stranger to openly presenting things as they are. While it's painful to hear, arguments like this sadly do happen, and having them be tied to two characters that the community harbors strong emotions towards, positive or negative, definitely leaves an impact. I appreciate that the team didn't try to tiptoe around this, or try to frame either character as being quote-unquote right. Fan discourse has certainly led to arguments that would imply otherwise, but to me, that was never the point of the scene. On the one hand, we're shown a character who is incredibly confident and strong-willed, feeling comfortable enough to share something this personal, show herself at her most vulnerable to a girl whom she'd only met a few months ago. On the other hand, we're reminded that even our favorite characters are inherently flawed, and that they're not exempt from ever committing abhorrent misdeeds. Whatever the case may be, people, by design, are flawed, but that doesn't mean that they can't try their best to be seen as perfect in someone else's eyes. Because of this, I'd argue that Park's real dream had already come true in some way the moment she met Haruka. What came after that was just us, the audience, seeing it be laid bare. Even if Haruka hadn't won the Princess League, even if she hadn't held the concert at the Tokyo Dome in the end, the moments that these two shared, regardless of the events that led up to them, gave them both some form of closure. It gave them a glimpse at what they could have had if their lives were different, and while you may wonder if they would have been better off had they made a few different choices along the way, there is something undeniably beautiful about a simple moment like this one, and Park giving her most prized possession to the person who for a brief moment once again made her feel loved, like she always dreamed of. Even when looking at this from the perspective of Park's relationship with Majima, the fact that there is seemingly no resentment between them, the fact that they accepted everything that happened without shifting blame to or from either of them, does feel like the closure that they both needed. By the end, despite certain narrative repetitions or even character regressions, the events of Part 3 led to a sense of completion being found, like the end of a very specific cycle. And I want you to remember this feeling, because I'm afraid that beyond this point, the story will get even sadder for almost everyone involved. The way that Chapter 2 of Haruka's part ends is as impactful as the ending of Kiryu's part, and seeing the brooch that was gifted to Park not long ago remain in the distance, as Haruka sees another person she cared for vanish, will just leave you feeling empty. Even if you still feel that Park wasn't redeemed for the actions she took in taking Haruka away from Kiryu, at the very least, you will feel for Haruka because she lost yet another person that was clearly important to her in the end. Now, while this is a perfect cutoff point, like the one we've seen at the end of Kiryu's part, it also serves as another case of a nigh impossible lead-up. With how dark this part of the story had gotten to be, you would really need a special character to get the players excited enough and happy enough to continue going through the story. Someone that would make you feel like you're back at 100%, and like the real joy of Yakuza 5 had only just begun. We all know where this is going, so let's talk about the glorious lifeline of Kamurocho. This series definitely has many fan favorites, but Akiyama has always been his own beast. Even RGG themselves were having too much fun while writing him, to the point where he derailed the initial trajectory for the story of Yakuza 4. Now, as far as his inclusion in Yakuza 5 goes, it is a tricky one to talk about. Not necessarily bad, but tricky, for a number of reasons. Considering the fanfare he received in Yakuza 4, and the premise of the mainline follow-up having multiple protagonists, it was a no-brainer that Akiyama would return. However, he already had a fairly conclusive story arc in 4, which meant that any further inclusions of him could wind up playing out much like his moneylending sub-stories. The issue with that is that the onus of those stories is on the client achieving their dream, and Akiyama just being there to witness it, which would, oddly enough, frame him as more of a side character than a proper protagonist. What I'm getting at is that we don't really have as much solid justification for Akiyama being playable in Yakuza 5. Don't get me wrong, I love the fact that he is playable, but it seems like the main thing this brought to the table in hindsight was another chance for the writers to include even more characters that would be written off later in the game, thus further prolonging an already lengthy narrative. This wouldn't even be as much of an issue if this was the last batch of characters that were introduced before we started tying things together in the finale. But we still have 4 chapters with Shinada to go through and another 5 chapters in the actual finale. To add to all of this, there's the issue of Akiyama in this game basically being treated like the theme of Yume itself. He's used as an element trying to hold all of the disparate pieces together. Him having lent money to Park justifies his inclusion in the story, even though his role is far less personal than the one in Yakuza 4. He also winds up saving Haruka on 2 occasions. Hell, he's even the main reason why Shinada winds up meeting the other protagonists and joining them for the big blowout in Kamurocho. And yet, none of these events really required him to be a protagonist here. Had he been included as a prominent side character, his involvement could have actually helped cut out some needless narrative fluff, and would have been the perfect choice in helping progress a truly Kiryu-centric story. But if you set Akiyama into one of the protagonist chairs, you need to hold him to the same standard as the rest. With how this game tries to irreparably change the trajectory of every other protagonist's life, and thus impact the way they'd be written for the rest of the series, this unfortunately makes Akiyama's role in 5 really stick out, as he starts and ends his story with no discernible personal growth or change by comparison, even though the potential for that was clearly present. Now, in theory, a protagonist doesn't need to undergo a critical character arc in each and every game that features them. In fact, a bit of casual downtime is frequently encouraged, which is why a story like that of Dead Souls can be seen as an interesting filler episode for everyone involved, so to speak. But for a game that already has too many pieces to juggle, to include another protagonist, and without an arc that would be called back to in his subsequent appearances, it renders Akiyama's involvement here inconsequential for his own long-term development. It turns a cool fan-favorite character into but another cog in the machine that is this game, and frankly, he deserves much better than that. This isn't to say that his actions in 5 don't yield some gems, as the final fight in Kamurocho where he defends his city is a genuine highlight for this entry. But can you imagine how amazing such a concept would have been if it didn't need to be a part of an over-ambitious ploy spanning 5 cities? With a game like Gaiden showing us the potential of short, impactful stories, it makes me wish that RGG didn't just forcefully include Akiyama in some of these instances if his involvement wouldn't benefit him in the long run. But hey, that's the price of being a fan-favorite character. So let's move on from the preamble and on to the play-by-play of the chapters he leads. Once we finally start his story proper, we're left with a question. Chapter 3 begins with Akiyama opening a new branch of Sky Finance in Sotenbori. And you'd think, oh yeah, that makes sense, because business must be booming. But then there's a minute issue to consider. Remember the ending of Yakuza 4 when all of his money flew away? How is he financing this new branch? Now, there's a bunch of ways the team could write themselves out of this issue, but I don't think it was ever addressed just how Akiyama got rich again after the last mainline entry. One could infer that Akiyama simply had a bit of money that he put aside, and then used his knowledge of investments to earn back his fortune, like he did after Yakuza 1's Millennium Tower incident gave him the starting capital. But then, as viable as this explanation would be, Especially with how the Yakuza timeline tends to mirror the release schedule of the games themselves, we need to consider how it was explicitly stated in Yakuza 4 that all of Akiyama's money was used to lure out the final bosses of that game, and financing a new branch is no small feat, even if he did have a bit of money left over. Nitpicking aside, even if RGG genuinely didn't explain his return to financial prosperity, this is far from being the most outrageous oddity that we'll simply roll with in this game, so we can just move on to the fun stuff. First off, Akiyama's interactions with Hana are as charming as they've ever been. The new branch they've been working hard at building looks basically as you'd imagine from a project that has Akiyama at the helm. And to top it all off, the Omi Alliance came by to give him a classic welcome to the neighborhood. Even when he's not trying, Akiyama still gets dragged into Yakuza scuffles in the end. Makes sense why he and Kiryu would become friends so quickly. Now, this Omi intrusion is basically the perfect way to get people back into the swing of things, as speaking from personal experience, I'd kind of forgotten that I was actually playing a Yakuza game, with how involved I was in the rhythm-based gameplay from the previous chapters. I'd imagined that it would have taken me even longer to readjust had Haruka's part lasted a full 4 chapters, which is usually the norm here. Shockingly enough, Akiyama's introduction being a bit of a shock to your system, both with the Omi Alliance trying to shake you down, and then Akiyama getting the call about what happened to Park, ultimately turned out as a great choice for the current pace of the story and the gameplay. All things considered, the way he shares his part with Haruka even allowed the team to explore a different approach to constructing a story segment that feels cohesive. The following chapters will take the form of a proper private investigation, with these two acting as our ace detective stand-ins, and this is something that I genuinely adore. While Akiyama may have had instances where he'd misread people's intentions, a tendency that has come back to bite him in the past, his reading on who Mirei Park really was is spot on. Apparently, she left a note before taking her life, but all of that was at odds with how Akiyama, and even we the players, had seen Park to be. So uncovering the truth behind this tragedy makes you feel as if you're analyzing all the clues alongside the protagonists, like a logical evolution of the Murder at Cafe Alps sub-story in Yakuza 3. It's a brilliant way of setting a unique tone for the remainder of this part. After learning that the money Akiyama lent to Park went mysteriously missing, and learning that the last person to see her alive was the new talent at Dynachair, a person that is conveniently not directly name-dropped in front of Akiyama, we're led to an interesting chance encounter. Sadly, this means we're also met with an issue akin to the one regarding Akiyama's wealth. Apparently, he and Haruka already knew each other prior to this meeting, but we didn't see that happen in Yakuza 4. Not including Kiryu, the only other protagonist from that game to have met Haruka was Saejima, and I think we'd all rather forget how that thing turned out. But Akiyama and Tanimura were never shown interacting with her in the main story. To be fair, it's not too far-fetched that Kiryu brought Haruka to New Serena after the whole Munakata business blew over and had her meet the other heroes of that story. She was even seen at the Tojo HQ in the post-credit scene, meaning that she didn't just wait around in Okinawa all the time, so even a simple throwaway line here could have contextualized how Akiyama and Haruka would directly know each other. Something like him saying, "Man, I haven't seen you and Kiryu since we all went out for food," to celebrate Saejima's inauguration of sorts. Again, I could just be forgetting about a supposed meeting in 4, but considering how Akiyama has to explain that he runs Sky Finance to her, I doubt that's the case. But if I'm wrong, feel free to let me know. Back to the meeting at hand, apparently Park got a whopping 300 million yen from our boy, and the further this conversation progresses, the more does it become clear that the up-to-now crestfallen Haruka would quickly get her motivation back. It's all done in a manner that doesn't feel like she's flip-flopping between extreme emotions for no reason, cause it makes sense why she would seek out the truth behind Park's passing, especially with how their final moments together played out. Hell, Haruka's confidence here even reminds me a bit of her old personality I mentioned earlier in the script. It looks like things are finally looking up. From this point on, the chapter progresses pretty evenly, with Akiyama even having a hilarious reunion with Saigo. But where things get really interesting is when our detective duo searches Park's office. I failed to mention this earlier, but we've actually learned that Park was ambidextrous, and with her having injured her right arm after the altercation with the dance instructor Ogita, she switched to using her left arm. This is crucial information, seeing as that event should have definitely impacted her handwriting, meaning that our doubts about her final note being a forgery could easily be affirmed. So our duo searched her office to find something she'd recently written by hand, and in turn, they happened upon a proverbial gold mine. The pen that was given to Haruka was the key to opening the safe in the office, wherein they found an account book and a letter from Park's, at this point, still unknown ex. I realize I already spoiled who it was from, but the letter itself will be of utmost importance later on, so do keep it in mind. We're then thrust into two boss fights with the subtlety of a fire extinguisher to the skull. The first being Ogita, and the other being this UB-looking lump of frowns, whom we later find out is named Kanai. They attempted to eliminate Horie in the same way they did Park, so it's up to Akiyama to stop them, something that conveniently sets them up as two minor antagonists for us to chase in the following chapter as well. While all of this may seem like a hectic turn of events with the way I narrated it, rest assured, the pacing here is exactly as it should be. I feel the need to point this out right now cause up to this point, Part 3 of Yakuza 5 was generally really good with how it revealed crucial information and escalated the tension, much like Part 1 did before. Regretfully, this will be subject to change once we get to Chapter 4. This is where we'll finally notice the domino effects of including Akiyama halfway through what was initially Haruka's part, cause this is the point where the story vehemently tries to progress both Haruka's and Akiyama's respective arcs, to a state where they'll both need to travel to Tokyo for the finale. Essentially, trying to end on the same note as the previous two story parts had done, and while that is understandable in concept, it results in this part feeling too long by the merits of what it's constructed to be, but at the same time, feeling too short to fully accommodate both of the protagonists that were featured, overall being 1 hour longer than a part's average runtime. From here, until the end of Part 3, the story will switch between Haruka and Akiyama multiple times, so for the purposes of making this analysis a bit easier to follow, we'll first go over Haruka's involvement. The Princess League progresses as you would have expected, with Haruka winning the subsequent dance-off and the tension slowly building throughout. We even have an under-the-table agreement being reached between Haruka and the manager of T-Set, where if Haruka wins, the rival agency will leave her and Dynachair alone, but should she lose, she'd have to join her rivals. This may seem like an unnecessary stake, but at this point there was no chance that Haruka would genuinely lose the Princess League. Even if you put all her hard work to the side, we've already learned that Park was so confident that Haruka would win that she already used all of Akiyama's money to finance a big debut concert at the Japan Dome. So if there was any doubt left in Haruka's mind whether or not she would truly be up for this, from here on out, there was no reason for her to second-guess herself anymore. She was going to win the Princess League and have the concert at the Dome to honor Park's dying wish. One could argue that this also makes up for the sacrifices that countless people have made to get her here, most notably someone like Kiryu, so it's strange how Haruka doesn't mention him or the rest of her family at the orphanage, even in an indirect manner, while communicating the strength of her resolve here. Though there will be another opportunity for it later on, so let's put a pin in that for now. After Haruka actually wins the league, we're met with a rather forced attempt at making amends between her and T-Set. Objectively, all of the stuff that they've said, and the humiliation they brought upon both Haruka and everyone at Dynachair, this sudden, hey, you're pretty good type of exchange really doesn't make up for the problems they've caused, regardless of how hard the game tries to claim otherwise. There are rare instances where the writers attempted to humanize T-Set by a bit, like with Azusa trying to help Haruka while she was being hounded by some creep at one point, meaning that we're likely meant to write every misdeed of theirs off as quote-unquote just business, like it was all just some good old competition and now that the Princess League was done, that they could be best buddies all of a sudden. Well, with the way they've been framed for the majority of the story up to now, and how Haruka is all of a sudden back to her eternally forgiving persona from the more recent games, none of this feels earned nor natural. Really, the scene is only there so that we could have a big collab concert at the Japan Dome with them, and to indirectly frame the entirety of this rival agency as actually being the good guys all along, but at least as far as T-Set's involvement in all of this goes, it's too little, too late. Now, considering that the very end of Part 3 of the game had Haruka and Akiyama appearing in tandem, we now need to explain everything that happened on Akiyama's end, and unlike the contrivance with T-Set, his involvement here was handled with a lot more finesse. One thing I didn't expect was how well the story would connect the events of the Princess League to the overarching Yakuza dispute that was being built since the beginning of the story. It may seem like a bit of an, yes, of course the Yakuza were behind this too type of reveal, but when you consider how dark the behind-the-scenes events of the idol industry can be, and how much money is involved, it would actually be weirder if the Yakuza weren't involved in some capacity. And the thing that really drives this concept home is the meeting between Akiyama and the mysterious head of Haruka's rival agency, Osaka Talent. This is where we're introduced to Katsuya Naoki, a genuine standout among the cast of Yakuza 5. Granted, most people will generally remember him for the "you're a far better actor than you give yourself credit for" quote from Akiyama, and the fact that this dude was doing push-ups butt naked. But let's put the memes aside for the time. Katsuya fits the mantle of a traditional Yakuza really well. He has a classy businessman persona, he doesn't like to waste time on pointless chit-chat, and will later be seen as someone who'll only use force if necessary to keep his underlings in check. While we do know something is up with Katsuya, thanks to the investigation we led preceding his meeting with Akiyama, if you look at this conversation on its own, much of Katsuya's reasoning for his innocence, in the case of Park's death, genuinely seems believable. As a businessman in the idol industry, it's a lot more beneficial for him to have a proper rival in the form of Dynachair, because that results in more publicity all around, as people love reading about behind-the-scenes drama, even if it is manufactured. In terms of his involvement in Park's death specifically, him giving Akiyama some proverbial hush money really can be seen as just a case of stomping out a spark before it gets worse. It's how a businessman in his position would handle a threat, and once we find out that Katsuya is actually a prominent member of the Omi Alliance, all of these business philosophies lend credence to him being a commendable Yakuza patriarch too, without needing to reiterate on these points of reference post his Omi reveal. He's a classic example of being hidden in plain sight, and that premise is communicated adequately. Now, after Akiyama learns very little concrete info from his conversation with Katsuya, we're met with an incredibly unnecessary assball. Remember our good old friend Osaka Cop? He's here too, and much to my dismay, we'll need to passingly address him yet again. Okay, I will now start by calling him by his very real and legitimate name, which is Serizawa. Well, we could excuse him appearing in both Kiryu's and Saejima's parts, considering how openly the two of them were connected to the big Yakuza conflict that is currently brewing. Serizawa's involvement here is where this character stops being even remotely intriguing, as it becomes blatantly obvious that he is directly involved with the actual Yakuza. It's not like the game is even trying to hide it at this point, because not only does Akiyama clearly doubt his credentials, but Serizawa is literally only here to get the story moving forward. After his forced info dump, Akiyama is yet again ambushed by some Omi Alliance members, and we're pointed towards Osaka Enterprises, the shady company supposedly pulling the strings behind Katsuya's idol agency. Now, I know that this is about the 17,000th time that I'm saying this particular line in the video, but in terms of Serizawa, we'll talk about him more in depth at a later point in the video. I realize I'm putting off the inevitable, and that ideally, this video analysis would have been easier to follow if its structure was character-focused as opposed to event-focused, but if you want to address the poor pacing of a game's story, you'll want to dissect it on the game's terms. And in the case of Yakuza 5, it likes to pop certain characters in and out of its events to keep them in the player's minds, which sadly in the case of Serizawa also counteracts any intended credibility the character needs to carry. Also, if this Deus Ex Gotoku involvement wasn't enough of an issue, Serizawa's return also marks the beginning of the sequence of info dumps that will be used to rush this part to the finish line even faster. Anyway, once we get to the supposed HQ of Osaka Enterprises, we have a classic Yakuza long battle, where we come across both Ogita and Kanai, fittingly enough. Ogita is literally just used to tell us that he killed Park because of a personal grudge, coupled with him being in hot water with the Omi Alliance. Essentially, the end goal was to find the letter that Park got from her still technically mysterious ex, the one that the Omi Alliance is looking for. After the info dump, Ogita is reduced to cannon fodder, which makes sense because he was nothing more than a minor antagonist. Though I will say, the way that they handled his death was a bit out there. It definitely paints Kanai as a terrifying figure, even more so than his physical resistance to anyone's attacks would do, but it also puts into perspective just how dark Yakuza 5 can get, which isn't something I see discussed all that frequently, considering the usual optimism and yumeism this title is remembered for. As it would appear, the whole long battle was just a diversion for Kanai and his men to abduct Haruka, so that they could find Park's letter. And the hectic speed with which this crucial info is being revealed eventually reaches a crescendo, with Katsuya stepping in to save Haruka from his own underlings. Okay, number 1. Effective character building with minimal screen time. Number 2. We officially find out that Majima is the one who sent the letter to Mirei. And number 3. To tie into Saejima's thoughts on his Kyodai still being alive, we have yet another character deducing that Majima is likely still alive. While it's clear that Katsuya isn't on our side, so to speak, at least we know that he isn't just a senseless lunatic like some of the other antagonists we've seen thus far. Hell, with the way he is portrayed, and the precedent Yakuza 4 set with each protagonist having to fight their own final boss at the end, you'd think that Katsuya would be yet another top contender for such a role, along with Watase from Part 1. This display also marks the point of convergence for Haruka's and Akiyama's halves of the story, so we can thankfully move on with the immediate story and bring this part to a steady close. Katsuya gets Haruka to meet him one-on-one, in an actual example of a "it's just business" type of communication. He doesn't have a deeply seated grudge, he just needs the letter, and uses all the information at his disposal to get Haruka to agree to that without any unnecessary trouble being raised. A very calm display that I greatly appreciate. And we all know what that means. Time for the last boss of Part 3, and the man of the hour is not whom you'd imagine to find here. Kanai, being Kanai, goes behind his boss's back and tries to take the letter by force, something that is thankfully interrupted by Akiyama, as he figured out something was off about Haruka a few moments ago. Our heroes emerge victorious, proclaiming that the dream is alive and heading off to Kamurocho, both for the concert at the Dome and for Haruka to meet Majima in accordance with Park's wishes. On the villain's side, on the other hand, we see Katsuya, the usually calm and reasonable businessman, acting like a classic Yakuza with a classic display of power. We even have a bold proclamation of loyalty to the still unknown chairman of the Omi Alliance, and the part officially concludes with a simple yet sincere message being conveyed to Park through Majima's letter. Compared to the ending of Part 2, this is a massive improvement. While the pacing was admittedly stumbling over itself for the majority of the last chapter, all in all, Part 3 miraculously stuck the landing for the most part. Now, honestly, we could have just as easily jumped from this point in the story straight to the finale, and slowly started connecting the threads from Kiryu's and Saejima's narrative with Haruka's and Akiyama's. But obviously, this won't be the case, because this is Yakuza 5, which means we have one more fan-favorite character and unique setting to introduce. We're almost to the finale, folks, so let's finally go to Part 4 of the story. Similarly to Akiyama, Shinada has an incredibly dedicated following in the community, and deservedly so. His arc in Yakuza 5 was incredibly impactful, as we'll soon discuss, which in part led to fans clamoring for a return of Shinada, if not through a dedicated spin-off, then at the very least by having him come back as a side character. Now, here's the thing. Putting fanfare and personal biases aside, Shinada's story in Yakuza 5 only really has two glaring issues that could prevent it from truly being the best arc in the game. The first being its placement in Yakuza 5's overall narrative, and the second being the less than satisfactory ending. This second statement is one that we'll build towards over the course of analyzing Shinada's narrative, but the first one seems to generally be accepted by many people in the community. With how unique and initially disassociated this part is from the rest of Yakuza 5, it really does feel like a proper Yakuza spin-off, and it probably should have been packaged as such, similarly to how the Kaito files would be years later. By the time you reach Shinada's part, you will have already gone through around 16 hours of the main narrative being told through 4 individual characters. The fact that the finale is once again put off, as the writers introduce even more characters to the fray, as amazing as some of them may objectively be, is what put a lot of people off from finishing this game. and by extension, reiterating on the idea that this story is bloated. Even though I love Shinada's involvement, you'd have to wonder how much the perception of his part, and Yakuza 5 as a whole, would have been improved upon had the team simply altered certain plot points to separate these two from one another. Especially with how his inclusion in the finale is the most obvious last-minute addition out of all of these narratives. But that's enough preamble for now. Let's move on to his actual story. Continuing the trend of flashbacks preceding the actual Chapter 1 of a part, we're met with Shinada seemingly being on top of the world, with him hitting a miraculous home run that led to his team's victory, and basically the birth of a baseball legend-to-be. This splendor is then suddenly taken away from us, with our boy now being shown living in a messy apartment with people hounding him over unpaid debts. A simple, yet effective tone setter. In fact, this entire chapter perfectly shows what you can expect from Shinada as a new addition to the franchise. He's a lovable goofball down on his luck, who has to write nightlife entertainment articles to make ends meet. And yet, beneath this day-to-day working man image, he possesses extensive knowledge of areas largely foreign to any other protagonist, logistically or otherwise. Oh, and we're also introduced to one of the best supporting characters alongside Nakajima from Kiryu's part, the one and only Takasugi. You may not like him at first, but trust me, this will change before you know it. What's interesting about the cast of this part, and frankly Nagoya as a whole, is that all of it is brand new to us, and yet it is genuinely easy to follow. I feel the need to point this out, because in the previous parts, we either had the benefits of being in the shoes of a well-known character, or were even traversing a district already introduced in the older games, meaning that you wouldn't feel as overwhelmed by the new characters and plot points, thanks to the protags or locations feeling like anchors of familiarity. But as we've seen in the previous parts, not even these familiarities are a guarantee that the story won't overwhelm you the first time round. So Shinada, being a newcomer in both his role and associated setting, arguably presented one of the biggest challenges for the writers to overcome. Yet, despite the limited amount of time he is given, and the amount of info that had to be conveyed, the flow and general presentation of this part is as solid as it gets. For example, the way we learn about Shinada's in-depth knowledge on baseball equipment feels very natural, as he tries to help out the brother of a performer whom he needs to interview. This isn't just a protag going, "Oh yeah, I used to be a big deal in baseball and know my stuff." No, here we're met with someone who clearly possesses a ton of knowledge, yet is hyper-specific about the bits relevant to the issue at hand. In this case, a fake bat that was broken at a security firm. On the other hand, his conversation with Uno shows yet another side of the nightlife entertainment business that we've yet to see up close. This series has always been amazing at presenting this industry in a way that genuinely humanizes the workers who are just trying to make a living. Even though Kabukicho as a whole is arguably the most dangerous district in all of Japan, when you observe it through the lens this franchise grants us, it comes off as a rather comfortable feeling piece of the city, despite the dangers it may inherently possess. Now, while we've indeed spent a ton of time at cabaret clubs before this game, be it as a guest, a manager, or a host ourselves, the portion of the industry exhibited in Part 4 is distinctly different. Most of Nagoya's inhabitants treat the nightlife in Kinecho as being quote-unquote sleazy, though admittedly there is a distinction to be made between the establishments here compared to those in Tokyo. It's implied that the stuff that happens behind the scenes is a lot more sketchy than what we're used to seeing in the series, so having a character as kind-hearted and open as Shinada be the one to take us behind the curtain is really impactful, much like it had been seeing the idol industry for what it is through Haruka's eyes. And again, mocked as it may be, Shinada takes his work here very seriously. Even if his manuscripts are handwritten and they're handed in last second, the care he shows at the actual core of his articles, or while interacting with performers like Milky, is at the bare minimum something to admire, regardless of your views on that portion of the industry at large. The fact that this part offers us so much substance in an organic way, while also successfully introducing many side characters and the mythos behind the mysterious Nagoya family, is absolutely remarkable. Hell, the way that the Tojo and Omi conflict is eased into the conversation between Shinada and Ushijima is about as subtle as talking about the weather would have been. So by now, on top of a basic introduction to both a new protagonist and a new setting, we've managed to learn the following. Number 1, everyone in town knows Shinada, for better or worse. Number 2, he still practices baseball and keeps in shape. And number 3, he owns people a ton of money, especially to Takasugi. All of these premises are integral to the rest of Shinada's story, and were succinctly defined right off the bat. No pun intended. As if all of that wasn't enough, at the very end of the first chapter, we're even shown another classic hook to set everyone's curiosity ablaze. A man dressed in black wants Shinada to uncover the truth behind his unceremonious exit from the world of baseball. Chapter 2 continues this positive trajectory exceptionally. We slowly learn what happened between the cutscene of Shinada's home run and where we are today. Clearly, it's a touchy subject, and our up-to-now bundle of joy character is shown to harbor sadness and regret at the events that transpired. As it turns out, Shinada was accused of match-fixing and sign-stealing, with the latter being a bit of a sticking point for how his narrative will play out, but hey, we'll get there. The brunt of this exchange boils down to Shinada being pushed to accept the offer of investigating the incident. After all, there's 20 million yen at stake, the precise amount of money Shinada would have earned in his first year of playing had the incident never occurred. So, similarly to part 3 of Yakuza 5, we're given a mystery to uncover, but this time with a different setting and more mysterious stakes. Good. While Shinada is given time to think the offer over, we're forced into the introduction of his side story, and while it doesn't really disrupt the pacing, it runs the risk of having newcomers think this is yet another character who'll be relevant to the main story, seeing as nearly everyone we've seen thus far has been a brand new face to us. But in the case of this particular guy, you could have shoved him into premium adventure and lost nothing of substance, even in the general world building. Realistically, I could have just skipped over this sequence altogether, due to how short it is, but it retroactively shows that Kiryu's and Haruka's side stories were implemented so seamlessly into the greater whole, so I wanted to point it out to give some additional credit to the older parts. Back to the main story, Shinada is beaten to a pulp. This may seem like a very random addition that's only there to make you feel sad for Shinada, if you didn't already, but there is a method to the proverbial madness. On the surface level, it's a way to bring a character down for an emotional climax right after, akin to the Majima clown scene in Yakuza 0, or to a lesser extent, the Kuroi Kizuato moment in Yakuza 2. But beyond that, it also places Shinada's former coach into an important narrative role very early, which will allow for a natural feeling resolution of Shinada's baseball arc towards the end of this part. Now, with our main character being physically and emotionally worn down, here comes the first climax. The scene between Shinada and Milky at the rooftop. It's a sobering realization of just how hard this man's life has been, and how maybe it's time he finally faces his past head-on. These two originally met when Shinada was at his absolute lowest, 15 years ago, with him literally weeping in her arms once he visited the club where she worked. And while you're glad that he could pull himself together thanks to that meeting, it becomes increasingly clear that this connection between them really is one-sided. Like this girl is just humoring the delusions of a child. And frankly, that's how most of the inhabitants of Nagoya seem to be treating Shinada. Everyone has known him for so long, but very few of them genuinely respect him. It goes to show you that Shinada may only really be here because he has nowhere else to go. And despite his constant positivity, none much has changed for him since the day he was banned from the baseball world. I'd argue that it's the climax of this exchange that finally gave Shinada the strength to investigate the incident from 15 years ago, more than anything else that preceded it. Cause now, he might actually have a chance to turn his life around. And I don't mean in terms of financial stability. I mean he could liberate himself from the self-imposed mental prison that held him back for this long. So, as soon as morning breaks, we go on a lengthy investigative journey with Takasugi. The individual steps behind it aren't crucial for the time, as this really is a fetch quest of sorts where we seek out person after person that had some ties with Shinada's old baseball team, the Wyverns. We're drip-fed information to form a bigger picture later on, and there's nothing to really criticize about the actual build-up present. Another thing you will notice is that Shinada now persistently happens across events that could lead to his untimely demise. So clearly, we're on the right track with our investigation. The closer we get to our answers, the more deliberate and deadly the assassination attempts get, with our hero almost collapsing from a gas leak at a massage parlor and nearly being crushed by steel beams, among other things. But seeing as none of this stops Shinada, and our pursuit continues as needed, we will therefore skip over to an absolutely crucial point in the story: the event at the docks. Shinada is lured there under false pretenses by Milky, and we soon find out who the mysterious Nagoya family, running everything from behind the scenes, really is. It's the people of Nagoya itself. Granted, not every single one of its inhabitants is in on it, but most of the individuals we were introduced to over the course of the story are shown to be involved. Now, I want everyone to remember the outcome of this meetup, especially when we get to the finale, because it is the most glaring flaw with Shinada's entire narrative. Yes, even worse than the actual placement of his parts in Yakuza 5 as a whole. People like Milky, Ushijima, the old hag that works at the batting center, all of them are claiming that they merely tried to scare Shinada away from learning the truth behind the family. You know, there's a difference between scaring someone away and multiple cases of attempted murder. There's an even bigger difference than an attempt at doing something against your will versus what this ordeal at the docks really was. These people led Shinada here with the full intention of getting rid of him, and the only reason they failed was because Takasugi saved him at the very last second, seemingly one of the 5 people in Nagoya that were actually innocent in all this rubbish. Now, don't get me wrong, the plot twist of there being no traditional Yakuza family in Kinecho is amazing, with Fukuoka having the Yamagasa family, Sapporo having the Kitakata family, and Osaka obviously being the Omi's playground. You would have expected the Nagoya family to actually be a proper family, and the reveal of how this urban mythos surrounding them would eventually play a role in having both the Tojo and the Omi step away from the city is remarkable. Furthermore, the fact they'd want to keep this a secret from the general public is also understandable, as they wouldn't want an all-out Yakuza war to bleed onto the streets of their city, especially with the tension in the underworld being at an all-time high. But the way that the Nagoya family is defined right here, and the role they'll be forced to play down the line, are completely at odds with one another. Once again, there is no excuse for these people inviting Shinada over to literally execute him, only for the game to then try and frame this event as a supposed act against these people's will. The attempts at justifying it get even worse, because less than an hour after the reveal that the Nagoya family are its inhabitants, we learned that someone else is actually pulling their strings, meaning that we were given a great plot twist, only for it to be subverted soon afterwards. It would have been one thing if the people of Nagoya themselves simply acted as the necessary evil to protect themselves and remained selfish in doing so. But no, we're meant to believe that they actually really love Shinada and that they aren't personally to blame for any of this mess. Okay, let's pretend that this is the case. Let's say everyone was truly forced to attack Shinada, and instead, let's observe all of the quote-unquote friendly moments they shared with our boy. For the duration of this part, they hounded him for the money he owed, mocked him for his work as a writer, treated him as an irresponsible little kid that, fortunately for them, didn't hold a grudge, no matter how poorly they treated him. From these interactions alone, you'd think that they've merely tolerated him being in Nagoya up to now, but you'd never think that they genuinely cared for his well-being. Going back to the grand reveal, none of them even tried to tell Shinada that they were apparently forced to do this, even though they were given the opportunity to do so before Kubota joined the scene. In essence, the Nagoya family is forced to play too many conflicting roles. We need them to be the perpetrators of many events, but we also need them to be the victims of said events. We need them to be a grand reveal for the story, but then we need to undermine said reveal so that Nagoya could be connected to the bigger whole of Yakuza 5's power play. And all these contradictions could amount to is this brief moment where Shinada's neighbors put on a sad face as they go on to erase him, something we're led to believe is the only conceivable way of keeping the secret of the Nagoya family hidden. No matter who the puppeteer behind the curtain is, the fact of the matter is that the people of Nagoya valued the perceived safety of the city more than Shinada's life. And moments like Manabe once telling Shinada to stay away, or the attempts at running him over to scare him, don't change this. If the writers knew they would need to redeem these people in the end, they could have done dozens of things to make the eventual redemption feel more justified. We could have had Milky tell Shinada about the family in secret and scrounge up money so that he could leave the city, only for them to be found out by another member of the Nagoya family. We could have had these people plead for Shinada's life, or hold off Kubota in the end, while our boy makes a run for it. Anything would have been better than just having them stand there complacent. Like I've said before, framing is important. So while we're led to believe that the people of Nagoya tried their hardest to protect Shinada, we're instead left with them drip-feeding him information that would once again force him to be the sacrificial lamb to protect this putrid city, just as it happened 15 years ago, as we'll soon find out. So, with no other options left, we make our getaway, and eventually wind up partaking in a genuinely soul-crushing exchange. Shinada has every right to be angry with the people of Nagoya. He's been lied to for the past 15 years, and was almost murdered more than once by his so-called friends. But surprisingly, in the midst of all of this, we still managed to see a successful case of humanizing someone and giving them a well-deserved redemption arc. While we were originally led to believe that Takasugi himself was part of the Nagoya family before the grand reveal at the docks, we quickly find out how he only used that brand, so to speak, to strike fear into the people who lent money from him. You know, people like Shinada, whom he'd frequently remind how he'd lop his fingers off in order to pay off the debt. This man is a loan shark after all, so the direct, threatening behavior made sense for his portrayal. However, once these two finally talk one-on-one, after the clumsy reveals from the Nagoya family, you'll realize that Takasugi wasn't just sticking by Shinada's side over some trivial debt. At the start of chapter 3, we had a brief flashback to Shinada following the match when he hit his famous home run. The ball he hit was caught by none other than Takasugi, and it was hand-signed by Shinada to show gratitude to his very first fan. Considering the cap that was worn at that point, and the severity of the events that transpired right after these two had met, it makes sense why Shinada wouldn't recognize Takasugi once he asked for the money later on. Hell, when you find out this loan shark was partially the reason why Shinada was even approached by the masked man to investigate the incident from 15 years ago, and combine all of that with Takasugi giving the best inspirational speech of the game, it really goes to show you that he was the only person Shinada could genuinely call a friend, even though he was framed as an antagonist in the beginning. Takasugi was hounding him to pay off the debt, not just because of his loan shark business, but because he wanted the person that inspired him to finally snap out of the rut they've been in. Takasugi wants our boy to finally get better. This is how you humanize and redeem someone. This is how you show care in such a dire situation. Not by throwing construction beams at someone hoping they'll duck, or by putting on a sad face while you're going to decapitate them. Why am I being so hypercritical towards that reveal? Well, because at the very end of Shinada's story in the finale, we're made to believe that he is loved by everyone in Nagoya, and that he has a place he can call home. Not only is that not the case, but in the pursuit of forcing a happy ending into Shinada's arc, the writers will retroactively undo most of the unique charm and quality that his part of the game initially presented. To start off, after we fight Manabe, we already have Shinada backpedaling on his deserved rage at the inhabitants of Nagoya. After stating Manabe quote-unquote only came here to lose, Shinada suddenly goes, "Oh, who is the person that is making all these good, honest people act against their will? You mean like the guy who was speeding at you with a forklift, or Ushijima who held a knife inches away from your face, or Manabe himself who actively fought you with one as well? Yeah, you know, good, honest, murder-friendly people." Look, we all know Shinada is a sweetheart, but there's a limit to how far you can push one's forgiveness before you turn such a unique character into a doormat. And we still have one whole chapter left to go through in this part. So, let's see if this newfound mess can still be salvaged. To start the chapter off, we can finally share our findings on the incident we have been investigating, and hopefully reap the rewards promised by the masked man. Anyway, here is the crucial roundup. The person who is spearheading the Nagoya family is apparently Fujita, Shinada's old coach. The incident from 15 years ago was staged to ward off the Tojo and Omi alliance, who up to that point ran match-fixing rackets whose success was heavily dependent on the Wyvern's team obeying orders. This added context is of great use, but is sadly followed up with an awfully convenient interjection that drags down the succinctness and believability of this exchange. It turns out that all of Shinada's attackers have turned themselves in by the time we started this particular info dump/recap, largely at the behest of Milky and Ushijima. So following this, Shinada states that the people at the pier didn't actually try to kill him. Huh. I guess the entire emotional impact of the previous chapter was for naught then. Also, this is where we're made aware that the Nagoya family has always been a mere front for an actual standard Yakuza family that is ultimately orchestrating everything. So yeah, between this and all of my rambling from earlier, it's clear that even the initially unique Nagoya family became the subject of forced redemption arcs so that the story could reach a happy ending, like Baba and T-Set were before them. By the time we're done with the info dump that was not so graciously interrupted, the ever so mysterious masked man of this part reveals himself to be Daigo. And yeah, of course it was him. He has a very recognizable voice and stature, after all. The funny thing about this reveal is that, apparently, Daigo and Shinada were actually classmates in high school. This is a really nice touch, seeing as Daigo immediately pointed out how Shinada had a Tokyo accent when they met at the start of Part 4. More importantly, it's a great overall tie-in as well, seeing as many of the prominent figures in the series don't really have a well-defined past. You'll normally have one or two tragic moments that shape them as people be properly shown, and that's about it. But with Daigo in particular, and how we've seen him as a literal kid back in Yakuza 0 through a sub-story, an elaboration on his high school years feels like rather natural and fun to learn about. Shinada actually remembered him once he heard Daigo's surname and finally saw his face. Apparently, he was a hothead even back in high school, just like in Yakuza 2, except in this instance, he beat up an entire high school worth of hooligans to prevent them from sabotaging a baseball match between Daigo's/Shinada school and the hooligan school. To add to this, the match after that one was played against a team that a certain Mr. Sawada played for. I probably haven't mentioned it yet, as it wasn't relevant before this point in the script, but Sawada was the guy who was pitching back when Shinada hit his home run 15 years ago. All of these connections make this part stand out as a self-sufficient story even more than the ones that preceded it, and it's one of Part 4's strongest qualities. While Daigo does tie this whole conversation into the classic Yume theme eventually, in this specific instance, I can actually excuse the on-the-nose use of the theme. I'm not really a fan of sports, but once you see the sense of unity that occurs when your team is playing a match, it really can be a sight to behold. You can have a neighbor you despise sitting next to you, and as soon as the match starts, it's suddenly like you're all one big family, especially should your team win. So having that team premise, amplified through the hot-headedness and proactive nature of an average teen, makes for an exceptional use of the good old Yume. Daigo didn't have his own dream, but he was moved by the people who did, so he threw himself to the wind and did what had to be done, because he cared. While the contextualization does retread some territory with how Akiyama and Haruka are seeking to fulfill Park's dream, this endeavor still manages to distinguish itself in the long run thanks to the rather simplistic nature of winning a high school football match. After all, your dream isn't any less worthwhile just because it's a simple one, right? After this heart-to-heart, Daigo reveals how his life was already headed in a different direction, with him now being the head of the Tojo clan, so he aims to thank Shinada by righting the wrongs that were committed against our favorite baseball protag, literally rewinding 15 years that were stolen from him and restoring them through an act of kindness, an act of compassion, an act that is then sucker punched by Yakuza 5's classic, if I want a boss fight, we'll have a boss fight, logic. Just no. There is no legitimate reason for this fight coming to pass. Shinada suddenly calling Daigo a 2-bit thug and lumping him with all the other Yakuza because, well, fuck it. No Yakuza will make my dream come true for me, not even one that was my friend less than 10 seconds ago. Shinada even shows off his Saitama-esque physique and brags about his training regiment, one that shouldn't be feasible considering how he can barely afford food and stable living conditions. But hey, I'm no fitness guru, so let's just move on to the bigger meaning behind it all. A frequent justification that I see for both this fight and even the final boss of the game is how your dream shouldn't simply be served to you on a silver platter. At this point, Shinada wants to earn his dream for himself, by himself, all the while undermining that that's a really tunnel-visioned way of looking at his circumstances. For starters, Shinada getting banned from baseball wasn't the consequence of his own indiscretions. Everything he worked so hard for was wrongfully taken from him, and he hasn't gotten any closer to getting his dream back in 15 years, despite having evidence that he could use to that end, like the evidence pertaining to a switch-up in Sawada's pitching. It would have been one thing if we'd seen Shinada slowly get closer to his end goal, only to refuse a last-minute shortcut here. But really, he hasn't moved an inch since his expulsion. He was never getting that dream back on his own, due to his financial turmoil and general attitude towards the greater issue at hand. He can be mad at himself all he wants, but that doesn't justify his response towards Daigo, cause Daigo didn't just give him a chance to play pro baseball again with no strings attached. Shinada was offered this opportunity because he went out of his way to uncover what really happened behind the scenes and what the reasoning for his ban was. So even by his own merits, Shinada earned his rights to be reintroduced into the pro leagues by his own hand. Remember, even though Daigo was his friend, he didn't reveal his identity until the moment Shinada proved he fulfilled this job. It was only then that he truly earned the financial reward and the chance to maybe play pro baseball again. This wasn't an act of charity. And plus, it's clearly stated that Shinada still trained every single day, meaning that he would be physically prepared for a reinduction as well. All the pieces were there, but at the end of the day, accepting a final push from a friend doesn't invalidate your struggles up to that moment. No matter the frustration he felt, or how overwhelming the reveals thus far may have been, this is nothing more than a fight for the sake of a fight. And then, they're just friends again afterwards. By the way, props to Daigo for having matured past his youthful indiscretions, cause he genuinely doesn't hold this turn of events against Shinada. Hell, he even sympathizes with his friend, as skewed as said friend's perspective may be. I will say though, the brief scene between these two on the train, unlike the boss fight preceding it, was actually a great addition to the series' general world building. With Daigo having been the chairman of the Tojo since Yakuza 2, we haven't really seen him interact with civilians all that frequently, and see how the changes in his life have impacted him on a personal level. We mainly see him either acting as a chairman, or, in rare instances, as a close friend to someone from the Yakuza lifestyle. So seeing this casual conversation between him and Shinada, as short as it may have been, felt like a nice change of pace from what we're used to seeing from him. Daigo's basically framed as a celebrity that genuinely wants to stay hidden, rather than this symbol of authority that everyone should fear. It's a nice and humanizing moment. It didn't last long though, as Shinada sees that his former rival Sawada is suddenly traded into the Wyverns, our hero's former baseball team. And what do you know? This happens right off the heels of the old Wyverns coach coming to coach the rival team. Interesting coincidence. Following this, we see how Shinada left the entirety of the money he was given by Daigo to settle his debt with Takasugi. Okay, but why? Don't get me wrong, the message he left alongside the ball is touching, but we've already addressed how hypocritical it was to treat Daigo's help as a mere act of charity or something we didn't deserve in the first place. Plus, Shinada only owed a bit over 1 million yen to Takasugi. I realize that he doesn't want his dream to just be handed to him, but does that also mean that having enough money to survive off of is suddenly also a part of that dream? Cause Shinada literally gave away over 18 million yen that were rightfully his. Money that could have been used for so many things unrelated to chasing his baseball dream. I love this character, but come on. Anyway, back to the plot at hand. Sawada being traded to the Wyverns was something Shinada interpreted as this guy becoming the new head of the Nagoya family. And he had a good point. Sawada was indeed given a job at the behest of that outfit, to kill Shinada for uncovering everything. We're even told that everyone who turned themselves in after the debacle at the docks has now suddenly been released with no strings attached. While this does make sense, considering the power of the puppeteers behind the scenes, it also means we're literally back to square one with everything. Shinada still chooses to be oblivious towards the severity of the matter, still chooses to trust people he has no reasons to trust at present time, and we once again reframe members of the Nagoya family, this time Sawada and Fujita, as being mere victims of a greater evil. This greater evil is finally revealed to be the Kuroha family, which is conveniently part of this series' internal rival group, the Omi Alliance. While on paper, including the Omi in this context sounds like a good idea, especially with their prominence in the other parts of Yakuza 5, this does come at a cost. Because now, we have yet another case of an internal schism within the Omi to justify this newfound connection. So, remember how in Yakuza 2 we had the Goryu clan doing their own thing on one end, and then Takashima doing his own thing on the other, and we sprinkled in a dozen unnecessary conspirators in between? Yeah, we're basically just doing that again, but with 17 extra steps. Less memorable characters, and even more betrayals being added in. The fact that this particular reveal is so similar to the one behind the fan-favorite entry in the series makes this man-behind-the-curtain reveal significantly less noteworthy, and it will even have a domino effect on the official reveal of the Kuroha Patriarch as well. As far as how this reveal affects Shinada's arc specifically, again, it just further damages the uniqueness of his part, because now everything is reframed to be the Kuroha family's fault, including Sawada pitching against Shinada in the first place, both in their high school match and during Shinada's final match. The investigation behind the match-fixing incident, which was meant to allow the people of Nagoya to rid themselves of the Tojo clans and the Omi Alliance's grasps, is now reduced to being another Omi power play. It just makes you wonder why the writers would offer a clearly defined and unique state of matters early on in this part, only to subvert it with an overplayed revelation we're all too acquainted with, even outside the confines of this specific game. Yet somehow, even with another case of subversions for the sake of subversions, we still managed to stick a thematic landing with a single, brilliant exchange. In this case, Sawada signaling an action to Shinada, while the latter is being held at gunpoint from two sides. Now, okay, I know what everyone is about to ask. If Shinada knew the signal, does this mean he was actually guilty of sign stealing 15 years ago? Doesn't that undo his entire story arc? And weirdly enough, both of these theories are incorrect. But I know this still sounds awfully confusing, so just give me a sec, I swear we'll circle back to it soon. Sawada signaled how he would shoot his gun, as if he were pitching a ball, so Shinada knew he had to duck, and the bullet hit Fujita instead, which prompted the Omi Alliance that were sitting nearby to intervene. This leads to one of the most beautiful set pieces in the game, and another of a 1 versus 100 type affair. Upon the end of this glorious fight, the two rivals also have a proper heart-to-heart. Even though Sawada and Fujita were puppeteered over the years, they weren't happy with what was transpiring, so in a simple act of defiance, they disobeyed the rules directly given to them by the Kuroha family to see if Shinada really had what it took to become a pro. Kind of like if their old match was free from all the behind-the-scenes manipulations. To add to this, we're offered another last-minute plot twist, with how Shinada's ban was just collateral damage in the end, and how the Kuroha family would have revealed the truth behind the match fixing anyway, because it would allow for the rest of the Omi and Tojo families to leave Nagoya. So, in retrospect, this one moment where Shinada hit his home run and inspired so many people, including his direct rival, was just used as a means of speeding up the process. Though we're led to believe how the beauty of that one moment undoes all of the shade and deviance that plagued their match, and the sport of baseball as a whole. So finally, in a way of bringing this part of the story full circle, Shinada and Sawada decide to have a do-over of their match from 15 years ago, perhaps so that they can finally lay their regrets to rest by just enjoying the game and playing at their best. Metaphors aside, this was a beautiful moment, and had it not been for all the last-minute Omi-related reveals, this could have been a nice point to reach a complete thematic climax. Shinada's personal arc might as well have ended right here, but as we all know, he still wound up partaking in the finale of the game. So, seeing as this part of Yakuza 5 is officially over, let's do a brief intermission to finally start addressing some of the plot points I've been putting off beforehand. We'll start off with the one I mentioned most recently, the sign-stealing incident. I've read up on around 50 articles on sign stealing and the many controversies surrounding that term, cause baseball isn't really my forte. With that in mind, I've come across a very important bit of information that was for some reason excluded from Yakuza 5. Well, the core idea in all instances of sign stealing is that you figured out what the other team's secret code for pitching was. There are technically two types of sign stealing: legal and illegal. Yes, there is such a thing as legal sign stealing. So, what determines the proposed legality of the act? Well, to oversimplify it, it's the way that the info in question is obtained. Say for example, one of the teams records their match with an intent of deciphering the other team's signs. If you're using a piece of tech to ultimately relay this info to the batter, the act in question is most likely illegal. Then, there are mixed cases, like for example, looking back at the catcher to see his signals. While this act is technically legal, it is still something that players will refrain from doing in modern baseball. Call it a gentleman's agreement, if you will. And then finally, we have the case with our favorite shrimp enthusiast. If the base runner, in this case Shinada, happens to catch onto signs that were clumsily relayed by the other team on the field, this can be seen as legal sign stealing, and something that will serve you as a tactical advantage. Think of it like reading someone's body language while gambling. You might be able to deduce what a specific gesture really means. So, if that's the case, then why was Shinada accused of illegal sign stealing if there is such a blatant difference between what he did versus a genuinely illegal act? Well, when you rewatch the interrogation scene with the added context regarding different types of sign stealing, the illusion of Shinada paying someone to help him steal signs makes a bit more sense. If this accomplice, for example, said they used a pair of binoculars from a good vantage point to steal signs, and then relayed this info to Shinada somehow, this would be an illegal act, due to the equipment involved. Considering how everyone on the team, apart from Shinada, was following the plans that were set up by the Yakuza, all someone had to do was testify that Shinada put them up to this task and combine this with the match-fixing accusation that is frequently glossed over in the commentary. And that's basically it. I feel if the writers made the distinction to the players that there is such a thing as legal sign stealing, it would have made the concept less of a sticking point in the long run, though it probably would have confused most people unfamiliar with the rules of baseball, myself included, so I get it. With that out of the way, we still have time to cover one more intricacy before the finale. Seeing as we've introduced all the key players in the story of Yakuza 5, it's the perfect time to fully address the one word everyone uses while criticizing this game, but no one ever elaborates upon. That word is pacing. The idea that the events of a narrative progress naturally, as if they were following some kind of invisible rhythm. Now, the crux of the issue when judging a story's pacing isn't limited to a simple comparison of tempos between different moments of the story, because frankly, both slow and fast pacing can benefit a singular tale, without coming off as contradictory to the pursuit of a shared end goal. For example, action scenes generally benefit from fast pacing. Attempts at world building, on the other hand, will benefit from deliberately slower pacing. Yet, despite the differences between these two extremes, both elements can be used in unison and still lead to a story that maintains a general consistency when observed as a whole. The trick is not to just blindly jump between them, but to give viewers some time to adjust, either via a cooldown after an action scene or a steady escalation of conflict post the proverbial info dump. So, how does this play into Yakuza 5? Well, there's a tragic difference in how well each individual part has been paced, depending on whether they're looked at on their own or in terms of how they play into the whole of Yakuza 5's story. On an individual level, Parts 1 and 4 arguably have the most consistent pacing overall, with regards to the steady introduction of new characters and escalations of conflict. Part 2, as you'll recall, had the issue of maintaining a slow pace for roughly 3 whole chapters with only brief bursts of action, only to end up rushing to the finish line in its final chapter. Lastly, Part 3 starts off rather well, but falters by the end as a result of Akiyama's introduction being followed by the addition of even more side characters that sadly derailed the initial pace. While we have gone through all of these points earlier on, we can now finally look at them side by side, and in doing so, you'll notice how there is one thing that unifies all of these parts despite their differences in pacing. If you look at them on an individual level, you'll see that they all lack a proper resolution, the so-called third act in a standard 3-act structure. And clearly, this was done by design, as RGG have employed this tactic in other games like Yakuza 4 and Dead Souls. So if that is the case, why do you rarely hear people criticize the pacing of those stories if they all technically follow the same principle? To put it simply, it's because of when the individual parts of the stories start to converge. With the way Yakuza 5 is structured, the protagonists only start interacting with one another in the finale, and considering how much time has passed between each respective part, along with the sizable cast of side characters, this means that the game has to catch everyone up to speed almost simultaneously, which is where the problems become the most evident. We end up switching perspectives way more frequently, constantly reiterating upon plot points from multiple parts ago, to the point where it all feels like you're listening to infodump after infodump. In theory, this shouldn't be the case, seeing as the characters conveying all this information have yet to interact with one another. But once you realize that the entire dynamic between them ultimately boils down to explaining the role someone plays in the bigger plot, these no longer feel like proper character interactions. They feel like recap segments in disguise, and as unnatural as this feels, it's the only way to tie all of the lingering arc resolutions into one. Whether you see Yakuza 5 as a single story with multiple acts, or 5 stories coalescing as one, or perhaps both, this game is struggling to keep up with itself because it took so long to finally start connecting the 5 heroes together. Ironically, this was the one aspect they could have copied from Yakuza 4 wholesale and genuinely benefited from in the long run. In contrast to 5, the protagonists of Yakuza 4 cross paths at multiple points in the story. Akiyama interacts with Tanimura already in Part 1, and their paths converge in Part 3, which even leads to them fighting Kiryu in Part 4. Saejima himself meets Kiryu in Part 2, and everyone involved shares tiny bits of the overarching plot with one another in a way that doesn't feel overwhelming. So by the end of Part 4, you can immediately go into the final chapter without worrying about anyone being out of the loop. Dead Souls did a similar thing, as Majima meets both Akiyama and Ryuji by the end of his part, and the three encounter Kiryu rather quickly down the line, all things considered. To be fair, both Yakuza 4 and Dead Souls had the benefit of being confined to a single city. But frankly, this is just another case of how the scale of Yakuza 5 was working against the story it tried to tell. You could have relocated one of the protagonists to a different city, which would have started the converging of paths much sooner, and it would have saved the developers time, which was ultimately spent on introducing a host of new side characters for a brand new city. Alternatively, going back to my suggestion on Yakuza 5 ending up as an anthology, you could have tried concluding each character's story arc during their respective parts of the game. For example, in Kiryu's part, we could have theoretically had Morinaga act as the final boss, have him be the guy who manipulated Aoyama and tried to control the Tojo clan through his own ambition, only to have Kiryu stop him and accept himself for who he's always been. Or for example with Shinada, you could have had him use Daigo's money to move away from Nagoya and start anew with a clean slate. You could have had every character carry on with their own journey and only be bound by their collective hopes and dreams, ones that would ultimately lead them to reunite with their loved ones someday in the future. We could have reached a comparable emotional peak as the one from Yakuza 5's true ending, without all the last-second reveals and forced contrivances that bring it down. But none of that matters in the end, because this story and its many characters have chosen a different path. The only thing we can do now is observe how each character's dream will come to fruition, or if that will happen at all. So, with all of that being said, let's move on to the final 5 chapters of Yakuza 5. For one final time, we are given a brief cinematic preceding the actual title card of this segment's Chapter 1. With everything that has transpired in Part 4, Fujita finally decides that enough was enough. He admits to his involvement in the whole behind-the-scenes ordeal with the Nagoya family, and tries to get his old acquaintance to step down as well. If there was even a shred of doubt left in anyone's eyes as to who this acquaintance and the actual mastermind behind Yakuza 5 may be, this scene dropped any pretenses at hiding that it was indeed Serizawa, or going by his real name, Kurosawa, who was to blame for everything. While his character is all over the place, a topic I'm purposefully leaving to be discussed after the infamous rooftop scene, I will say that his involvement in this specific scene was masterfully done. Fujita served his narrative purpose, and using his death as a means of misleading the rest of the cast was a solid call. Everything from the dropping of the Omi pin to the gloves-on nature of this exchange as a whole is as good of a lead-up to the final batch of chapters as you could have hoped for at this point. Once we begin with Chapter 1 proper, we're once again in Kiryu's shoes, and he's being tailed by none other than Baba. Thankfully, since we all know Kamurocho inside out, we can omit the slow and steady build-up of a neighborhood that defined most of the other parts of the game. We all know why we're here, and we should also know who the key players are by now. Well, at least in theory. Now, the thing that is strange about this particular encounter isn't that the quote-unquote bad guys have initiated contact, but rather that it's Baba specifically that meets Kiryu. You would have probably expected Morinaga to be here, considering his formal invitation to come to Tokyo, and the fact that interaction was left off on a to be continued type of note. But nevertheless, Baba is here, and he doesn't believe in dragons.
Ikimasu!
One-liners aside, we've gone over the purpose of this specific exchange during our discussion on pacing, and hopefully Baba name-dropping some of the villains from 15 hours ago is enough to ring the right bells with people discovering the story for the first time. We are also told that everyone partaking in the grand scheme of this game is joined together by the same goals, but said goals won't really be explored by the end of the story. All we need to know now is that Kiryu just found out that Baba is with the bad guys, meaning that he could be to blame for Majima's death. So it makes sense that these two fight it out right here and now. What doesn't make sense, on the other hand, is how after the fight, we go on a Saejima-related tangent. We're once again trying to humanize Baba and attempt to portray him as someone who doesn't fully believe in the goals of the people he is siding with. But because of how it's conveyed, it comes off like Baba has a split personality, where he arbitrarily switches between an ends justify the means type of antagonist and someone who is apparently a good guy caught in a bad situation. We've seen countless conflicted characters in this series before and after Baba, so the fact that these two sides of his personality don't blend together well enough isn't something that can be overlooked. Beyond that, Kiryu openly inviting him to New Serena so they could have a requested quiet talk is a needlessly risky choice. It would have been one thing if the bar was empty, like for example when Kiryu brought Kaoru there in Yakuza 2. But after he sees that the mama of the bar is there, why would Kiryu let a guy we know is cooperating with the villains get in, when Baba could easily use that information against us down the line? It would have been one thing if Kiryu forced him to prove that he was telling the truth before suggesting New Serena, but Baba simply name-dropping Saejima without revealing how they know one another isn't enough of a justification, cause Saejima has a well-known legacy in the underworld thanks to the Unnecesary hit. For all we know, Baba could have had a concealed weapon here, or he could have tipped off his fellow conspirators about finding a place that Kiryu's friends tend to frequent, cause New Serena is still the go-to spot for our protagonists and close acquaintances to meet, even by the end of this very game. All of this may feel like a nitpick when you remember that Baba is actually trying to help us, but Kiryu doesn't know that right now, meaning that he could have taken Baba to a place like Bantam, or one of the many isolated underground establishments in Kamurocho, or hell, even one of the private karaoke rooms in town, to avoid endangering his absolute closest friends. Anyway, once we take him to New Serena, we are then told what is supposed to be Morinaga's grand plan in Baba's eyes. And yes, we're led to believe that Morinaga is the person brainstorming everything, which is rather odd considering how quickly this notion will be subverted via another unnecessary plot twist when we get to Saejima. All this name drop amounts to is misdirecting the audience to facilitate said plot twist, and we know this game could really benefit from cutting down on the last second twist reveals by this point. Back to the grand plan. All of this behind the scenes scheming was meant to allow for the Omi Alliance to take over the Tojo clan, which they intend to do by killing off the Tojo's most notable figures, like Kiryu, Saejima, Majima, etc. The various conspirators we've met throughout the game were just meant to lead everyone to Tokyo to be slaughtered. Also, we're reminded that the Omi Alliance has a sick chairman to further sell us on the sense of urgency behind the war that is brewing. Not much we can do about that now. So before we're subjected to the big plot twist I've alluded to earlier, we now switch scenes with Saejima, who just arrived to Kamurocho. We see him and the totally legitimate cop Serizawa having yet another info dump session about various Omi-related issues we're coerced into helping with. And to further build on the reveals from Kiryu's side of the story, Saejima is told to be on the lookout for both Morinaga and Naoki Katsuya. So both of our protagonists are technically chasing the same thing without being aware of each other. Excellent. Also, credit where it's due, the fact that we are slowly combining Kiryu's and Saejima's narratives into a single one before doing the same with Akiyama and Shinada was a great call, despite it being implemented this late in the story. What we'll soon notice is how this 2x2 structure will allow for the deliberate misdirection of one duo, while the other duo actually reveals the truth behind Katsuya's role in the story. It makes sense that Kiryu and Saejima would only see him as just another power-hungry Omi patriarch, while Akiyama would know that there was more to him than that, as he'd spoken to Katsuya directly. Again, really great choice for the current story. Back to Saejima, he is currently tasked with finding Morinaga, and since this is pre-Dragon Engine Kamurocho we're talking about, there's only one place in town that could hold the answers to all of our burning questions: Purgatory, where we're once again met with the all-knowing being that is the Florist. In classic Florist fashion, we inevitably join him in the Colosseum, where we happen upon a rather unexpected combatant. For anyone who may have forgotten this, and I don't really blame you if you have, our boy Aizawa, shown here, had supposedly died off-screen towards the end of Kiryu's part of the story. Clearly, this is part of the bigger plot twist I've alluded to earlier, and it's also the point where many parts of 5's narrative become unnecessarily confusing and contradictory to one another, only to, once again, allow for a last-minute plot twist down the line. From Aizawa's recollection of events, he brought Morinaga to a hospital after Aoyama shot him, back at the Yamagasa headquarters. He was told that Morinaga was in critical condition, yet Morinaga mysteriously vanished the next day, leaving behind a note telling our boy to flee to Tokyo. It was then that Aizawa learned of Morinaga having shot Aoyama and ultimately leaving Aizawa behind. He is naturally frustrated and confused at this whole ordeal, as he apparently spent all this time in the underworld, slowly climbing the ranks alongside Morinaga. And knowing how loyal he was shown to be in part 1 of the story, it's clear that Aizawa wouldn't let sleeping dogs lie. Moreover, we actually see what happens when this man has no one to keep him in check. He went ballistic on this no-name underground fighter, all in an effort to get info on his Kyodai from the Florist. Right here, this is some great character development and a nice example of paralleling an event from Yakuza 4. The fact that Aizawa fell for the very same trick that the Florist presented to Saejima in the previous game is a great way of showing what a lack of experience, coupled with emotions in a state of overdrive, can do to someone new to the Yakuza life. Aizawa is still green, so this brief conversation feels like solid indirect mentorship from Saejima, akin to what happened with Kido in the previous game. Except here, it's more so about telling the other person not to give up on the people he cares for. This felt like a much more meaningful connection than anything that we've seen between Saejima and Baba up to now. This is a moment where Saejima is genuinely consistent with the person he was shown to be in Yakuza 4, as opposed to playing the fool who trusts someone too easily. Here, he gives Aizawa an option: have a one-on-one fight in the ring so that the latter may fall in the Florist's good graces. While this could have been conveyed a bit better, had either of the two asked the Florist directly to give Aizawa a second chance, it's still a good justification for a boss fight, because the outcome of the match essentially remains the same, proving that you're genuinely fighting for a cause that matters the world to you. Sadly, Aizawa never stood a chance against the fearsome tiger, but the fight that transpired was nonetheless special. It was moving, and thus, the florist decided to tell them both of Morinaga's true whereabouts. It turns out that the man we're looking for is dead. So, along with Aizawa miraculously being alive, this reveal serves as the second half of the grand plot twist I've alluded to back during Baba's info dump. We pulled a switcheroo between Morinaga and Aizawa that should, in theory, play a massive role in the rest of the finale. But it won't. This will become evident once we get to the actual final boss of the game, but right now, all I need to say is that Morinaga was wasted here. The twist he pulled at the end of Kiryu's part was great, and we could have had an interesting fight against him even if his physique is nowhere near what you'd expect from a classic Yakuza boss encounter. But the absence of such a clash isn't really the issue here. The issue is that for the entirety of this chapter, we've had people tell us that Morinaga would play a big role and that he was important to the grand scheme of this game. We've even heard how he seemingly went into hiding after the events of Part 1, which, coupled with the reveals from Aizawa's recollection of events, made it seem as if Morinaga himself was actually having second thoughts about the Omi Alliance's course of action. Morinaga telling Kiryu how it was him that buried Aizawa could technically be seen as a way of trying to keep his Kyodai away from the oncoming chaos. Ironically enough, even though these events happened off-screen, it now feels like a more believable attempt at redemption than, for example, Baba being unsure of what he should do in this 5D chess game that is being played. The time Kiryu spent with both Morinaga and Aizawa portrayed the duo as if they were actual siblings, with Morinaga trying to keep his younger brother, so to speak, to stay in line and not cause trouble for himself. Make sure that they can both make a name for themselves in the Tojo. Out of the two, Morinaga is shown to be the more experienced one, so his death, as sudden as it may be, could have been a great opportunity for Aizawa to do something of note in response to losing his Kyodai. Regardless, the fact that a character that has shown potential in the part that introduced him was discarded like this is just one of the many examples of casualties that came from this game simply running out of time. Ironically, depending on your perspective on the Morinaga and Hanawa parallel from Gaiden and Infinite Wealth, it seems that this character was just doomed to be wasted the moment he'd be forced to partake in a grandiose plot. That is genuinely tragic, and even without those parallels, Morinaga isn't even the worst example of a character's potential brilliance being squandered by the end of Yakuza 5. Nevertheless, with the reveal of a notable character death, we move on to Chapter 2. We're told that the same person that killed Morinaga also killed Fujita, which, according to the evidence left behind, leads the police to suspect Naoki Katsuya. But we as viewers already know that's not the case, and that Kurosawa was the assailant, which puts us in an interesting position. We as observers know more than most of the key players in this narrative, meaning that all of the chaos that shall commence wouldn't need to be undermined by a last-second ass-pull. We know what should come from this wild goose chase, but we don't know how it will come to pass. Basically, we're in the same position as the person manipulating the events, and all we have to do is sit back and enjoy the fireworks. Hell, seeing as even Watase is pissed off about the reveals, to the point where he decides to march to Tokyo himself to find some answers, you know that something amazing awaits us. As an interesting side note, if we couple this new framing of Katsuya as a prominent menace with his characterization from part 3 of the narrative, you wouldn't be blamed for feeling that Katsuya genuinely played everyone like a damn fiddle. The fact he is now suddenly trying to bribe Akiyama into cancelling Haruka's concert for reasons undefined is a doubling down on that premise. Without the knowledge of future events, it's like he is using everyone's misdirection that was initially jump-started by Kurosawa and turning it into something beneficial to him, to aid his own ulterior motives. In this one isolated moment, the frequent comments where Akiyama calls Katsuya a better actor than he claims to be actually feel meaningful, and all Katsuya would need to do to cement himself as a phenomenal Yakuza villain would be to stick the landing. Whether or not that will actually happen remains to be seen. Meanwhile, in Chapter 2, we have Akiyama and Shinada getting into contact, as I've stated earlier. Except here, the converging of paths is a lot more abrupt than what happened in the previous chapter. When we last left Shinada, he learned all that he needed to about his old team. He symbolically retired from his dream, and his personal arc was mostly resolved. While he did tell Daigo that he would join him in Tokyo to talk to Fujita, Fujita himself was killed in the meantime. Plus, we already learned what we needed to about his involvement in the events 15 years ago through the conversation with Sawada. So, why does Shinada still go to Tokyo? Well, it turns out Sawada warned him from off-screen about the Kuroha family planning something sketchy with Haruka's concert at the Dome. And this is the last-minute addition used to facilitate Shinada still partaking in the finale alongside the other protags. That aside, the fact that he's now asking for an additional 20 million yen from Akiyama along with the cancellation fee for Haruka's concert makes this ordeal even worse. It would have been one thing if he actually wanted to use that money to live a comfortable life after realizing he probably shouldn't have given all of Daigo's money to Takasugi on a whim. But no, Shinada wants to go even further in debt so that he can give the 20 million yen back to Daigo. Just no. This is as forced of a contrivance as you can get. If the only way to involve Shinada in the finale was to turn him into an utter buffoon, then you probably shouldn't have forced him into it to begin with. And mind you, I love Shinada, but all this inclusion does is require another attempt at a thematic conclusion to his story arc, even if it's at the further expense of his overall character writing. Said writing had already taken a beating via Shinada's reasoning behind fighting Daigo, among other things, so why risk making it even worse? Well, because this is Yakuza 5, so we need to have everyone present for the finale, hell or high water. Anyway, Akiyama obviously would never ruin Haruka's newfound dream of performing at the Tokyo Dome, so instead of helping Shinada cancel it, these two will go dig for info on the Kuroha family's intentions behind the event, which means we get to see the Yakuza Detective Agency Volume 3, as our boys seek out the homeless to gather intel. You know, classic Akiyama gameplay. After buying them some booze, waiting for a bit, and fighting some of Katsuya's underlings, we eventually happen across a random mustachioed fella stuffing his bags with money. And while the info he shares with us does seem incredibly sketchy at first, it starts to feel more and more believable as he continues to share his recollection of events. Long story short, Katsuya only wanted to postpone the concert at the Tokyo Dome rather than outright cancel it. I know this sounds contradictory to his conversation with Akiyama from earlier, but don't worry about that now. The important thing to come from this exchange is a foolproof reveal of Katsuya, Park, and Majima all having known each other in the past. This image reminded me a lot of the whole ordeal involving Majima, Saejima, and Yasuko in Yakuza 4. And honestly, that flashback was one of the highlights of the game for me. So it really was a shame how here, even though we had three incredibly intriguing characters all sharing history with one another, we've never seen any of them talk face to face. With Park's tragic passing, we obviously can't do much about that for the rest of the finale, but seeing a proper interaction between Katsuya and Majima would have been amazing. Guess it just wasn't meant to be, so we'll have to add this into the pile of missed opportunities this game sadly suffers from. At the very least, we've achieved the goal of portraying Katsuya in a more positive light for this group of protagonists, which should make us anticipate the actual encounter with him even more as the story progresses. And as luck would have it, we're finally getting to the chapter where all of this build-up, all of our expectations, will hopefully give birth to something amazing. Let's talk about Chapter 3. Katsuya is naked. Yeah, okay, we can work with that. His announcement regarding T-Set replacing Haruka at the Japan Dome concert is essentially an open invitation to anyone that has a vendetta to settle, which, as it turns out, is a number of people, including Aizawa. Though we won't see him for some time, as he will go and say his goodbyes to Morinaga off-screen. Do well to remember this, it will be important later on. Despite Baba's reveal regarding the Omi's plans of killing off all the major Tojo figures, Kiryu still decides to go to Katsuya. Beyond that, he tasks Baba with seeking out Haruka to offer her some words of encouragement in these troubling times. I'm guessing Kiryu doesn't know Park had passed away, otherwise he could have seen Haruka himself rather than giving such an important task to someone he just met, but I won't rag on that any further. That aside, I do have to point out how foolish it is that both Kiryu and Saejima choose to seek out Katsuya so directly, seeing as they currently believe he is the one pulling the strings. And again, we know that the person pulling the strings aims to kill them off in one fell swoop. So waltzing into his office after this quote-unquote invitation feels incredibly short-sighted. But that's the least of our worries now, because what happens after this is the final nail in the coffin that is Yakuza 5's story. Depending on who you ask, this game had different points where the story shat the proverbial bed, whether it be Saejima's part, Haruka's part, or the reveal of the final boss. But if you ask me, the moment where this narrative has truly become unsalvageable is the sequence that occurs on this very rooftop. Let's start from the top. The idea of Katsuya leading them all to the rooftop could have made sense in theory. Considering the giant window in his office, they all could have been easy targets for a potential sniper in the distance had they stayed there. But this reasoning quickly turns from cautious brilliance to an utterly moronic display, once you notice that there is another rooftop adjacent to the one where the oncoming info dump will occur. Now, the rest of the guys had no reason to pay attention to it before Katsuya himself explained how he is not the one pulling the strings. But the fact that Katsuya himself literally turns his back to it when he explicitly says they could all be jumped at any point are the makings of borderline character assassination. They're even more out in the open on the rooftop than in the office, so if Katsuya really wanted the other guys' help in luring out the real mastermind, why not tell them about that in the office? Why not pull the curtains and give everyone bulletproof vests in the meantime, so that if you do get jumped, you don't get fatally wounded? While we're on that, what in the hell prompted Katsuya to believe that the only conceivable way of getting the masterminds out of hiding would be an actual, no-holds-barred fistfight? This is the guy who was framed as a proper tactician just 2 parts ago, who looked out for any and all dangers and stomped out any flames to be right away. Yet this is the best that he can come up with? If they were so adamant on fighting, they could have simply gone the Ichiban route and just pretended they were tired out by the end of a massive blowout. Katsuya himself could have set a few of his men on the adjacent rooftop to wait for the mastermind, if said mastermind was genuinely dumb enough to take this bait. But no, instead everyone takes their shirts off, basically giving anyone with a firearm an opportunity to bomb rush them with no hassle. Hell, for once in this story, we somehow have a subversion of one of the biggest problems this game has, that being, have a horrible narrative build-up to what would make for an amazing boss fight. Here, if we exclude this putrid info dump, we had incredibly promising characters slowly converging their respective paths, but the boss fights that came from it are some of the worst in the entire game. These poor excuses for dynamic intros, a single QTE between all 3 fights, all of which is tied to characters that up to now showed so much promise. If anyone's wondering why I'm suddenly pointing out gameplay related issues in what is generally a story critique, it will make sense once we finally get to the final boss, cause while it may not be evident right now, this moronic turn of events mainly serves to facilitate the final twist of the story, at the cost of almost everything that this story did right beforehand. Watase and Katsuya were wasted on this sorry excuse of a fight, and will barely appear in the story after this rooftop mess is resolved. The grand reveal of who was pulling everyone's strings, that extra bit of knowledge that was an interesting benefit for the viewers, is also wasted, as Serizawa, now officially name-dropped as Kurosawa, is reduced to a pathetic mustache twirler of a villain. So you know what? Let's talk about him for a sec. During his first appearance in Yakuza 5, I could initially buy the whole shtick Kurosawa was selling. Just another cop out for his own gain. At first, he gave out just enough information to Kiryu to where it wasn't too improbable that he was an actual cop. But then, he kept revealing more and more info as the plot progressed, especially in Chapter 4. And yet, none of that felt off to Kiryu. We know full well just how well-informed the Japanese police force can be, considering the amount of encounters and cooperations we've had with members of said force. Between everything that happened with Date and Sudo in Yakuza 1, Kaoru and Besho in Yakuza 2, hell, just in the last game, the ordeals we've seen with Munakata and Arai, Kiryu alone has had experience with more than enough police officers in his life to realize something was fishy about this idiot. And after Kurosawa's appearance in Part 1, every subsequent inclusion in the story has him reveal so much info on Yakuza-related matters that it stops being believable even when you isolate each individual info dump. No one really questioned him in the end, not even Akiyama, even though he blatantly points out how the amount of info Kurosawa has is awfully suspicious. Also, you mean to tell me that all of Kurosawa's work went under even the florist's radar? We've interacted with him in this very game, and yet he seems none the wiser about the grand scheme that can endanger the stability of the very city where he does business. For Kurosawa to be this knowledgeable in any of these cases, he would have to have been either a Yakuza posing as a cop, or a corrupt cop that was bought out by the Omi. Both things we should be privy towards considering the events of all the past Yakuza games. But sure, let's pretend for a moment that he was genuinely as inconspicuous as the game tries to frame him here. Kurosawa is apparently the chairman of the Omi Alliance, the 7th chairman to be precise. Now, there's a number of questions surrounding this premise, seeing as the last known chairman of the Omi was Jin Goda from Yakuza 2. So, between Yakuza 3 and 5, we're meant to believe that there was yet another mysterious chairman present, who was then succeeded by Kurosawa. The only way to fill in the gaps here would be to treat Dead Souls as semi-canon, cause the mystery chairman was briefly shown there, still in charge of the Omi as of June 2011. And while adding Dead Souls into the mix might even help with some other inconsistencies, like Akiyama regaining his fortune, in the case of Kurosawa, this means he would have been chairman for a year before being diagnosed with cancer and starting his grand scheme. With how he was apparently quite infamous for doing everyone's dirty work in the Omi, and how he later openly admits to killing his own boss and Aniki to rise through the ranks, you'd think Daigo and Majima would have sensed something was off in how this old man suddenly succeeded the chairman of roughly 5 years. If we take Dead Souls out of the equation, the only thing by which we can judge Kurosawa's supposedly inconspicuous nature and villainous competence over time would be via the actions shown in this game. And whether or not you consider his obvious slip-ups to be the case of desperation caused by his illness, this means that the only legitimate means of excusing Kurosawa fooling the Tojo clan, people who have seen more infighting and sudden rises to power than anyone, would be by giving this guy pure benefit of the doubt, along with a single line where Daigo calls him a quote-unquote wise man. It simply doesn't make for compelling or believable character writing. The biggest issue is how the game desperately tries to make you believe how Kurosawa was some genuine mastermind, successfully fooling everyone through his own skills of manipulation and misdirection. But literally, the only reason his plan progressed to begin with was thanks to the utter incompetence and stupidity of the most prominent characters in this story, characters who should know better. The pacing may have been in jeopardy long before this. Character inconsistencies may have been present from the start of the story, when the writing is compared to that of the games directly preceding it. But within the context of Yakuza 5, this point, this entire rooftop endeavor, is the biggest narrative failure that could have been written in. Because of how it was handled, and the ramifications it birthed, I would consider this to be infinitely worse than Rubber Bullets, Mirror Face, Secret Twin Brothers, Secret Koreans. None of these infamous plot twists could come even remotely close to the colossal failings of this one event. Was it all for nothing? Not necessarily. This scene still offers some nice moments of humanizing Watase and Katsuya, as they cursed their chairman over this betrayal. And even Kiryu had a sombering realization how tragedy continues to follow him wherever he goes. These are touching moments, but they are the result of forced contrivances, and not something that was genuinely earned. As if all of that wasn't enough, there was still an ever so slight chance that the tragedy that is this mess could be salvaged, once Daigo came into the scene and seemingly outplayed Kurosawa for a moment. Now, the issue isn't that he allowed Kurosawa to have an honorable death here, but the fact that despite everyone literally being fixated on the adjacent rooftop this time, they still didn't notice Kanai emerging from the staircase before he eventually shot Daigo. You might say that, oh, this is just another case of Kurosawa thinking of everything in advance like Daigo, but then why wouldn't he have killed everyone on the roof now that he was, yet again, in control of the situation? This is not a master manipulator tricking everyone involved. This is an incompetent moron stumbling into a lucky situation and still playing pretend. By the end, I'd say that this is one of the lowest narrative points of the series to date, and while it thankfully won't get any worse than this, regardless of what the story did well beforehand, this is the moment where any real potential the story may have had to be a genuine masterpiece was objectively ruined. Once again, for the sake of shock reveals and pitting specific characters against one another, consistency be damned. You got Kurosawa in a winning situation. Congrats. All it cost was reducing Kiryu-Saejima, Watase, Katsuya, and Daigo to play the fools for this ploy to work. I hope it was worth it. We now switch over to Haruka, and it appears that the whole debacle related to cancelling and rescheduling idol-related concerts is now meant to be salvaged by the formation of Dreamline, a group consisting of T-Set and Haruka herself. I've already said all I needed to say on this duo back during the analysis of Part 3. Too little, too late. The sudden reveals of how both Park and Katsuya were planning this formation all along are poor attempts at making it feel like things are finally looking up for us, and how everyone is just best friends from this point on. Now, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but thank God Baba showed up here. Thanks to him, we can leave this absurd facsimile of Paradise behind, as in its place, we'll have a well-needed quiet moment where these two characters have a chat at a nearby park. The strangest thing about it is how the premise behind this chat is one of the things that I feel Yakuza 5 needs to get more credit for. The premise of setting up two characters who are complete strangers to partake in a simple, brief conversation. I know this sounds incredibly vague, but hear me out. Depending on who a character is conversing with, they will generally have a perceived role to play in the exchange. For example, Kiryu acts differently while conversing with low-ranking members of the underworld versus when he talks to the kids at his orphanage. Or, more symbolically, there are times where he acts like the famed Dragon of Dojima, and there are times when he is just good old Uncle Kaz. When you know someone well enough, you will subconsciously find yourself embodying a certain role you were granted by the person you're speaking to. The role of a father, a brother, a Yakuza legend, etc. The beauty of this lies in what happens when we as viewers observe an interaction between pre-established characters who largely remain strangers to one another from beginning to end. Haruka and Baba have no real ties with one another, and as such, have no preconceived notions they need to live up to in this meeting. They can simply speak their minds without the fear of being judged, cause chances are that this will be the only conversation they'll ever need to have. They open up about their respective insecurities here, to a greater extent than in most other interactions in the story, with Baba trying to nudge Haruka out of performing at the Tokyo Dome, cause he knows he will be forced to put her in danger. And on the other hand, we have Haruka finally verbalizing her own doubts about the path she's been traveling on. The fact that none of this is explicitly stated through stereotypical expository dialogue can lead you to look at this conversation as just an isolated moment of fragility and sincerity. Just two people talking about their woes and then going on their way afterwards, which is just beautiful. A similar thing will happen between Shinada and Watase. Again, two characters you'd never dream of seeing partake in such a conversation. And while I find it very hard to explain what these scenes do right in purely technical terms, it is one of the eccentricities from this game that really shines as it's meant to. Sorry for the detour, let's get back on track. Over at New Serena, we are met with a rather grim situation. Kiryu is slowly bleeding out, and Saejima is lamenting on the events that transpired earlier on the rooftop. Obviously, with the fact he technically broke out of prison, he can't really get Kiryu to a hospital himself. Though you could still ask the mama of the bar to call an ambulance here, or have her accompany him in a cab instead. Nevertheless, none of that was done, and Kiryu is just out for the time, as we learned that both Daigo and Katsuya are currently on life support elsewhere. We also have a brief conversation between Date and Saejima, where we're reminded how two of the world's greatest dads initially met in 2005. For a moment, it almost feels like we're trying to start a build-up for a true epilogue to Kiryu's life story. I realize this sounds ridiculous in retrospect when you consider just how many games we got after Yakuza 5, but still, considering the amount of death fake-outs we've seen up until this game, coupled with Yokoyama's earlier comments on this game in particular having a Kiryu-centric story, it made little moments like this stand out like a sort of warning flag. especially for the people who first experienced this game around 2012. After this interesting moment, Akiyama drops by and shares his findings on Kurosawa's grand scheme to get everyone caught up. Most importantly, this info dump is used to put the spotlight onto Majima specifically, as the game kept planting seeds of doubt in the player regarding the Mad Dog's supposed demise. We're all but certain that he is just in hiding right now, and that Kurosawa is currently trying to lure him out to further his grand scheme. So it's just a matter of time before something big happens. Following this, we have the other instance of two strangers helping each other out indirectly, like we had with Haruka and Baba. This time, we have a crestfallen Watase who just visited Katsuya during his recovery, and we have Shinada coming to visit Daigo. Again, as short as this exchange is, when compared to the many other conversations in this game, it's astonishing how it does everything it needs to do so succinctly. We've seen just how emotional Watase was regarding Kurosawa's betrayal of trust, one that led to Katsuya essentially being on his deathbed. So you'd expect his response to that to be fueled by a similarly intense display of emotion. Watase's Irezumi is an Ashura after all, so depending on how this conversation with Shinada went, I could easily see an alternate ending to this game where Watase unleashed a war against Kurosawa himself. We were already told that he was the top candidate to inherit the Omi alliance, and that countless soldiers admired his natural charisma. So seeing Watase use that to his advantage to avenge Katsuya while dethroning a careless chairman would fit his arc well. Hell, Watase would likely do whatever was necessary to reach that point, even if it meant destroying Kamurocho in the process, which would have made him a perfect final boss for Kiryu as well. I realized I touched on this premise before, but in the midst of writing the script, I've come across some info that made me look at this moment in a drastically different light. If this tweet by Yokoyama-san is to be believed, then Watase was, at one point, considered for the position of a playable character. And when you look at his involvement from that angle, it only makes you ponder what could have been even more. Going back to the conversation, the fact that Shinada of all people was given the question of should you seek revenge or shoulder your friend's dream is a remarkable choice too. Again, like Watase, Shinada was shown to be a very emotional person, and act irrationally as a result of said emotion. So the fact that we see a hint of his more devious side as he ponders the possibility of going the revenge route is something that has genuine gravity to it. After all, we've seen just how quickly he can shift away from his happy persona depending on the situation at hand. While the ending of this exchange leads to a more hopeful outcome in retrospect, I'd say the route Watase has ultimately chosen is equally valid to his characterization, as is Shinada's response. And all of this came from a chat between two men who always wear their hearts on their sleeves. Amazing. Oh yeah, the ending of this chat will also foreshadow a certain well-executed plot twist by the end of the game, so that's another plus. Now, I realized that the sequence of events during this chapter felt kind of strange compared to the rest of the game, but the reasons for that are fairly self-explanatory. If you look up a playthrough of this chapter on YouTube, you'll notice it's about 95% story, with the only gameplay segments being those of Haruka walking around town for a bit. You might think this would lead me into another tangent about pacing, seeing as we're basically jumping from scene to scene, but frankly, there isn't much else that the writers could have done at this point. This is the very last chapter before the finale, so the fact they're throwing in so many scenes that are drenched with symbolism and callbacks is simply making the most of the situation. At the very least, it allows us to set up certain characters in key positions so that we could cut down on the info dumps in the following chapter, at least by a bit. Anyway, the next scene we see is another great addition to the more symbolic side of Yakuza 5, as it gives us a nice role reversal between Saejima and Kiryu. If you'll recall, towards the end of Yakuza 4, Saejima stormed off to the rooftop to clear his thoughts in the wake of his sister's passing, with Kiryu soon chasing after him. This time though, it is Kiryu feeling conflicted and needing a pep talk, so to speak. Seeing him finally open up about his sense of isolation that we've seen firsthand feels inexplicably cathartic here, and Saejima's choice of words elevates this moment even more. We're reminded of everything that these two have lived through, and how, despite the gravity of their situation, they still made it through somehow. They're still living their lives in a way that will hopefully make their friends, living or deceased, feel proud of them. The idea that the only thing that matters is living life on your own terms helps not just these two, but even us as observers, dust ourselves off from what came before and prepare to face the end head on. There's no need to second guess yourself now, because at the end of the day, we're not alone in this journey. This brings us to the sequence where, much like in Yakuza 4, the different protagonists meet up in New Serena and hatch out their plan to take down the bad guys. Now, yes, this obviously means Shinada as well, and his inclusion is just... Look, I know I ragged on his inclusion earlier, but the fact that everyone is just kind of nonchalant about it actually works out well for this scene, because we're in desperate need of some positivity moving forward. And putting the strange nature of his addition aside, Shinada's knowledge of baseball actually works like a charm here, as he can predict where a potential assailant will be hidden at the Tokyo Dome. This will be fairly important for his final boss fight later, so we'll address this in more detail once we reach that point. And so, with our heroes united, we eventually get to the final scene of Chapter 4, and in hindsight, this might be one of the most problematic ones for the remainder of the story. We finally see Majima for the first time during present day, and he's meeting Kurosawa of all people. Now, with the way this exchange is framed, a first-time viewer could think that Majima was actually helping Kurosawa all along, for some reason, and that the public declaration of his death was just intended to be a misdirection of the Tojo clan rather than the Omi alliance. It's the ultimate hook before the Tojo vs Omi war finally erupts on the streets of Tokyo. And while the payoff from this scene will be as clumsy as you'd expect, considering Kurosawa's involvement, it does serve as yet another cool what-if scenario. Majima has always been the wildcard of the series, and we haven't seen him act as a quote-unquote villain in quite some time. The closest we got to this post-Yakuza 1 was the fight between him and Kiryu in Yakuza 3, which, by the end, only turned out to be a fight for old time's sake, with some expected misunderstandings and misdirections being sprinkled in. But here, with the amount of mystery surrounding Majima's role in the grand scheme and his personal connections to Katsuya, the writers could have continued in a multitude of directions. Maybe showcase Majima's more cunning side by having him sabotage Kurosawa's plans through his own initiative, seeing as Daigo's plan to stop the Omi was slowly crumbling. Hell, maybe even have Majima genuinely turn tail as a result of the frustration he felt in always having to take care of the Tojo clan at Kiryu's insistence, a cycle which even led to his brief incarceration and perpetually being separated from the people he would want to protect. Even if the execution on these creative seeds may falter, this game still knows how to really win. And even now, as I return to this scene for the 1000th time, I still find my imagination running wild, which should serve as a testament to how compelling these cast members are when separated from the convoluted nature of the narrative. So, with this ominous meeting of figureheads, we can move on to the culmination of everything this story aspires to be. Let's finally discuss the last chapter of Yakuza 5, Dreams Fulfilled. This is it. Everything is kicking into overdrive. Haruka is in the dressing room, soon about to perform, while Kiryu and the other Yakuza 5 see a commotion near Millennium Tower. Apparently, an unidentified group has taken Majima hostage, so we obviously rush to the tower ourselves to see what is happening. What we find is Yakuza opening fire on cops and civilians alike, and the sigil that they wear is that of the Majima family. This is a whole new breed of stupid. Akiyama surmises that Kurosawa's grand scheme now involves driving the Majima family out of Tokyo, among its many goals. And while that goal makes sense in essence, the method Kurosawa uses to bring it to fruition is one that neither the police nor the general public would ever believe in. To surmise, the proposed idea is that Kurosawa's men are merely posing as the Majima family, wreaking havoc on Kamurocho so that the Omi alliance could ultimately gain the public's favor by taking the town away from them. So, what's the problem? Well, we've already seen in the previous games how the overwhelming majority of the Tojo clan's ranks are made up of the Majima family specifically, and if you'll recall, it was them that protected the city during the Omi's last invasion in Yakuza 2. Hell, Majima himself defended the city at that point, so what makes you think that the public would believe the family suddenly went insane and opened fire on civilians and policemen just to save Majima? They wouldn't dare lift a finger without his permission. Just look at their obedience in Yakuza 3 and 4 especially. Even while Majima was being arrested, no one dared intervene. So what reason would the family have to open fire on police officers here when an unidentified criminal group is the one wreaking havoc? A group the policemen themselves would be interested in apprehending. But let's hypothetically say the public believed all this rubbish. Do you honestly think that replacing the Tojo clan with the former invaders of the city, the ones that brought upon the biggest bloodshed Kamurocho had seen, would be welcome to any degree? To civilians, a change in leadership means very little. Criminals are still criminals, so the fact you're ramping up the casualties now will only further alienate the people towards the Yakuza as a whole, actively worsening the state of the city you're apparently trying to rule over in the future. Imagine the monetary losses this mess will cause and the men you will lose in the shootout with the authorities. Mind you, these are men from the Kurosawa family specifically, rather than average Omi foot soldiers, and you know that this supposed criminal mastermind will need all the men he can get soon enough, seeing as he's just burnt his bridges with Watase earlier on. The Omi as a whole was shown to harbor more respect and reverence for Watase than this phantom of a chairman, so in the event the rest of the alliance turns on the Kurosawa family, which they do, this guy just puts himself in even more of a losing situation. All this, coming from a character we're meant to see as a master manipulator. Also, this was all stated without even going over the absurdity of Kurosawa somehow procuring a Majima family sigil for every single one of his underlings. Next thing you know, someone will say that Majima handed them over during their exchange in the last chapter or something to that effect. Lastly, even in the event that this entire ploy resulted in the actual dissolution of the Majima family and the Tojo as a whole, it would have still bitten Kurosawa on the ass. As we've seen countless times in the series, the dissolution of one structure only leads to people joining a different structure, which in this case could even mean ex-Tojo man joining the ranks of the Omi Alliance, which would inevitably lead to infighting like we've seen in games released before and after Yakuza 5, leaving the Alliance just as overburdened as the Tojo themselves were for so many years. Moral of the story: if Kurosawa was genuinely as good of a puppeteer as the game framed him to be, he wouldn't have come up with this idiot plot. And yes, that is, ironically enough, the technical term for it. Anyway, thanks to this ludicrous invasion, we have a lead-up for the heroes to split up, as they tend to do in these games. Saejima decides to find Majima, Shinada will protect Haruka, while Kiryu and Akiyama beat up the truckload of Yakuza that emerged, with Kanai at the helm. There's chaos everywhere, and at least from a gameplay standpoint, this does make for a gorgeous sight. Eventually, we switch to Saejima and Shinada raising hell in the sewers, and we have a moment where our favorite Tiger Boy decides to throw a Hail Mary. He kindly asks Shinada to help Baba out should he come across him at the dome. And you know, considering how there's only so many notable villains that are still alive on Kurosawa's side, you can absolutely expect to meet him there. We then have an insert of Haruka starting her set with Dreamline, as if to signal the beginning of the boss gauntlet that shall commence. Cause yes, much like in Yakuza 4, each of the protagonists that can partake in physical combat is given their own final boss, which is understandable. Putting the divisive nature of the bosses from 4 aside, there was no way that a game with the scope of Yakuza 5 would omit this creative choice. So we will tackle them one by one and see how RGG improved on the formula of this mainline predecessor. Saejima arrives on top of the Millennium Tower and meets Kurosawa, who is still acting like he's a brilliant mastermind, which, sure, whatever makes you happy, old man. The next in line of his impeccable plans includes dragging a chained-up Majima onto the tower, forcing him to fight Saejima in order to prevent Haruka from being shot at the Tokyo Dome. Alright, stop. You know how many people, myself included, tend to say, show, don't tell? Well, this is not how you do it. Let me remind you, the last scene that included Majima and Kurosawa took place at the Majima family office, where we could see a number of people on the floor. Logic would dictate these were Majima family men, and considering Kurosawa's lack of physical ability in terms of hand-to-hand combat, this would either mean that A. Kurosawa shot every single person there before Majima arrived, or B. that he had his men incapacitate them and then hide somewhere outside the office until the exchange with Majima happened. Option A clearly doesn't work in this context, as there are no visible bullet wounds, nor can we see Kurosawa holding a firearm with which he could further threaten Majima into helping him. This then means that Majima was completely oblivious to the reasoning for this frail man sitting alone in his office amidst a dozen incapacitated Yakuza and let himself get overpowered by an unclear amount of Kurosawa family men from off-screen. Where were they hiding? Who knows? Why didn't Majima alert the other trillion members of his family upon seeing the state of his office, instead of just walking further into a trap and revealing his presence? Who knows? What purpose would Kurosawa have in beating Majima down when he could have instead just revealed how he had a mystery assailant gunning for Haruka, which would in turn force Majima to cooperate regardless? Well, in this last instance, someone might theorize how Kurosawa wanted Majima to lose in the upcoming fight with Saejima, so he decided to weaken the Mad Dog beforehand. But then, if Majima losing genuinely is the favorable outcome, why would you give him his knife back? There's so many questions to consider, and this is the inevitable outcome of having such a cut-and-paste approach while trying to tie up any and all loose narrative threads. We went from overly explaining and reiterating upon every little piece of info in the beginning, to now omitting crucial details that could have been easily conveyed within a quick flashback. And what we're left with is a worse version of the whole Katsuragi family ambushing Saejima bit in Yakuza 4, because at least there, you could see Saejima chained up at an earlier point in the story, with clear signs of struggle all around the office. Majima, by comparison, is just chained up here for the sake of shock factor, and because Yokoyama wanted him to be Saejima's final boss. That's it. You might be wondering how this act of manipulation could have been executed better. Well, you can look at Iwami in Yakuza 6 for example. Haruka is held hostage, Kiryu is forced to stay in place and be beaten bloody, then our friends jump in at the last minute to save the day. Boom! You made your villain more despicable, the protagonist is now even angrier than before, and the initial feeling of desperation is slowly turning into excitement. Not just that, but all of that was conveyed in less screen time and with more precision than Kurosawa's act of manipulation. Putting all of that aside for the time, I'd like to take a moment to analyze this encounter without all the narrative bloat. Let's simply focus on the premise of Majima and Saejima going all out in a one-on-one fight, because Yakuza 5 actually gives us some compelling build-up that could justify Majima wanting to partake in such a fight for his own reasons. The theme of aging has been brought up numerous times throughout this game, most evidently in the flashback segments between Saejima and Majima. If you reinterpret all of the monologue here to simply be the Mad Dog projecting his own latent insecurities onto his Kyodai, then this clash steadily becomes something of genuine thematic value. The Yakuza lifestyle is all that these two know, and retiring from it just wouldn't work out for them, cause a person doesn't simply become a Yakuza. People like these two are born with distinct qualities that would crystallize them into being Yakuza legends over time, but these qualities can sadly fade with time. So if you look at Saejima's most recent feats from Majima's perspective, when you see your Kyodai still breaking out of prison easy peasy, beating down towns full of thugs like he were still in his 20s, it makes you want to step up to the challenge. While we may be controlling Saejima in this encounter, in more ways than one, I would argue that this specifically is Majima's fight. A moment where the Mad Dog wants to prove to himself that he is as ferocious as he ever was, that age has only done him and his Kyodai well. This fight was originally meant to be a matter of life and death, but the longer it goes on, the more evident it becomes that these two are just thriving in pushing themselves to their limits, killing time until Deus Ex Shinada saves the day, which was already hinted at happening back during the sewer fight with Saejima. Kurosawa and his grand scheme aren't important in this instance. What's important is these two right here proving everyone and everything wrong. Age didn't soften these two up in the slightest, and that is beautiful. By the time this fight concludes, we're given an adequate cutoff point from the excitement to see what exactly halted Kurosawa's genius plan from going through. The place we cut to is a secluded spot at the Tokyo Dome, with Baba quietly gazing at the show. Whether it be due to his brief conversations with Kiryu and Haruka, or the time he spent with Saejima in prison, Baba refuses to ruin Haruka's moment in the spotlight or take her life. So he simply walks away. But we know that wouldn't be it for his character arc, cause Shinada is here, with a promise to keep and a bone to pick. The back and forth between these two has been subject to some rather interesting debates, considering how heavily Shinada relied on metaphors while confronting Baba. This even led to some people interpreting the line about hating people who can't finish their jobs as if Shinada would have been happier if Baba actually used his rifle. Obviously, this isn't the case, though it does serve as an interesting way of viewing the monologue on its own terms. Until I'd looked into various sign-stealing fiascos from the world of real-life baseball prior to writing this script, even I thought that the use of metaphors here largely backfired in getting the point across. But while the choice of words could have been more direct for a general audience to connect to, the core of this message was an excellent wake-up call for everyone involved. The Japan Dome, or Tokyo Dome, going by the IRL namesake, is genuinely used to house baseball matches, as was inferred while Shinada was going over the floor plan with the rest of the guys. His intuition about this particular spot at the dome, being the one where the assassin would be placed, is rooted in the somewhat predictable nature of illegal sign stealing. You need a good vantage point, equipment to magnify your view, and something to communicate your findings to your co-conspirators, all of which fits the nature of a sniper just as well as that of a sign stealer. This isn't the crucial part of this reveal though. What's crucial is that Shinada specifically had to go face to face with the sniper. Realistically, any of the four protagonists could have made their way here to stop Baba, but by some cosmic stroke of luck, or perhaps divine humor being at play, it wound up being Shinada's role to play. You have a person who believed that their baseball-related grievances were behind him, being met with a more extreme metaphor/recreation of a sign-stealing incident. It's not that Shinada wishes Baba went through with his orders, it's that he is frustrated this type of thing keeps transpiring in the first place. It can be so easily predicted. The people involved can just step away, but it's an issue that nonetheless persists, still plaguing countless people and endangering their aspirations. Shinada doesn't know the sniper personally. He can't guarantee that this change of heart will persist down the line, so he wants Baba to genuinely deal with the consequences of these actions and hopefully learn from them. If you want to push the metaphors all the way, it's like Baba is both the victim of a shady cycle and the perpetuator of it, just like Shinada was in being expelled from baseball while still refraining from making his accumulated evidence public. Both of these idiots need some sense knocked into them, because they share a lot more in common than they'd likely admit, or even understand in the first place. Baba may not have a clue about Shinada's baseball metaphors, or that this is also an intervention heralded by Saejima's request, but it's not like he can refuse to fight here, cause he was caught with some damning evidence, even if he didn't go through with the plan in the end. So yeah, while on the surface, you might just see this as another case of Shinada venting out his frustration at the first person he sees, there's more than enough reason for a cathartic fight here, even if the communication could have been more direct at points. Now, after Shinada beats him, we have a rather haphazard addition where Baba tries to take his life in atonement, like he tried to do in part 2, but this is thankfully stopped by his old cellmates. The strange thing about this addition is, if you shuffle it around a bit, it would have made the messaging of this boss fight's prelude a lot more concise and satisfying to see. Let's say Baba had this moment of weakness before the actual fight, and tried to do this same thing, only to be stopped by Shinada, cutting in at the very last second. Then, have a venting of frustration come from Baba himself over the belief that he was merely a pawn in Kurosawa's grand scheme, only to have Shinada snap him out of said frustration cause he himself was a pawn in someone else's scheme before. That way, they fight and they get over any dormant regrets and burdens, only to ultimately be joined by Baba's cellmates, affirming that it's not too late to turn over a new leaf in life. We've already determined how the writers wanted Baba to be a conflicted yet believable character, and this reversal of roles could have genuinely driven that point home. Whatever the case, the sequence of events we got in the end still made for a happy ending for him, cause while the prison sequence may have been much longer than it needed to be, it still showed us that the bond between these guys is genuine, and that they have each other's best interests in mind. And then we get to our boy Shinada, and man, if you didn't feel for him before this point, you absolutely will here. Now look, thematically we did have a bit of a do-over from what happened at the stadium with Sawada, cause this game has the tendency of ending each protagonist's arc in the finale specifically, as I've stated before. But hey, maybe now Shinada has truly made peace with his past, and if that's the case, then that's all that matters in the end. To juxtapose the moment of Baba's friends coming to greet him, we have this really bittersweet moment with Shinada all alone. He did the right thing, but his future is still uncertain. Thankfully, Takasugi is here to brighten the mood. He calls to check in on our boy and basically invites him to come back to Nagoya, cause that is his home. Or at least that's how the story frames it. I've already lamented how the attempted redemption of the Nagoya family is just incredibly sloppy, and that literally the only person in the city that genuinely cared for Shinada was Takasugi himself. Hell, you could have had Takasugi be the analog for Shinada's return, rather than being like, everyone misses you man, come back to us. It would have been far more believable if Takasugi just went, look, screw what happened, it's your life and you should do what makes you happy. But if you do decide to come back, you can work with me and start over. One could even put in a cheeky line about Shinada losing his fingers if he's caught slacking off work or something to this effect. But with the actual cutscene, it's like Shinada has nowhere else to go, so he has to go along with this proposal. And you could say, oh, but what other choice did he have? Well, normally, I would have said he could have returned to his hometown of Tokyo, maybe borrowed some money from Daigo or Akiyama, and started over on his own terms. But with how adamant the finale is on Shinada paying back Daigo, even though the money that was given is a drop in the bucket for an, at the moment, revitalized Tojo clan, you're just left with nothing. The writers wanted Shinada to go back to Nagoya, and that's that. Is this the happy ending he deserved? I don't think so. But considering how Shinada is, he will try to make the most of it. While we haven't seen him return to the series via a random sub-story that could verify he's doing alright, I really do hope that things are working out for him. He genuinely deserves to live a good life after this. We then cut back to Kurosawa, who at last realizes his foolproof, ingenious plan was foiled by a shrimp enthusiast, and naturally he lashes out like a spoiled child. But not before Daigo and Katsuya miraculously recovered from their intensive care, and we suddenly have another case of Daigo's aimbot from the end of Yakuza 3. Seriously, with his aiming skills, he probably could have taken out the entire Omi Alliance if he were given enough ammo. There's also an important line being delivered here, where Kurosawa hints at the final reveal of the game. It turns out how he only wanted to hand all of his power over to someone else. But because of the hectic scene changes in this chapter, it will take a while until we finally get to address that. Also, you might recall how Kiryu and Akiyama are still fighting people all around Kamurocho, which Haruka has just noticed as well. Which means we now get to cut to the second to last boss fight of the game. Since Kiryu has been tipped off that something was going down at the Tojo HQ, this means it's up to Akiyama to finish off every single goon that's left, as well as their on-site leader, Kanai. From what I gather, there was a bunch of people underwhelmed by the fact that this was the final boss for everyone's favorite moneylender, but I'd argue this was a great choice for Akiyama's ending, all things considered. Obviously, with the role Kanai played in the death of Park, coupled with him abducting Haruka, hospitalizing Horie, and now bringing an all-out war on the streets of Akiyama's home, we have more than enough reason to cave his face in. Perhaps the criticism towards Kanai is more so tied to the fact that he has no personal motivation and that he switches allegiances like they were underwear, but Kanai is realistically more of an entity rather than an actual character. Think of bosses like Laogui in Yakuza 0 or Reiji in Kurokyo. They're meant to be hateable figures with little to no personality, so they just feel satisfied in bringing them down. For a series that frequently tends to humanize its villains in different ways, it's therefore refreshing to see villains that are just evil for the sake of it. The fact that Kanai doesn't pretend to be something more is one of the reasons I can respect his inclusion here, even though there were many characters introduced before him that could have made for better final confrontations with a more complex meaning to them. But if nothing else, he is not the final boss, so you can at the very least find solace in the fact that there is one more spectacle left in this chimera of a game. By the end of the fight, we're shown how the families we met in the earlier parts of Yakuza 5 have come to Tokyo to help subdue the invasion, with members of the Yamagasa, Kitakata, and presumably the Watase family being present, if not the entire Omi alliance apart from the Kuroha family. Probably the best moment of this story is how we eventually see every single one of those Yakuza members bow in respect to Akiyama, someone who, in the eyes of many, may just be an ordinary civilian or an average moneylender, but to these people, and us as observers, he's a legend on par with the other key figures that rewrote Kamurocho's history for the better. While the nature of Akiyama's inclusion was initially underwhelming when compared to his arc in Yakuza 4 or even Dead Souls, this ending gave him a notable moment to reflect on if RGG decided to offer him a standalone Gaiden game. Plus, considering the direction his character would take in the games following this one, I'd say that this moment alone may have made his presence in Yakuza 5 worth it in the end. And now, before we get to the final boss, we finally laid the question of Kurosawa's motivations to rest. All this time, he was pissy over people like Kiryu and Watase because he claims that their natural charisma was what allowed them to have an easier time in the underworld while he had to eat literal shit. I'm not joking. In fact, this one line is essentially the main thing for which 90% of the community remembers Kurosawa at all, which should say something. He sacrificed everything to get to the top of the hierarchy, even killing his own boss, and the end result still had him feeling empty. There'd be no point in feeling pride in his accomplishments if he didn't have a legacy to leave behind, after all, someone to carry on his will, and naturally, that person wound up being his own son, who is now waiting for Kiryu at the Tojo clan headquarters. Once Kiryu arrives there, he sees the entryway lined with the Tojo's very own patriarchs, a trail of bodies lying unconscious and leading us to the throne room, as it were. And the person waiting for us at the end is Aizawa. Now, I've wanted to talk about this character for a long time on the channel, but any time that I'd write a script deconstructing him, there would be the issue of how you can't properly address Aizawa's positives and negatives without correlating them to Yakuza 5 as a whole. All of the twists and turns in this story were utilized to give us a twist villain at the end, and that villain just happened to be Aizawa. I would argue that this, in particular, is the single biggest issue with his characterization, because from this point on, the character you will see in action has almost nothing to do with the character that this game had built up from Chapter 1 of Part 1 all the way to Chapter 3 of the finale, before he dipped off the proverbial stage. To clarify, Aizawa's initial character writing was consistent throughout the early game. He was portrayed as a young and hot-headed Yakuza who's very vocal about his beliefs and loyal to a fault when it comes to the people he respects and truly cares for. His body language, choice of words, and consistency in writing honestly made him a highlight of the story for me during my first playthrough, especially when we were led to believe he became an unfortunate victim to some pathetic power play. Even the point where he re-emerged in the finale remained consistent in the characterization and the drive that was inherent to Aizawa as an up-and-coming Yakuza. But then we get to this scene here, and have one of the absolute worst attempts at a page 1 rewrite, so that a pre-established character can play a role he was never meant to play. Aizawa's motivation now suddenly mirrors that of his father, specifically with regards to despising people who let their charisma lead the way. That, by itself, would have been understandable in theory, if it weren't coupled with actively contradicting all of the character's motivations and behavior from every other chapter of the game. Some people will disagree with this, saying how Aizawa hiding his intentions and potential was the point all along. So, to give this character a fair shot, we'll analyze each individual point he brings up in his dialogue with Kiryu to see how much merit there really is to them. First off, there's the line of him not even being sure why he's there, which was taken out of context ever so frequently to double down on the fact that he really was just an afterthought of an inclusion here. Now, realistically, when you consider Yokoyama-san's comments on his style of writing, Aizawa probably was thought up as the final boss very late in the process, but the sentiment here could also be interpreted as the character expressing confusion and uncertainty over the current state of affairs. Kinda like Baba questioning his allegiances, but skipping a lot of extra steps in communicating it. The main issue about this is the way Aizawa brings these sentiments up. His demeanor makes it out as if he genuinely considers himself deserving of the leading spot of the Tojo clan, if not even more deserving than Daigo himself, because Aizawa apparently clawed his way up the ladder with his own strength, training in the shadows because, in his eyes, the strongest should be the one to lead. Okay, then let's take a look at his track record. He fought against Kiryu alongside Morinaga and lost. He fought a random nobody in the Colosseum and won. He fought against Saejima and lost. And now we suddenly have him defeating a bunch of Tojo clan patriarchs from off-screen. The irony in this final feat is that considering Saejima's and Majima's commentary on how a vast portion of the Tojo clan merely consists of people who are just there to make a quick buck, rather than people of distinct physical strength and unique motivations, this means that Aizawa taking these patriarchs down is basically the equivalent of stomping on a sandcastle. It doesn't make for a worthwhile display of strength, because these people were an embarrassment to the lifestyle to begin with. And even then, it's not like we've had the pleasure of seeing Aizawa go on a rampage to showcase his supposed hidden strength. One shouldn't underestimate the effectiveness that a visible rampage in progress can have on the value of a character. Looking at characters like Sawashiro in Yakuza 7, Somea in Yakuza 6, Nishiki in Yakuza Kiwami, or even Arakawa in Infinite Wealth. Going back to Aizawa, particularly looking at the fights that he lost, which already undermined his logic of the strongest person deserving to lead, there was actually a number of people stating how he only lost to Kiryu and Saejima because he had to hide his potential at those points of the story. If that truly is the case, then allow me to bring up this character analysis of Shishido Kosei, which wound up including a cross-comparison with Aizawa specifically. If the idea with this character was to communicate an underlying strength which was hidden away for strategic reasons, then there were so many ways of communicating that to the audience in ways that wouldn't outright cause dissonance between what the character wound up being and what the writers wanted him to be. During the fight against Kiryu, you could have had Aizawa standing on his feet by the end, unlike Morinaga, to imply that there was more to him than met the eye. But no, even in a game where the concept of age is continuously brought up, a quote-unquote aged-up Kiryu still wipes the floor with both of them. In the fight with Saejima later on, there was another chance to show how Aizawa was more than a threat than we originally thought. Considering how he would become the final boss in just a few chapters after this, and the importance of Aizawa learning the truth behind what happened with Morinaga, you could have at least set this fight up to be a draw, and serve as foreshadowing for the final twist. Even though Kiryu and Saejima have been at the top of the Yakuza world with regards to physical prowess, a game like Gaiden has shown us how to effectively offer subtext to improve on the main villain's writing and combat ability. In Yakuza 5 though, Aizawa continuously contradicts his own philosophies in ways that don't portray him as a conflicted character or a purposefully misleading one, but rather a character that the writers wanted to play too many roles at once. Even if we observe this monologue as a means for Aizawa to justify his own value to himself, this simply leads to another question. Why are we humoring the whims of a child when Kiryu is literally bleeding out in this conversation and could very well die by the end of the fight? His death wouldn't be the result of Aizawa's supposed strength, but because Kiryu had a bullet wound that wasn't properly treated, and how he'd just come off from fighting an entire city full of Yakuza foot soldiers. But let's put that aside for now, and look at some of Aizawa's other arguments. For instance, his comparison to Daigo. He implies that one of the most important reasons that led Daigo to become the chairman of the Tojo was mere circumstance, like him being born the son of Dojima Sohei, getting the support of Kiryu early on, and having Terada mess up his own attempts at leading the clan. Basically, Aizawa claims that Daigo just got extremely lucky. This is where I'd like to point out how being given a position in the Yakuza world doesn't mean you'll actually get to retain it. Take a look at Nishiki. He was given his own family while Kiryu was in prison, and he just couldn't keep them in check. His authority kept being challenged because he hadn't proven himself yet. It was only once Nishiki snapped and took full charge of the family that he solidified himself as a worthy patriarch, which led to his family still sticking around well after the events of Yakuza 1, with people still showing reverence towards him. Then, when you look at Terada on the other hand, This is a person that was just given the position of chairman almost arbitrarily, and his reign was shown to be short-lived and utterly flawed as a result. The Majima saga shows us how he ran the clan like a corporation with a bunch of yes-men surrounding him, and even putting aside his Jingwon heritage, someone like Majima was never gonna follow the lead of a weakling. So even before we'd see the slightly altered perspective from Kiwami 2 specifically, Yakuza 2 already showed us how a prominent portion of the Tojo clan simply wasn't having it and left the entire structure due to Terada's leadership. Both of these examples solidify how being given a position means nothing if you don't prove that you genuinely earned it to your underlings. Daigo absolutely had a rough start as a chairman, and the clan nearly crumbled in Yakuza 4 due to the mistakes he'd made in a situation that was affecting the entirety of the Yakuza world rather than just the Tojo clan. Having said that, you also need to remember how he took it upon himself to lead the clan in the fight against Yomi in Yakuza 2. While Kiryu had been nudging him into it, the only reason why Daigo decided to do it was because he truly wanted to defend his city, and probably get some payback for the events that led to his brief imprisonment along the way. We can meme on Kiryu and Majima doing most of the heavy lifting here, but a group this large needs a figurehead to lead them, someone to give the classic motivational speeches and keep morale up, so that these soldiers are willing to give their lives for the cause should the situation require it. While Aizawa may believe that Daigo had an easy time here, even back during Kiryu's part, we've seen low-ranking members talk down on Daigo's position solely due to his age. So I'd argue that he actually had a much harder time leading the clan than any other chairman in the franchise. Countless people were doubting him, and he indeed made mistakes. But it was thanks to those mistakes that he would become someone truly deserving of the chairman title, most notably through his actions in Yakuza 7. None of this came from Kiryu continuously reassuring the Tojo underlings that Daigo was the right man for the job, as Aizawa would have led you to believe. So even this point that he tries to raise falls upon deaf ears, because Daigo has genuinely proven himself, while Aizawa still hasn't. He's just given a position by his dad, and pretends like the premise is any different in his case. If anyone says that he sees the hypocrisy in his own arguments, then you need to consider how his body language, tone of voice, and general cadence once again contradict that. Framing is important, and RGG has always been exemplary with their shot composition and deliberate presentation in the games, which is why Aizawa's reasoning here stands in such stark contrast to the motivation of most other villains in the series. Even if we were to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was fully aware of all the contradictions, there's still little to no reason for Aizawa, with all of his pre-existing characterization, to fully go along with Kurosawa's plan in the end. We can tell that he really isn't close to the old man, and that he cares very little about shiny titles or the perceived power the position of a chairman could carry. Hell, going back to the shock regarding Morinaga's death, we can generally infer that it was Kurosawa that led to the death of Aizawa's Kyodai, the only meaningful connection established between our final boss and another character. Yet now, Aizawa doesn't seem to care about his death, and just does everything that his dad laid out for him because the plot demands it. If all of his behavior up to now, including the bond with Morinaga, was merely just an act, then Akiyama's meme title of the greatest actor in the universe should actually go to Aizawa and not Katsuya. Another argument that's been brought up by people defending his involvement in the finale is how maybe Aizawa accepting a role he doesn't believe in was meant to be a correlation to Kiryu forcing the leadership of the Tojo onto Daigo, or perhaps Park forcing her dream onto Haruka. You know, kids honoring their parents' wishes. But even that is poorly communicated, seeing as we don't see a single scene nor a single line of dialogue being exchanged between Kurosawa and his son. Nor does Aizawa have a moment where he explains that he may have respected his dad deep down. It would have been one thing if Aizawa went against his dad's wishes and still aimed for the top of the clan, if he refused to play along with this grand scheme and expressed his annoyance at all of this during this lengthy exchange. Imagine if Aizawa vented his frustration over this whole 5D chess game he had to play to Kiryu, and have Kiryu himself see the similarities in this circumstance with what happened to Daigo or maybe even Nishiki. Seeing someone try their hardest to make the best of a rough situation and have that be the reason why he'd grant them the opportunity to partake in a final fight. But not only did even Yakuza 6 have to go out of its way to try and justify the lack of direction from Yakuza 5's actual story choices even further, but Aizawa literally says, quote, "I earned a shot at the man on top with my own 2 hands." Again, he didn't earn his place here, much less with his own 2 hands. The best he could hope for was using this fight as a justification that he was worthy of the position regardless of it being handed to him, which is a catch-22 as we've seen, but the crux of his expressed motivation having any weight lies in him actually being capable of beating Kiryu. He says how he wants a fair fight, but once you see Kiryu literally bleeding out over the carpet, the only way this could be seen as fair would be in how the playing field would have now been evened out for Aizawa. If Kiryu was at full strength, this fight would end within a minute, and Aizawa probably knows that, hence his insistence on commencing the fight despite seeing Kiryu's wound. That alone contradicts his idea of the strongest always winning, meaning that this fight would, in turn, bring him nothing but a hollow victory to further invalidate his personal motivation. And the final kicker to all of this is that Kiryu has no reason to fight Aizawa here. No, really. From the conversation with Aizawa, we can tell that he wasn't the one calling the shots in the grand scheme. It was Kurosawa. If Kiryu wanted to stop this scheme once and for all, he would have been better off asking someone really close to Daigo to deal with Kurosawa, or maybe even asking Daigo himself, considering his miraculous recovery. Or maybe he could have gone back to help Akiyama fight the mob at Theater Square. At this point, Kiryu had no way of knowing these 2 issues had been dealt with in his absence. So if such issues could still be transpiring as we speak, why would we keep wasting our time listening to this petulant child's tantrum? Imagine if Kiryu just walked away from this room and went back to Kamurocho, stating how Aizawa wasn't worthy of a fight. At least that way, if Kiryu were to be attacked and had to defend himself, it would have given this fight an actual sense of urgency, beyond the fact that Aizawa just happened to be the final boss of the game. Kiryu deciding to be a wall for him is just another case of poor writing, because it's not like Kiryu is still wallowing in despair like he was in part 1 of the story. He is not self-destructive enough to risk fighting an unnecessary fight here with life-threatening injuries when he has just been reminded how he has his friends by his side. That's the tragedy of it all. This fight, with all its setup, genuinely feels meaningless to me. Worst of all, you could have replaced Aizawa with any other character, and the fight could have shown as much, if not even more promise, and felt more justified in serving as the final clash of the game. You could have had Morinaga here, who despite having a physique unbefitting of a final boss, still had a better build-up to be seen as the villain from start to finish. You could have had Watase here, and had us witness a fight between 2 Yakuza icons that felt like a satisfying final bout against a representative of the eternal rival of the Tojo clan. With the mutual respect they shared in their conversations, seeing them fight would have felt like a deservingly bombastic finish to this epic journey. Even Katsuya showed promise, until the finale of this game kneecapped him like so many other characters, including Aizawa and Kurosawa. I believe that all of these characters deserved better than what they were given, cause once again, they wound up playing roles that they were never meant to play, and it's ultimately detracted from everything they've done so well right up to the end. Going back to Aizawa, a lot of people feel like the spectacle of his fight makes up for the lackluster story, and no matter what reasoning I try to look up, every time I look into this character, I see a confused mess that can't decide on doing anything consistently well. Even when looking at the symbolism behind the actual boss fight, Aizawa has nothing positively unique about him. If you told me to name a boss fight where you fight a guy in a white suit initially brandishing a sword, where you progressively clash over and over through the entirety of the Tojo HQ, my first thought wouldn't be Aizawa. It would be Shindo from Yakuza 2. If you told me to name a final boss with a koi on his back, I'd think of Nishiki. If you asked me what boss discarded the sword he once held so that you could have a fair fight against him, it would be Ryuji. Even the premise of a boss with daddy issues is something that applies to almost every single final boss in the series. It felt like the team tried to make Aizawa a best of type of character, but that just ended up making him feel a lot less unique in retrospect. Even the boss fight that everyone praises was a letdown in many ways, because the clash itself didn't feel earned. Aizawa is given 7 unique QTEs, and even if you disassociate yourself from the story, it just felt like cutting 1 or 2 out of this particular fight would have been better in the long run. Maybe repurpose them for some other bosses that didn't have a single QTE in their fights. The way it is all shoved in here, coupled with Aizawa pulling the trope of healing a portion of his health, just makes this feel like a slog to go through at times. To conclude this segment with some circling back, I'd argue that even a simple voice crack while Aizawa was pleading his case, a single line or a randomly inserted cutscene could have done wonders for his character writing and motivation. But at the end of the day, these are the cards we've been dealt. Having said that, considering how Aizawa was shown to be alive at the end of this fight, I genuinely hope that they give him a deserved redemption at some point in time. I'd buy an Aizawa Gaiden immediately if it came out, and considering how critical I was of him, that should say a lot. He really did have the potential to be great, but that potential simply wasn't utilized, and he ultimately turned out to be a great narrative piece put in the most mismatched narrative positions. Anyway, by the end, Kiryu happily looks towards Aizawa, telling him to climb his way back up. No matter how long it takes, he'll be there. This particular scene once again gets so close to salvaging the symbolism at the very last second, because you might argue that this ordeal reminded Kiryu of his fight with Nishiki from years ago. Maybe if we had a line akin to "you're just like him" being uttered under Kiryu's breath before this invitation to fight again, maybe then the fight would have stuck the landing, even with all the last-minute twists and turns. You could have even had Aizawa offer him a sign of respect and say, "The strongest has won. I have no regrets, thank you." But no, he just falls unconscious without a word being said. Nevertheless, what's done is done. And now, we cut away to Haruka giving her last speech as an idol. I'm not sure what the general consensus on this scene really is, but despite some occasional hiccups, I think this is a beautiful moment. Haruka speaking her mind so openly, as many of the characters we've played as, fought with, and cried with, watched this dream that so many tried to protect slowly reach its conclusion, it really hits the spot. For some, this may be interpreted as Haruka throwing everything away and devaluing the sacrifices made along the way. But that's not the case. She performed at the Dome. She became an idol and honored Park's wishes. We've seen how hard she tried to make this dream her own and accept it as the thing that would build her future. But in the end, you have to wonder what the point of such grand success would be if you have no one to share it with. Even with the persistent mentions of the word yume, the aspect of its symbolism that pertains to connecting with other people was portrayed exceptionally well in this game, even with a character like Kurosawa, albeit to a lesser extent. We as people do what we believe to be the right thing. We seek fulfillment, we connect, we struggle, and we overcome. But in that process, we will inevitably make many mistakes, just like the characters of this series have done, especially in this game. For how long we've been talking about dreams, I feel like we've slowly become desensitized to what they truly are. Yet Haruka's speech, paralleled with Kiryu hanging on to his life, embodies the journey of their fulfillment and the weight of dreams themselves perfectly. For how hard Haruka tried to be what other people wanted her to be, she still felt incomplete. And at the very end, she decides to be true to herself and finally speak up. She loves her family and misses them so much that no amount of success could ever outweigh the love these people gave her. This one moment, where she proudly proclaims to everyone that Kiryu Kazuma is her family, consequences be damned, perceived weaknesses be damned, is such a strong moment to see firsthand, and seeing her run off stage after all of the emotion in her delivery feels like the perfect conclusion to this section of the story, most notably due to everything that was happening on Kiryu's end during these moments. Let's remember, Yakuza 5 started off as a story about him. It then slowly evolved into a story about personal and shared aspirations, a journey that inadvertently altered the trajectory of every single protagonist's life. And yet, in the midst of all these changes, and the dreams that were fulfilled, the heart of this very story was slowly bleeding out in front of us. The strangest thing about it all is that for a game that has explicitly uttered the words Yume or dream a total of 227 times in the critical path alone, Kiryu has never once openly said what his dream was. Realistically, we can make an educated guess surrounding it, or simply state that his dream was to just protect what he values. But for a character as complex as him, a general statement like that would be undermining the weight of this journey as a whole. So instead, I'd like to play devil's advocate here, more so than in any other point of the script, and state the following train of thought. In the final moments of the game, Kiryu desperately struggles to reach his family. Even though the vast majority of this game showed him as someone who was willing to step away if that meant the people he loved were safe, right here, in what could have been his final moments of life on this earth, he finally shows the more fragile side of him openly, a more selfish side to some. In the pursuit of what is best for those you love, a benevolent person can frequently undermine their own wishes, or sacrifice their own well-being, and Kiryu has done this more than anyone else in the series. Even today, he keeps trying to get himself out of the picture, despite all his past attempts largely ending in failure. But after a while, benevolent as you may be, you just won't have it in you to always put what's best for someone else ahead of what you might wish for. Kiryu too is a human being, and one that for all his stoicism couldn't hide that the thing he always wanted was a home. It's not a house that he is after, nor a new city to live in, but rather, to paraphrase and, by extension, woefully misinterpret a thought by Jean-Paul Sartre, home is other people. Those whom we allow to see the darkest parts of ourselves, our insecurities, our regrets, but also our hopes and dreams, ironic as it may be. The tragic beauty behind all of this is that in the game that started off as a story about Kiryu, but turned out being a story of dreams, amidst all the people we've seen struggle while rushing towards their goals, Kiryu was the only one who ran away from his dream, like he ran away from himself for so long. And in the end, it may have been solely because of that very avoidance that Kiryu's dream chased and found him instead. Whether this was a writing accident that stumbled from sheer chaos into eloquence, or an intended juxtaposition by Yokoyama-san himself, is something only he could answer you. As far as I'm concerned though, I choose to believe that the latter was the truth. We know Kiryu better than anyone else in this series, and we know he's a persistent victim of his self-sacrificial habits. So the fact that he had to be on death's door, fading away in the arms of his daughter, to finally admit to himself what his dream was, and learn to accept its fulfillment, is perfect. Something so extreme, yet oddly comforting, was the only way for him to break out of his self-imposed cycle that he kept repeating since the very first game. So, strangely enough, despite all the issues we found along the road that was getting us here, this game may have genuinely, symbolically stuck the landing. If Kiryu's story genuinely ended here, that would have offered us an eloquent, layered farewell to the series' star player. But now we have a problem. This is a beloved series we are talking about, and its main protagonist is adored to an equal degree. So the prospect of saying goodbye to him might be too hard of a pill to swallow. To many, the way a story ends is the most important part of a journey. So if you don't offer such an important character the strongest ending you could possibly conceive, it could feel like a disservice to both the fans of the character and to yourselves as his creators. What's more, is that if you commit to something extreme, like having your character pass away in the end, meaningful though this choice may be, it still runs the risk of alienating much of the community towards the game at large, for taking away something they held so dear. I'd wager a guess that RGG themselves wanted to take a break and really think about what, if anything, would come next for Kiryu. This was even mirrored in the fact we had to wait 4 years until an eventual continuation of this story was released, and the fact that Yakuza 5 ended in one of the most brutal cliffhangers. Now, granted, Kiryu death fakeouts are hardly a rare occurrence in these games. Hell, Kenzan actually committed to letting our protagonist die a heroic death, but Yakuza 5 was the only game that committed to the ambiguity of Kiryu's survival until the end. They had the entire community, including the team themselves, stew on the prospect of saying goodbye to him after 7 years of being by his side. But instead of allowing this game to be that definitive ending, divisive as it may have been, they instead opted for a do-over, again and again. Mind you, I adored the direction the series would go in following 5's release, but when you consider how much of this game's weight is lost by the other games perpetuating a cycle we'd apparently broken in this troubled narrative, it means that this specific journey slowly starts feeling inconsequential in retrospect. If 5 no longer serves as a confident explosion of finality, at least with regards to Kiryu, then it just winds up the start of an Ouroboros that is still plaguing the series. The repetition of trying to resolve Kiryu's character arc time and time again. And that is one of the biggest things damaging this game's conclusion and legacy. It's that it has come the closest to genuinely saying farewell to Kiryu, but ultimately refused to do so. Between all the death fakeouts, the ambiguity of 5's ending, the bittersweet moment of Kiryu leaving in Yakuza 5, and most recently, Infinite Wealth having him fight cancer, the prospect of saying goodbye feels less and less special every time it is presented. He may be incapable of physically fighting anymore in the latest entry, but realistically, RGG could still keep bringing Kiryu back indefinitely if they wanted to, like the Tekken team tends to do with Heihachi Mishima. And if that is the case, then both we the players and Kiryu himself will have learned nothing from the hardships that transpired and will just keep playing the fools. However, would it surprise you if I said that now, after all this time, I was finally fine with that? No, really. I feel like my adoration for the games that followed Yakuza 5's release has been made abundantly clear over the years, and the main reason why those games have turned out as they have was due to the various decisions and, at times, missteps that came from this very game. If 5 wound up being a home run that perfectly concluded Kiryu's story, there'd be no guarantee we would have gotten one of the strongest finales to any Yakuza game like we've seen in Gaiden. We may never have gotten a character like Ichiban to carry the torch for the series either. Hell, even the Judgment games and all of their experimentation might not have come to pass if RGG felt content with 5 as the ending of an era for the series. If Kiryu died in this game, the finality of that decision would have given undeniable gravity to the century and made all the messy build-up feel like it was integral to reach that point. But this would have also closed the door on many creative decisions that came from the fact that this game wasn't the end of Kiryu's legacy. Having said that, while this game retroactively sacrificing its own finality to give the series another chance to thrive may have led to an immensely positive trajectory post 5's release, this doesn't suddenly make the game a masterpiece. No less than the critical acclaim Yakuza 0 brought about would make that game one either. And this is where we finally reach a rather interesting, and as of yet, unrepeated conundrum that defines Yakuza 5 specifically. See, this game has a really strange legacy behind it, and one that has led many people, myself included, to view this game as a genuine masterpiece at one point in time. Even today, this image of a flawless game still stands for a number of fans, despite dozens of flaws with it being pointed out, both on a mechanical level and a narrative level, leading the debates that would challenge 5's position as the peak of RGG's creative output to become as heated as the debates surrounding Yakuza 3. Ironically enough, this conundrum is in no small part what led me to play this game more than any other entry in the franchise, and find my opinions on it fluctuate so drastically with time. So, seeing as I've spent the vast majority of the script chronicling Yakuza 5's many perceived missteps, I think it's about time I take a moment to explain why, in some strange way, I see this game as both a mistake and something truly masterful in equal regard. So, how about we flip the script? Imagine this was 2012. Imagine not knowing about the success that Yakuza 0 would carry, or the narrative developments of Yakuza 6, Gaiden, and Infinite Wealth. Instead, picture this as the moment this long-awaited game finally released in Japan. Critics adore it, hardcore fans of the series import it, and upload playthroughs on YouTube, despite many of us not understanding a word of Japanese, and you are just bombarded with set piece upon set piece of greatness. The heartbreaking voice work, astounding visuals, blood-pumping boss fights. Without the narrative context, this game feels like RGG Studio pulling out all the stops, creating the most bombastic finish they could, one that would truly be worth of ending the series as a whole if they wanted to do so. For us in the West especially though, the possibility of Yakuza truly being over was a genuine thing to consider back then. The sales over here kept decreasing, and Sega outright said that they had no plans to localize Yakuza 5, so imagine seeing what is likely the series' magnum opus and not being able to fully understand its message, not knowing how the story of such an iconic character might truly end. Even the games following 5's release only seemed to twist the knife, as, like I've said before, it would take us 4 years to eventually see what happened with Kiryu after this moment, where he laid wounded in the snow, finally reuniting with Haruka. But the one thing no one could deny was that the scenes in Yakuza 5 truly resonated with the audience. Even if you didn't understand a single sentence of the story, you could feel the emotion of each interaction, and that alone might be more than enough to hype you up, to eternalize the key moments of this game as some of the most memorable times you've spent with gaming as a whole. It's almost like it was all up to you to fill in the blanks, and think up your own story that would connect these explosions of emotion, like you yourself were meant to be an integral part of the experience by offering meaning to this grand journey. There's something strangely beautiful about experiencing a game in such a way, to the point where your unique vision of its events might even transcend what the game originally was to the people that created it. And to me, if a piece of media can incite such emotion and excitement from an observer, then it must be special. I've struggled with my views on this game for years, and no matter how many issues I had with its story, pacing, or strange gameplay choices, I always found myself coming back to it. I've beaten 3 different versions of this game, and invested well over 200 hours on it, because I still remembered the game for the highest highs I saw it reach back then. The first time I saw Kiryu dispatch the army of Yakuza, Saejima go all out against Majima, seeing Watase and his men bow in gratitude towards Akiyama, seeing Haruka abandon everything to find her family. There are literal hundreds of moments that even without the detailed play-by-play have still stood with me to this day. But even still, that didn't mean that the game itself was flawless, and it didn't need to be. There seems to be this belief that if you criticize something, that you utterly despise it, or that you can't disagree with someone without opposing them as individuals as well. But the fact of the matter is that art connects differently with different people, and objective qualities or failures inherent to the art might not matter to most people. If something had a positive impact on you, then by default, it will be worthy of admiration, and Yakuza 5 absolutely is worthy of it, because for better or worse, the series at large wouldn't be the same without it. Hell, if it weren't for all of the things that troubled this game, maybe it wouldn't be such a heavily debated on entry in the community at all these days. There are games that are bigger than 5, games that are more concisely written, and games that might hold significantly more personal value to you as a fan. But despite that, none of them could ever be like Yakuza 5, nor could they affect the series in the same way. While ambitions and extremes have defined this franchise since day one, it just so happens that 5 was one of the most extreme steps forward imaginable, and everything that came from it, good or bad, was comparable in its severity. The reason why I'm wording all of this in such a way is that I believe that there is more merit in liking something that is flawed than liking something with negligible to non-existent issues. I would rather partake in a heated debate around Yakuza 5 than I would in debating games like Zero, Lost Judgment, or any other massive fan favorites, because there is more that you can learn from missteps than you can from home runs. And it's because of missteps like unnecessary narrative do-overs inconsistent pacing, and unchecked ambition that the series grew so much since Yakuza 5. It bears repeating that the number of protagonists didn't reach increasingly absurd values post this game, and that the characterization of the new protagonists and associated sidecasts was done more succinctly post 5, leading to more memorable character arcs. The stories themselves were still expanding in different ways, but rarely felt like a mismatch of ideas forced to work in an unintended tandem. Hell, even a game like Infinite Wealth, despite mirroring a number of narrative missteps that stemmed from 5 specifically, still managed to stick a landing that much of the community seems to be finally content with, or at the very least, one that is significantly less divisive than the previous attempts we'd seen over the years. The way I see it, Yakuza 5, with the parenthesis of it being a quote-unquote mistake, was something that needed to happen. And while we may still wish for the idealized version of this game to be true, the game we actually got was nonetheless amazing, even if it wasn't the perfect experience we originally imagined it to be. The point of this overtly long video wasn't to say that this game was a failure, or the worst thing that RGG made by any stretch of the imagination. It was to absolve it from the pedestal that a vocal portion of the community continuously puts it on. This game has never been a masterpiece, but that doesn't mean it wasn't worth experiencing, being remembered, or being celebrated, because this game is defined by its weaknesses as much as it is defined by its innumerable strengths, to the point where I can make a video of comparable length to this one, where I exclusively gush over everything that is so special about this game, because that's just the type of experience that it is. A one-of-a-kind mess that was so glorious that it charmed thousands of fans up to now, and will surely charm thousands more, long after this video has been published. So, keeping the more positive outlook on this specific word in mind, I would once again like to say that, yes, Yakuza 5 was a mistake, and a beautiful one at that. This video has been a very long time coming, so the fact I may have finally finished writing this very personal script feels strange. I have deleted literal tens of thousands of words from this script over the years, had alternate interpretations of character motivations, and even had to delete full-on chapters that paralleled the concept of Yume with ones like Legacy. But the note that it all ended on right here feels right. For those of you who have watched this video through, you've probably seen how this is the most split I've ever been on a game or a subject matter since the inception of the channel. Evidently, a far cry from just hating on the game with no reservation, as the title may have led many to believe. So then, why title the video in such a way in the first place? Well, apart from offering a more hopeful look on the concept of mistakes, there was one more reason why I wanted to call it this way. There's a video on this platform that I firmly believe to be the best piece of commentary ever uploaded, and it is a video by user Steak Bentley, titled Metal Gear Solid 4 Was a Mistake. There's a multitude of reasons why I think this project is worthy of the highest praise, but for the purposes of this specific segment of the video, all you need to know is that I'm a massive Metal Gear fan, and upon first seeing that video, and hearing how direct this individual would be in his critique, I promptly disliked it and moved on. Classic fanboy behavior, right? There's no way that something I enjoy could ever be a mistake. But something about the video still stood with me afterwards, and before I knew it, I decided to give it another shot. The further along the discussion went, the more apparent did it become that this was not an unabashed rant as I once thought, but rather a person making peace with their feelings on a flawed yet still amazing game that is widely adored by many, myself included. The sentiment behind that video is in no small part what allowed me to finally put my own thoughts on Yakuza 5 in order, learning to accept the missteps behind a beloved piece of media, only to end up adoring it even more because of said missteps. While the quality of my project could in no way compare to that video, I still wanted to pay my respects to it, so that maybe one day, someone who finds my essay will have a similar reaction as I did to the MGS4 video and wind up loving the game even more because, or perhaps in spite, of the points that I raised in this analysis. Anyway, yeah, these were my thoughts on the story of Yakuza 5. Whether you agreed with them or not, I do hope that this video has kept you entertained throughout. This might very well be the biggest piece I ever do on the channel, which makes it even more special to look back on. But even still, I hope no project after it will take this long to be completed. Also, if the image at the very beginning of the video wasn't indicative enough, I do believe that every fan of the Yakuza series should play this game, so I will leave links to its official store pages in the top comment. Hell, I might actually purchase another copy of it myself to commemorate the completion of this particular project. But yeah, roughly 46,000 words and 61 uses of the words Yume and Dream later, we have finally reached the end of this video. Thank you again for being here for the ride. So, until next time, take care of yourselves and have a great day. Cheers!